Okay, we are live, and I don't feel the need to ask if anybody can hear me because I'm pretty sure everything is set up correctly this time, so should be good there. Just gonna wait for a few more people to get in. And today, you guys get to look at this nice screenshot I took while recording the other day. I feel like that's better than just seeing my desktop wallpaper. I'm thinking about using this one for my thumbnail too. It's really nice. I got a couple nice ones, actually. I gotta download these. I had to like do a super roundabout way to even get these on my computer. Let me move these to my photos. Let me make a new folder. This is potential thumbnails. And we'll make a subfolder for Ragnarok. Why not? Okay. So, for everybody who's here, let's see. Let me just show off these super cool thumbnails that I'm proud of. We got this one. We got the Jotunheim one. And then we also have this one. And I personally can't decide which one I like the most. I think probably between this one and this one, I'm thinking. But this one's also pretty good. So I don't know. But anyway, there's your random pre-stream rambling. Let's see. So, how's everybody doing? Nobody said nothing yet. Is there a photo mode in Ragnarok? There is now, yes. It wasn't at launch, but they finally patched it in, which means that I can finally get like good thumbnails. What's up, champion? I am hyped that I'm streaming too. It's nice to be able to actually do it. Which one do I want to have on? I think this one's probably my favorite, just because it has like the whole Bifrost up there. The only reason I wouldn't want to, and you have a very pleasant voice, might I add? Well, I like to think so. Nothing much, just enjoying life. I feel that. The only reason I'd be hesitant to use this one for the thumbnail is because it's literally of Asgard, and that's kind of a spoiler, and it's like we've already been to Jotunheim once, but at the same time, it was part of the pre-release marketing that you will be going to every realm, so it's like, should I really stop myself for that reason? What's up? Is it Azaz or Azaz? I saw you in the last stream. I avoid calling people by name because I can never pronounce anything. So it's like, I'm not afraid of sounding stupid. I do it all the time, but I hope you won't be cringing as much today. Dude, oh my god. I definitely don't want to go for 10 hours today, that's for sure. After we finished the Synthetic Man video, I was basically it put me in like a week-long stage of nonstop coping where I was like, this dude can't be real. So I ended up watching like the entire EFAP segment on Synthetic Man, and that only made it worse. It didn't make it any better. So I think it took me about like three days to really like come to terms with the fact that, because the rabbit hole goes like so deep in that video. It starts out just like, yeah, bad Ragnarok takes, and then I guess Mahler's the one who edited the video, it starts going like deeper and deeper into just the shit he was saying during his streams. And yeah, it's long, but it's definitely worth a watch. I don't agree with everything they said. That is, they kind of made I mean, I don't watch EFAP either, just because mostly the name. But I'm pretty sure it's their thing to like just counter every single argument that's made that's kind of in the name, you know, every frame of pause. But Synthetic Man is just, oh my god, I cannot with that dude. I thought the few things he put in the video were bad enough. It gets so much worse. So, we're actually... Morbid Curiosity wins the day again. I wouldn't call it a win, but, yeah. What's up, dude? I don't know whether to call you Purdy or 2004 or, your actual Discord name, because that's what I see you as most of the day, but I can just call you dude. That's kind of all-encompassing. Anyway, we're technically supposed to start with a good video today, but I'm thinking about rearranging the order a little bit because I kind of want to start with a bad one. During the last stream, I was listening to bits and pieces of the stream just to kind of see how I was talking and really communicating my thoughts. I realized I said like and 1,000 times every word. And I was like, oh, that bothers me. I think it's because my brain was fried at the points that I was actually like listening in on, but because it was like halfway through this. And I mean, I say that just a lot regularly. I just don't usually say it every other word. And my brain was completely fried by that point, I'm sure. I think that was halfway through the Synthetic Man video or so. It was definitely around the point where I got the random black guy clip, which I have saved, by the way. I'm trying to decide if I want to... I'm trying to decide if I want to squeeze that into the video. Because... I think I'm probably going to. Whenever I introduce Hildisvini, I think I'm probably just gonna squeeze that clip in there and be like, yeah, let's go with that. That's who he is. Also, what's up, Dank? I didn't ignore you. I just didn't acknowledge you. I read it, but I didn't acknowledge it. Please put it in the video. Okay, I definitely will. Good in quotes. Yeah, I mean, by good, I guess I mean positive. Basically, the next one is on... It's God of War Ragnarok, a critical analysis by, I think, Out of Nichols is his YouTube name. He's the one where this is, to my understanding, his first video. Yeah. And I think I kind of did this a little bit last time, is I showed that, like, this is his, unless he's like, everybody, what's his name, Will Loves Video Games, and he deleted previous videos, then this is probably the guy's first video. So that makes me not want to go as hard on it, but at the same time, if he's actually doing a critical analysis, I won't feel so bad about it. Discord server gang is here. Yeah, you guys are always here. In 2 hours, I have to go, but I'll watch the rest later. Okay, bet. It's probably not gonna, like I said, it's not gonna be a 10-hour stream today. I'm shooting for at least, like, I wanna have some time this evening to be able to record some more Ragnarok, because I'm actually getting to that point to where I'm having a lot of fun with it. It just took forever. I'm playing Resident Evil Within. Oh, no, sorry. I'm playing The Evil Within hype and celebration for Remake 4. Yeah, man, I don't know if I've said it. My friend is really big into Resident Evil. He knows, like, all the speedrun tactics for RE4. I'm not big into Resident Evil. I tried the first one, and I'm so bad at the game, I couldn't get past the first zombie. That was back before I was, like, good at games. So I'd probably do a little bit better now, seeing as I actually know how to use my brain while playing. I legit fell asleep last stream and then waking up to it crashing. Yeah, funny you mentioned that. I don't know how often that's gonna happen because I started looking into it and I'm getting like a very specific error message that could either be graphics drivers or something. So I did a clean reinstall of my drivers. I actually switched. Apparently, NVIDIA has two different drivers. They have game-ready drivers and studio drivers. I decided to try out the studio ones despite what I read. And it crashed again last night, but I couldn't find because I've been pulling up my actual the event viewer so I can take a look at the error that I'm getting before it crashes, and I can't really determine what caused it. So, we'll see. It's something. The first one is very different. Yeah, absolutely. I played RE5 with that friend. We've played through RE5 a few times. It's a lot of fun to go through co-op just because you can make fun of how stupid the story is. Then again, it's kind of a low-hanging fruit because of course RE5's story is bad, but it's still fun. We did a pistols only run where we used infinite ammo on like the starter pistols, and we beat the game almost exclusively with that. We could not get past I think it's the second Ouroboros fight where you have to use the flamethrower. We could not get past that with just the pistols. I think it's mathematically impossible because it has so much damage if you don't expose the weak points with the flamethrower. So I think it's actually impossible. We spent about 5 minutes straight just shooting it and literally nothing happened. I genuinely recommend RE4 to you. If you found anything scary about Dead Space, then you won't need to worry, as RE4 isn't very scary outside of Salvador. Oh, I cannot read that. Can I like boost this to blind people to large font so I can read that? I'm so blind. Outside of Salvador, Bella Sisters, Regenerator, and Iron Maidens, I prefer Dead Space 2 over RE5. Yeah, so RE4 has been on my list. It's one of those games that I've been meaning to play but haven't gotten around to it. I know it's more action than horror, but it still looks fun. And I would argue that things like Regenerators and Iron Maidens are more tense than scary, and I think that's kind of how Dead Space is too. It's like really tense because it's supposed to be horror, but it's still more action. And so I never really found I think the scariest part of Dead Space for me was in Dead Space 3 of all places, during the feeder you go through that like bunker that has all, I think they're called feeders. They're like the guys who respond to sound, and I didn't even know until I watched Mandalore's video that you can sneak past them, because I literally always went in there and just killed everything. But even then, it's only quote unquote scary because they blend in with the background. You can't see them coming. OG Resident Evil has more backtracking than DK64. Only proponent people enjoy those type of game. Yes. Sorry, I had to take a minute to, what do you call it? Process that. Yeah, there is more. I know there's a lot more backtracking, but I think that's kind of like a limitation of older games in general, just needing to. I'm not going to say they didn't have the luxury of making several unique environments, but there was definitely to my understanding, of course, and that's very limited, there was a more conservative outlook on it, where it's like, we made these areas, we're going to squeeze as much mileage out of them as possible. And some games do it really well, and having not played it, I'm willing to make the assumption Resident Evil does it well. But some games also do it poorly. And I couldn't think of an example because I don't have one. I would say I haven't beaten it, but I would say maybe Ocarina of Time does backtracking pretty well, because you're backtracking through two different timelines. But I got again, I played Ocarina of Time whenever I was still, I have like a certain period of my life between when I graduated from high school to about 2020. So 2017 to 2020, where I was just terrible at games. Like I could, even when God of War Ragnarok or God of War 2018 came out, I could not beat it on Give Me God of War difficulty. And I am going to legitimately say that Bloodborne and playing through the first half of Dark Souls is really what pivoted me towards actually being good. I don't really know why. I think just From Software games make you really like approach their games a specific way, especially the first Dark Souls, where you can get pretty easily filtered just in Undeadburg if you don't get used to like, because I remember having a lot of trouble with the shield guys, having to like, I didn't know you could just circle them, so I was trying to take them head on. I remember having a lot of trouble with it, and nowadays I look at that and I'm like, that's stupid, just walk around them. But it really does, I don't know, it's something psychological with me, I think, but it really did change the way that I approach situations in games. And then I think Doom Eternal only made that better when I beat all the DLC. I think the first DLC for Doom Eternal was really kind of the point where I think at that time that was the most difficult of any games I'd played. And I can't think of anything else more difficult off the top of my head. Ragnarok has its moments, but that was mostly because that was relatively recently because I was underleveled, and good lord. I'm just going to play the clip. I got a clip yesterday or the other day. I think it was yesterday, but I can't remember. Was this yesterday? When was it? When's the file dated? How about that? Point being, I got absolutely clapped during a section on Ragnarok the other day. It says the 20th, so 2 days ago. Okay. I'm going to open this. And we're going to back this up. I just want to share my pain, mostly why I'm showing this. So, if there's one good thing I can say about Synthetic Man's video, it is that he made me aware of the level difference for how enemy staggers work. I kind of have to, unfortunately, associate that with him. The EFAP segment went into more detail on it and really made me think a little deeper. And now I mostly more or less understand how it works. So basically, long story short, I was skipping the side content on on my most recent playthrough because I wanted to record certain side quests with Freya instead of Atreus. So I didn't get as many resources, so I was very underleveled. And this is during a section where you don't have a companion who can help you stun enemies. It's like only Kratos. And basically, I think I beat my head against the wall for like an hour. And this was one of the worst examples of me getting just killed by what I'm going to call, I'm going to call it bullshit. But really, this is just a consequence of being underleveled, as you can see with the orange health bars. I'm still upset about that. So basically, just to break down, not to insult your guys' intelligence, I know you have eyes. What was going through my head at this point was, let's back up a little bit. So I walked up here. I was expecting these to stun him because I'm using like the super powered axe. Where's the part where I got hit? Right here. I was expecting these to stun him. Whenever this enemy goes for that jumping attack, it goes stagger immune. Technically, it's so freaking complicated. You can shield bash it and stun it, but you can probably use heavy attacks and stun it too, because heavy attacks have a higher rate at which they stagger enemies. Regular light attacks will not stun this enemy when it goes for this attack, regardless of the difficulty, regardless of your level, nothing. I really break it down in the script. I went back and rewrote that entire part of the script. It is so complex. There are only about 5 variables that affect how enemies stagger. That is still way too many, especially when the difference in your levels or the color of their health bar comes into play. So I go for a forward dodge spin attack, which you can't break out of. I get hit here. Okay, that's my mistake. Moving forward, I do a risky Valor heal right here that somehow manages to stun that guy. I'm surprised that happened. They start leveling up. Okay, I walk over, stun them. I see the indicator here for another attack coming, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to roll and turn around. Well, I do. I end up rolling directly into the attack. Probably a bad direction, but I legitimately couldn't see it, so I'm like, okay, shit. So then I just start running towards them, and you see the freaking attack isn't even on screen when it hits me. And that's what killed me. So, yeah, you can totally smell the fun. I got so pissed off during this section trying to clear it. There were parts where the Einherjar Brute would just straight up kill me in a single hit. And again, that's because you're under-leveled, and when you're when enemies... Because enemy levels don't matter. The difference between your levels and theirs do. And I always just for the sake of it being easier, say like in enemies with higher levels, but an enemy can be level 9 and you can be level 9, and I think they have a yellow health bar. It's that color of the health bar that's really important. So whenever enemies with orange and purple health bars do increasingly more damage to you, and you can't stagger them as easily. Enemies with yellow health bars are middle of the line. Enemies with green health bars are pushovers, basically. It's a really stupid system that everybody hated with 2018, and I really think they should have cut it. But yeah, I kept getting like one shot by freaking enemies. Or I would, because all you have to do is there's like 3 waves of enemies you have to kill. And I would always get to the last couple enemies on the 3rd wave, and then either I go for an attack that I can't stop and I get hit and it kills me, or I do a poorly timed something. And it's like, yeah, that's my fault, but at the same time, if the punishment for a single mistake is instant death, that's still a problem. So yes, it's a skill issue, but it's also, for the most part, an endurance run at that point. That whole section almost ended my 3rd playthrough. I'm glad it didn't, because I actually got... I wouldn't have known how broken Atreus' gameplay is if you play right. But, so I'm really glad, I kept telling myself, okay, I'm done. I would walk away for 5 minutes, and then I would say, Mama didn't raise no bitch, and I'd go back, and I'd get my ass kicked, and I'm like, okay, fuck this game, I'm done, and I'd walk away. And then I just kept coming back like an abused housewife until I finally cleared it. Anyways, in Remake 2, Mr. X prowls around the environment and can appear anywhere at any time, which forces you to either A, down him, or B, run and reroute. Remake 2 does backtracking pretty well. Yeah, I can see that, especially if it's got a... I feel like Dead Space tried to do that with the Hunter, I think he's called, before he's called the Ubermorph in later games. They tried to do something like that. Those were like more scripted sequences, though. They weren't dynamic like that. The hardest part of Bloodborne is always the beginning. Gotta get into the game's rhythm. Yeah, even to this day, I can't beat Father Gascoigne on my first run. I don't think... It always takes me 2 attempts. I feel like I've always felt like for new players, Gascoigne is way too hard, just because I kind of steal this from Joseph Anderson's Bloodborne video, where he says nothing leading up to Gascoigne's fight actually prepares you for how to handle him. Everything in Central Yharnam trains you to keep a distance and play safely, and you really have to play aggressively to take him down before he has a chance to kill you. So I came up with this... Man, when did I go through my Bloodborne phase? 2019, early 2020. I came up with the idea where you get... There's the wild, the giant boar that you get the Saw Hunter's badge from. It would make more sense if it was a damaged hunter that was a difficult challenge, but would get you in the rhythm of how a hunter battle works before you go fight Gascon, who's the even bigger, tougher version of that. So you at least get introduced to like, oh, this plays completely different, and yeah, you may get wrecked by the hunter a couple times before you get into the rhythm, and it at least lubes you up for what's about to come. Because Gascon's like one of my least favorite fights. I always use the music box to kill him. I don't think I've if I ever do a Bloodborne video, I'm going to kill him without the music box, but as long as I just play the game like for fun, yeah. No. Anyways, I was gonna ask a few minutes ago, but I got sidetracked because I always get sidetracked. Do you guys want to start with a positive video, or do you want to rearrange things and start with like a negative video? Because I feel like a positive video is going to be a good palate cleanser if we get too much cringe or just too many bad takes. So I feel like starting with that is going to it's gonna be our full heal essentially. It's gonna take that. We have so few positive videos to go through, basically. I think we have this one that's positive. I think this one's gonna be middle of the line. No game is perfect. That one is probably gonna be leaning positive. I haven't seen any of these, of course, so I'm just assuming. Moist Meter, I think that's Moist Critical's video, if I'm not mistaken. That one's probably gonna be pretty positive. Negative, negative, negative. That one's probably going to be positive, so I'm not keeping track. Shit, where are we at? 4 or 5? The time value of cringe. See, the way you spelt that, capitalizing that, I thought you were saying Time the Valuator is cringe, and that's like a band that I really like. And I was going to be surprised that you even knew who that band was, but then again, like I said, all the guys in my Discord listen to pretty much the same general genre of me, so it wouldn't surprise me that much. And then you can prepare for the mental capacity to do the cringe one. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I won't change the order then. What I will say is, having just recently played through the first half of the game, I am more prepared for what some of these arguments are going to be. The reason I didn't counter a lot of Synthetic Man's arguments is because I hadn't played the game recently enough to really pick up on most of them, but it was going through the EFAP segment where I was like, oh man, like, he said a lot of stuff I didn't even pick up on. Probably because I was boosting the speed and not trying to nitpick every little thing he said, but there's some things he said where I was like, did we even hear that in the video? I mean, I downloaded it, so we must have, but I just didn't remember him saying it. It was also interesting to see the duality of what he said in his video versus what he was doing during his stream. He did not, like I speculated he wasn't paying attention to the story because it was obvious, but he did not pay attention to the story. They played this clip of him like berating one of his viewers, saying, "Can you please stop talking over the dialogue?" And he said, "If you're asking to hear about the shitty dialogue, you're part of the problem." And then he would just keep saying, like, yeah, this isn't important, I don't need to listen to this. And it was, like, crucial plot-related detail. So, my week has been consumed with, ever since that stream, my week has been consumed with trying to cope with that video. It was so bad. And I didn't even think the first half of it was that bad. Like, yeah, Mahler and the gang made some, like, valid points against his gameplay criticisms, but for the most part, it was doable. I didn't know that he didn't upgrade any of his skills until, like, the 10-hour mark, but anyways. Last thing I'll say about Synthetic Man is I will never be super critical of Mayo or Salt Factory or like Act Man or any of those people ever again. I'm still critical of them because just because I make this type of content, I have like an opinion about it. But yeah, I'm gonna start going easy on it from here on out. because I've found probably like somebody so much worse. Anyways, now that I've gotten that off my chest, there was one more thing. Synthman week without saying feminist and woke agenda challenge. Dude, I've literally been calling things leftist woke trash just throughout the week. I would never watch Synthetic Man again after EFAP. Yeah, see now we're on the same page, because now I know like how deep that goes. Because you kept telling me like, yeah, you know, they were saying all this during the EFAP. I was like, well, I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But now I know. And I'm with you. I can't on a good conscience watch a guy's content who outright says content on YouTube is disposable, so I don't need to try. And of course, he didn't say that in his Ragnarok video, but it's clear after seeing all the context, his video makes a lot of sense. He didn't care about the story. He only reviewed it so that he could give it a negative review and confirm a predetermined bias that games are going woke, and I'm so freaking sick of that word. But everything makes sense in context. And yeah, I'm with you. I don't think I'm gonna be watching any of his reviews. Not that I watched him before, but anyways, I'm hoping I get a chance to talk about. I'll just talk about it now. This is a bit of a out of left field. It's like not really related to anything. What I've been doing on my latest Ragnarok playthrough, I'm gonna try and talk about this in the video, is I turned off. I guess it is related to Synthetic Man. Playing through Ragnarok without actually wanting to engage with the story is miserable. Like, there really are so many sections of walking and talking that are very important to the story, but the whole purpose of me replaying the game for a third time is I want to test out gameplay mechanics. So these sections completely drag. The section of Atreus first arriving at Asgard, and you have to do the climb itself. He criticized the climb. The climb itself didn't bother me because you at least get to fight that wight, and you get a couple other combat encounters. The from the time you meet Heimdall, that whole cutscene, to the time you actually get to fight something, I swear I know it wasn't, but it felt like an hour. And something I've been doing that to try and help alleviate that is, instead of paying attention to the story for the third time, since I already pretty much know everything I'm going to say about it, and I'm figuring that out as I'm rewatching the footage and going through scripting it, even though I found more dialogue on this playthrough that I did try to record. But something I did is I have killed the dialogue audio, and I've brought down, like, seriously turned down the sound effects to where I'm only paying attention to the soundtrack and the gameplay right now. And it's really making me appreciate the soundtrack a lot more. I knew that the soundtrack was good, but whenever you can't really hear it over everything else that's going on, you can't really appreciate it, I don't think. And the way I've been describing it to people is that this feels like a playable version of Fantasia. If you've ever seen the Disney's Fantasia, where it's basically just, I'm sure everybody knows who it is, but I feel the need to explain it anyways. It's animations over music, and the music is the focus. That's really how it feels like, and I've gotten a lot of really epic moments out of it, where the moments are made better because of the music. The entire Ironwood section, which usually drags, the music in Jotunheim is so good that it actually made it more enjoyable. Especially, I got a serious appreciation for Gryla's boss theme. So, let me see. Because Gryla's boss fight, the last time I played it, was just frustrating because she kept killing me with like an AoE attack I couldn't really nail the dodge timing on. But just focusing on the music, I really, really like this boss theme. I'm trying to see if I can find the part I like. So, shit, I fucked it up. Go back. Damn it, it was just getting good. Where was I at? Come on, go back. Okay, I was trying to drag this over here. Like, you can't hear this over her, like, constantly quipping, basically. But it's a really good song. So basically, yeah, it's been, sorry to rip off the Band-Aid like that, but it's been really interesting going through that. I also found in others. I'm basically just showing these off because they're on my mind. Oh, yeah, it's the voodoo black magic black woman. It's like, yeah. It's funny because I made an argument in, about how, like, what Gryla's backstory is, why she's kind of the way she is. I went back and, like, I didn't do this on any of my other playthroughs because I kept forgetting. I meant to stop and just record the passive dialogue of what she's saying because I wanted to hear it. And it gives... all you have to do is really just stop and listen, which you wouldn't do in this scene because you can only move forward. It gives really good context as for why she kind of acts the way she does. So is this that part?
So many things I forgot.
Yeah, this is that part. Motherfucker! Hold on, I fucked it up again. Back up. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to grab the window at the very top, but since the window at the top is like solid black, it causes me to grab the video and switch clips instead. So.
No. But we can't hide forever. Go.
Just in case we get any more arguments about Gryla, I don't know, being stereotypical, I just feel the need to, like, so I don't have to show this later, basically. And to kind of follow up with an argument I made in the last stream for everybody who was there.
Grandmother?
I told you never to come back here.
That's right, look at me.
So many things I've forgotten, and you refuse to be one of them.
It doesn't have to be this way. If Ragnarok is coming, wouldn't you rather face it together?
What did destiny ever do for anybody? Was it your mom's destiny to go so young?
Gotta free that wolf.
Father's destiny to marry that absolute fool.
My mother...
Your mother and father broke my heart. Couldn't see it's not about destiny or prophecies or Ragnarok. It's about making it from one awful day to the next.
And that's worth it to you? Hiding in these woods, trying to forget how miserable you are?
You know what makes me miserable? That this cauldron's effects are only temporary.
Please, I'm trying to help you.
I don't want your help.
So anyway, yeah, it's basically that. Again, and like he said, like Synthetic Man's reaction to that was, oh, it's a voodoo black magic black woman. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing that confused me. This is voiced by the same woman who played Seer in Fallen Order. And like it caught me off guard because I was like, wow, she's really doing a good performance. Who is that? And I was like, holy shit, that's Deborah Wilson? And it really just confirms a point that I was going to make in my Fallen Order video that I didn't, which is that Deborah Wilson is not a bad actress. It's that she was cast in a very bland role. Totally Disney, like Kingdom Hearts level of dialogue. Yeah, exactly. So about the whole Giant Destiny thing, everything Gryla does is preordained. According to their belief, that, again, that's where it gets, that's where, like, you get a lot of different perspectives on destiny. The Norns themselves say your destiny is not preordained, it's just the sum of your actions. People don't change, so we are able to, through your actions, predict where you're gonna end up. If you can manage to really change yourself, which is proven throughout the game that it's not as easy as just I'm gonna make a different decision. You actually have to really really change into a different person. The Giants believed that destiny is preordained. There's no point in trying to go against it. Here's your destiny. Live out your life. And Gryla's whole issue is that her son was destined to die, and he didn't do anything to stop it. And so she's kind of like, she is going against that giant philosophy of like, no, you don't have to die just because you're destined to do so. But she is in a society that says yes, you do. And Angrboda kind of talks about that a little bit whenever she gives Atreus all the giant marbles, and he says like, just because you're not on my mural, basically after the halfway point of his mural, she just disappears. He said, just because you're not there doesn't mean your life has to end. She's like, no, I have plans for my life. It's just as far as the giants are concerned, my life is over. So again, it's a really, really interesting take on Destiny in a game, because, most of the time Destiny is just like the writers. It is the manifestation of the plot that the writers use as an excuse for the plot to happen. Ragnarok at least tries to talk about how would people react to knowing their destiny, and would they try to go against it, or would they, in the Giants' case, just accept it and say, well, that's my destiny, whether it's good or bad. And it is implied that some of the Giants did try to change their fate, because Atreus asked her, he's like, are you telling me that like nobody has ever changed their fate? And she's like, well, yeah, some details have been changed, but the end point has stayed the same, because those individual decisions aren't really what lead you to that destiny. It is who you are as a person. And that's why the whole theme of being better that Synthetic Man absolutely hated is really important, because if you can change who you are as a person and become a better person, then your destiny will change as well. So it's really, really interesting, and I think a reason that a lot of people don't, at least what I'm assuming based on all the videos about how much of a mess Ragnarok's story is, I think it's because Ragnarok is not a traditional video game story. With as many negative connotations as this has, it really is more like a film or a book story, in that you really have to pay attention to the expressions characters make, how they react to situations, their body language, and the visual aspect of the story, as opposed to just what you're told. And a lot of people who are against the games are turning into movies kind of idea are obviously going to reject that, because it is an interactive movie story. It's the style that they're going for. So even though, like I said, that has a lot of negative connotations, you can't really say it's anything else. It's really, really good for a game, though. So is the destiny only the endpoint? If not, that seems easy to change. Yeah, I think that they kind of plot out your entire life based on the mural. I can pull up Atreus's, so I can kind of show you what I'm talking about. So it's pretty early into the Ironwood section. Let's see. Where's the part where it's like all zoomed in on it? I guess this is an okay clip. You can kind of see that there is, like, his entire life is kind of plotted out. You have the scene where Atreus and Angrboda create the... I actually caught this on my most recent playthrough. This is most likely supposed to be whenever they put Jormungandr's soul into the serpent at Gryla's, and it turns into the world serpents. That was an action that both of them did, so they're both depicted here. There is a scene, I think that's supposed to be Freyr and Atreus, probably where Atreus is freeing Freyr. I'm not really sure. I just remember he doesn't recognize who it is. And then, let me mute the audio so I can talk over it. And then there is the scene where essentially Thor kills Kratos and Atreus does something, probably whispering away his soul, essentially, is what this looks like, since he learns that with Angrboda. And then after he starts to, because he really starts having a panic attack in this scene, and then you see that Atreus works with Odin. But it's not clear what the order of these events are. Is it that Thor kills Kratos and then Atreus serves Odin to stay alive? Or the events of the story are that Atreus starts serving Odin to prevent Kratos from dying, and Thor and Kratos don't fight again until the end. So it's intentionally vague, and I think that's why even Mimir has a line where they're like, okay, it's for trying to the moon. The Asgardians pull a Despicable Me and they steal the moon from Vanaheim, and you have to put it back in the sky, essentially. And and they saw that in Skull and Hadi's shrine in the beginning of the game, and Atreus is like, okay, we know they have the moon, we know we have to put it back, but we don't know where to go. And Mimir's like, yeah, that's the problem of using prophecy as a guide. It's a little sparse on the details. So it's supposed to be like intentionally vague. So, I wonder how many other negative reviews are going to go anywhere near as deep about any of that. So, God of War Ragnarok is like Nolan in the sense that where it's hard to make sense out of it. Yeah, I don't get the reference, but I see what you mean, and I think that's the point. Is that you can't if your destiny was easy to predict, you would just have to change those few decisions. But I think it comes down to like whenever the Norns tell Kratos you're going to kill Heimdall, and Kratos is like decides to change his mind. He's already made Draupnir. He's like, no, I don't think I'm gonna kill him, and then he ends up just bumping into Heimdall and Vanaheim. It's kind of like that. It's like Kratos does not try to kill Heimdall, but he kills him nonetheless. Christopher Nolan, the director of Inception. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I can see that. Real quick, so before we get into the videos itself, I have to go run and use the restroom. So it'll be about, let me get this pulled up in VLC. We're gonna do Out of Nickels, God of War Ragnarok, a critical analysis. But first things first, I will be right back. If you want to talk shit about me, now is the perfect time to do it. So, 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So everyone just believes the Norns. They kind of rejected it first, I feel like. Kratos doesn't believe in fate because, God of War 2, he literally killed fate. So, It does explain whenever Atreus asks him at one point. He's like, if you don't believe in fate and prophecy, what was like? Why did you listen to the Norns? And he basically said, well, you're my son. I'm not taking any chances. So, there's a moment where about halfway through the game, Freya is talking to Kratos, and she's trying to cope by saying like, oh, surely we can change our fate now because we have changed as people. Not really understanding that changing those individual decisions does not mean you've changed as a person. So she said, and her cope is that basically, well, Kratos, you decided you're not going to kill Heimdall, so surely, the prophecy can't come true because you're not going to do it, and that's why I said it's cope. And it's not until Kratos tries to spare Heimdall, and Heimdall doesn't give him a choice. But at the same time, there's that moment where like Kratos still goes full like Greek god of war on him and kind of enjoys killing him in the moment that he does it. So yeah, it's very loose basically. I think that's one of the reasons why it's acceptable is it's like prophecy is never used as a point to like sure you can say some events of the story happen because they're prophesied, but there's active commentary on the fact that it was prophesied. And they're discussing it whenever they go to put the moon back in the sky. Atreus tells Kratos, if we do this, we're fulfilling the prophecy. I don't want to do this. And Kratos basically says, well, do it anyway because it's the right thing to do and you kind of have to. So, it really toys with the idea of prophecy as how would these people feel about it? So, spoilers, the only reason that Kratos is able to survive at the end of the game is because he made the decision, a very specific decision not to sacrifice innocent people during Ragnarok. And, basically, by not... It's hard to say exactly how events would have played out if they didn't do that, but I'm going to say that had they decided let's just kill these people, Atreus would have been confronted by Thrud at the end. Sif would not have stopped Thrud from trying to kill Atreus. Kratos probably would have ended up killing or at least hurting Thrud, which would have really pissed off Thor and probably given Thor an edge in the fight to kill Kratos. That is all speculation because there's no in-game evidence for what or how those events would have played out. That's just kind of what I'm assuming might have happened, because the only reason that Thrud doesn't try to kill Atreus in the scene that she confronts him is specifically because Atreus said Odin is trying to sacrifice the Midgardians and we're trying to help them. And then Sif comes out to confirm, like, yeah, for real, he is trying to do this. And then Sif manipulates Thrud into fighting against Odin. So, that's why I say everything is, like, really loose, because it's, like, outside of what actually happens in the story, it's hard to say exactly what would have happened had those things not happened. If that at all makes any sense. But anyways, enough of this prophecy nonsense. We're here to talk about why God of War is leftist woke trash. So, one more time. Dude's name is Out of Nichols. First ever video by the looks of it. And he is here to do a critical analysis of God of War. So let's I promise I don't mean this to be mean-spirited, but let's play a game and try to find out what his what content creators he watches and what style inspires him to do this video, just because I think it would be fun. All right. Oh, that's right. Sped it up. That's why.
God of War Ragnarok is a beautiful and magical follow-up to God of War 2018, a game that received near universal praise and was one of my personal favorite games of all time. Ragnarok has jaw-dropping visuals, improved combat, and fantastically develops the relationship between the two main characters that we grew to love in the prior game. But the overwhelming feeling left behind after I finished it is one of disappointment.
This is the God of War.
The game is not bad by any stretch, but I felt frustrated for much of it as well, and I think there's a lot that can be learned by looking deeper at this game's successes and failures. Because the game is great, but it could be better. Before I get into the details, I want to warn you that I will be discussing full spoilers and story details here, including...
Do you guys think this is too fast? Because I'm following just fine, but I just want to make sure that it's comfortable for everybody else. Because this is a lot faster than like speeding up Synthetic Man's video. Like what's the regular speed? I wish I could just bump it up to like 1.25 times.
Aspects from every part of the game. So if you haven't finished it, go do that. Seriously, there really is a lot to love here, and I would hate to rob you of that experience. And also, for anyone curious, I played on PlayStation 5. My initial playthrough was on the default difficulty, though I've since finished playthroughs on the harder difficulties.
Okay. It's fine. All right, just making sure. He doesn't talk as slow as like I could watch his video at regular speed and feel fine. Some content creators I absolutely have to like boost the speed. Like Luke Stevens, for example.
Referring to the 2018 God of War when I say that title, unless I specifically note that I mean the original PS2 game. So now, without any further delay, let's dive in. I think it makes the most sense to start with a comparison to the previous game. The 2018 God of War brought me to tears on several occasions and is a game that has stuck in my mind ever since. It was a drastic reinvention of the franchise and somehow managed to create a believable new storyline while also keeping true to its history. It changed everything for God of War, and despite not being perfect, it was an exceptional first attempt at such a different style. Despite taking nearly as long to make as the original, Ragnarok feels distinctly rushed in comparison. Now, some of those years were during COVID, so it's not the most fair comparison to make, but inevitably that factors into the expectations for a sequel. The longer you wait for something, the greater the expectations. Doubly so, as this is a AAA tentpole release in a post-COVID world where big releases are fewer and farther between than ever.
I think it's also to interrupt him real quick. It's also important to note that Christopher Judge did have a couple surgeries during Ragnarok's development, and I think he was out for like 6 months. So I'm pretty sure he had like a hip replacement and a knee replacement or something like he had some serious surgeries. That's also why I don't think that he could play Kratos in the upcoming God of War TV series, which I will not be watching because I don't like video game adaptations into TV and film. I don't want to shame, but like, how can you tear up to a game? I'm not going to lie and say that I don't get choked up at times, but I have noticed that I don't get emotionally attached to most things. Music hits me really hard, so if a scene has like a really, really good track playing, or the acting is just top tier, then it can hit me too. For the most part, I don't get emotionally invested in most things, but I think I'm so invested in the God of War series as a whole that it kind of hits me, so I'm not going to shame him. I'm a bitch too. I was watching the freaking I really am a bitch because I was watching the new Puss in Boots movie last night, and I like that shit started getting me choked up. I was like, I am such a pussy. It's not even funny. I don't even have an excuse for that one. Like, yeah, the music was good, but I'm not even gonna cope. I think just the older I get, the more emotional these things make me. There are a few, but the music plus themes can hit hard when well done. Oh yeah, absolutely. And I know that music mostly does it because I feel the most emotional reaction from music. But I think sappy stuff just hits me really hard too. I don't know why. I'm not ashamed of it, but I do gotta admit, it's like this is not a quality that I want. You haven't watched Manchester by the Sea, but the new installment of Shrek Animated Universe, you did. I mean, I heard. Okay, I will tell you why. I was already interested in the movie because I was like, oh, this just looks good, and I watched the last Puss in Boots movie like years ago, and I liked it. I saw a Metal Gear Rising meme where like the final fight in the actual final fight in the movie, they put The Only Thing I Know for Real over it, and I don't know why Revengeance memes just make me do stuff. I played Revengeance because of the memes. I'd already known that I knew about the memes like well before they were like as popular as they are now, but I don't know why. That's what pushed me to pay $25 to rent it and watch it with my parents last night. Is I was like, I just have to see this. I also think this is not about God of War, by the way. I'm getting so sidetracked, but I think the animation style was really interesting because they go between a traditional like I know they don't do 60 FPS in animations. They do 20 or 20, I think. They go between like a traditional film animation movie FPS, and then they will do more Spider-Man or Into the Spider-Verse style, half comic book, half animation style. And I was talking about it last night with my parents. I was like, I think not only is that a really creative, like, artistic direction to go with, but I think it probably saved them a lot of time and money by not having to fully frame out each of these fight scenes. So, it was a good movie. And yeah, I haven't seen Manchester by the Sea, but I have watched the new Puss in Boots movie, and I'm not ashamed of it. There's nothing wrong with men being little bitches, as long as you're not Synthetic Man, who just hates fun. Anyways, back to what he was actually saying. I just wanted to point out that Christopher Judge did have those surgeries, and that did delay the game further. I also don't agree... shit, I'm talking again. I don't agree that the game feels super rushed, but knowing what I know about the game's mechanics and how janky they feel, I'm willing to forgive him for feeling that way, because it really does. Again, what did I call it? I used a very specific verbiage when describing the gameplay. It's the spoiler section of combat. It's an iceberg meme of jank. That's what I called it. For those of you guys who don't know, which I feel like most of you should. Let me just... I'm just trying to open an image. This is what I mean when I say an iceberg meme. You know, it's like you got the tier up here, the tier down here, and then it gets deeper. The jank starts at the surface level and then just gets deeper and deeper and deeper. It's absurd. But, just to visualize what I'm talking about. So, yeah, I can see him looking at that and say feels a bit rushed, but it's a lot deeper than that. He's scratched about the surface of the iceberg, I think.
I heard before.
I've been waiting my whole life for this moment.
All of this is to say that Ragnarok had demonstrably high expectations to meet. But this was earned. Sony Santa Monica crafted such a compelling game that inspired total faith
Hey, what's up, Drax?
that the sequel knew where it was going, and they would be up to the challenge. I can't say the same about Ragnarok.
You have broken my trust.
God of War was beloved by many, but it was not without its critiques, one of the main ones being the lack of spectacle and scale it would become accustomed to from the series. For all it does right, 2018's game only has 3 Aesir gods that you actually fight, and then a dragon, and then an undead giant that adds to the cinematic flair of the final fight. For a follow-up to God of War 3, this disappointed many, as that game handles scope and scale in boss fights like no other. The sheer magnitude of fighting the Titans is staggering. Climbing Gaia and fighting Poseidon or battling all up, down, and inside Kronos were incredible moments. God of War scaled that back with the promise that in the sequel, it'd deliver on the excitement that we were all imagining in our heads. For all the criticism God of War had received about its lack of spectacle, it was understandable because they had to entirely reinvent the franchise, from the gameplay to the narrative and everything in between. Ragnarok makes no such leaps and yet has demonstrably less scale in it. There are once again 3 new Aesir gods to fight, and some larger creatures like Garm, Nidhogg, and a series of repeated dragon fights. But all of these take place in small, enclosed arenas that feel indistinguishable from most other fighting arenas. Nothing resembling the multi-tiered fights of older God of War games, much less the giant or dragon of the previous game.
What, that's not good enough for you?
But before I go any further,
I don't really agree with that, because the dragon fight also took place in a pretty small arena. The only difference was the backdrop, and the backdrop was in the mountains. I mean, I guess you start out in that section in the mountains before you get pulled out, and then you have to go through like riding the dragon into. But the main dragon arena is also pretty small. And what was that other one he said? He said the dragon and
other fighting arenas. Nothing resembling the multi-tiered fights of older God of War games, much less the giant or dragon of the previous game.
The giant or the dragon of the previous game. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Thalmor's corpse was cool, but I guess that would be the best example. But at the same time, if you think of Thalmor's corpse as a series of smaller arenas that are just tied together on a larger giant, it's a different perspective because there's like the linearity perspective. I don't see that being very different than fighting Thor in the various different parts of Tyr's temple in the beginning of the game. It feels about the same to me. The Nidhogg fight, again, you do go between 2 different arenas, but they're still pretty small. The Garm fight, I think, has the biggest arena out of all of them, unless he points that out when we get there, because of course I haven't gotten there yet. But yeah, the Garm fight probably does have the biggest arena, and there's a dragon fight that you have to actually like climb up to. I'm not gonna say a peak, but you do have to climb up to its perch to fight it. That one's pretty cool. That's not really a mainline boss though, so I'm not gonna count that. What else? I don't know. I felt like they were about on the same level. I felt like the Ragnarok had more visual spectacle, and I don't know. The way I put it is that a lot of the bosses in this game feel like apologies for the previous game. The Nithog fight feels like an apology for how basic the dragon fight was. The Garm fight feels like an apology for fighting the troll in Helheim. Here's your actual big ass boss that you wanted last time. Sorry about that. So I don't know. I don't really agree with this. I'm not gonna say that he's wrong because, of course, I'm not visualizing it how he's visualizing it, and he did play through God of War 2018 more recently than I did. I other than a little bit of playtesting, I haven't done anything with it. I just don't entirely agree.
What, that's not good enough for you?
Before I go any further, I want to address a critique I think some might levy at this. Kratos is not the god he used to be. A large theme of the game is him finally escaping his murderous tendencies and actively not killing unless he has to do so. This naturally lends itself to fewer spectacle moments and fights. But while that's true, games have used the concept of non-lethal fighting for ages, and Ragnarok itself even uses that when you fight Garm, have a short Uncharted-style escape sequence, and then still manage to capture and tame him. There are plenty of ways to deliver on the massive scope and spectacle while staying true to Kratos' character arc. The game chooses not to do so, instead confining Kratos and company to these small arenas where you patiently wait for the enemy to get close enough to whack it before it runs away again and you repeat. The game opens with an encounter with Thor that plays very much like the Baldur fight from the first game. You fight and fly cinematically across 3 different arenas, each with different obstacles littering the battlefield. It's a fantastic opener, and possibly even better than the Baldur sequence. It almost feels designed by a different team than the rest of the game. The next set-piece fight occurs many hours later when visiting Jotunheim, where you fight Angerboda's grandmother, in a fight that is mechanically more interesting than most, but also feels somewhat insignificant. You're actually fighting her cauldron, and once you leave, she's not seen or referenced again. But the fight
Not especially true. She is referenced by Angerboda if you visit Jotunheim at the end of the game. It's basically a secret in the post game that you can unlock the rest of the realms. You can go to Freya's old home in Midgard. That opens up. You can go back to Jotunheim, and Kratos and Angerboda can talk a little bit, and she'll say. Did I record it on my second playthrough? I'm sure I did, and I'm not doing this to like counter his point. I legitimately don't remember how she puts it. Post game. Let's start with this one and see when. I think Jotunheim was like one of the first places I explored in the post game. It's basically implied that like her doing what she did and like fighting Gryla to get rid of the cauldron actually did have an impact on her for the better. This guy sounds so chill. Yeah, he does. Like I said, and I forgot to I'm not going to put my pinned message up this time, but it's like, again, I'm not doing this to like pick apart his arguments. I'm just, I guess I'm just picking apart his arguments. I'm not doing it to be an asshole, but I'm watching the I'm watching the dialogue to see when she says it. Let's see. Okay, that wasn't it. I think it's one of the optional observations Kratos can make. You can also pet the dog. Let me see. Let me go back a little. It's whenever Kratos asks her if she lives here alone. That's what I remember. And I can only skip in 30-second intervals. Ah, here it is. Here it is. And again, I'm not gonna fault him for missing this, but
In Jotunheim.
No, actually. My grandmother, Gryla. She's, not really one for visitors, but she's still here. She's helping me forage at the moment.
After all you've done, lass, she must be so proud to have a granddaughter such as yourself.
She might be. Someday. I don't know quite yet, but I think it's a start.
okay. So she is referenced. There is a little bit of closure for that plot point, and it is implied that by destroying the cauldron and getting rid of you basically destroy Gryla's Steam Index, and she has to go back to living with reality, and I'm going to speculate that it gives her a moment to actually get some closure for her problems, and that kind of helps her start to move on from everything. And then again, like she says, it's like we're still on shaky terms, but she's helping me, and it's a start. So just want to point that out. Took way too long to do it though. Sorry.
Itself is solid, and you have different levels of verticality to move between and some interactable candles to stun the boss. It feels small considering the size of the giant from the previous game, but it's explained well. Then we have Nidhogg, who, despite being able to open portals across all realms, you fight in a small stationary circle. Garm, who you fight in a larger circle, has a much less interesting mechanical fight comprised mostly of waiting for his chain to land, freezing it, slapping him till he runs away, and then repeating. It's extended by a short cinematic chase sequence before you fight him again, this time more resembling a boss fight from a platformer where you have to detonate his glowing parts with the spear and make him fall down now. You technically do move across the realm, but I'd be hard-pressed to tell you what the difference between those two arenas looks like. After that, you hunt down Heimdall in a fight that is narratively satisfying but mechanically confused, and then you have the final showdown with
Mechanically confused? I'm interested to see why he thinks that.
Thor and Odin. I'll delve more into these later, but for now I want to focus on how none of these fights feel all that spectacular. Each one is in an enclosed arena that magically forms when it's boss fight time, and aside from the opening with Thor, lacks any of the scale that was so prevalent in God of War 3 or even 2018. Nothing elucidates this feeling more than Ragnarok, the event, not the game or the creature. The game spends its entire length building up to Ragnarok, this end of everything, existential fight between the armies of every realm that will decide the fate of all existence. It's literally the title of the game. But the actual battle feels small and inconsequential. It's you, your 5 friends, and a few skirmishes of the fodder enemies you've been fighting against the Asgardian fodder enemies you've been fighting the whole time, plus the few Asgardian gods the game portrays, and even then, one you killed in a random encounter earlier, one isn't present until the final moment, and one is flying around barely recognizable in the skybox. Ragnarok is a series of the same basic monster closet fights you've been rushing through all game, all while stuffed into these trenches so you can barely even see what's going on around you. This all culminates with a fight against Thor in which you fight in the same circle arena you fight everything in, and then you do the same thing against Odin, except now with the same mechanic from Gryla where you have to change platforms now and again. These final fights feel so uninspiring and simple that I finished them and could only think, that's it?
You should be better than this!
We didn't even have a single set-piece moment of flying around Asgard punching Thor, or teleporting across realms beating down Odin. Everything happens in these tiny arenas that feel indistinguishable from any other boss arena, even the minor ones. And this is the climax of the game, the titular moment that we spent years building up to. 2018's game ends with a multi-tiered fight against Baldur where you start by fighting him on the ground, then Freya awakens a massive giant, and you spend the next 20 minutes fighting across several more different arenas while scaling the giant and flying through the air before finally culminating with a very intense and personal showdown with the primary antagonist. The sequel had 4 more years to deliver on the massive spectacle that we missed so much in 2018, and what we got could have happened in a Muspelheim arena.
I am profoundly unimpressed.
I want to clarify that the fights weren't bad, per se. They were fun engagements on their own, they were just disappointing. Monotonous and uneventful when the primary chip on the shoulder of the devs was presumably this exact thing.
So one thing I'm thinking about as he's saying this is, yeah, 2018 did have more spectacle, but I'm wondering how much that cost as far as dev time, where, if you remember during the last stream, I played that scene with Cory Barlog, or that interview with Cory Barlog, where where the guy was making all the actual interviewer was making all the noise, where he said they had to cut out an entire level and rearrange a few others during the section where Atreus goes quote unquote jerk mode. I'm wondering if by having less spectacle, if that allowed them to dedicate that dev time, those resources to other areas and make the game overall a little more even. I would say that's worth it, especially since, I don't know, the guy was like every single time he said something. It's annoying. But this isn't really a counter to his argument, but I'm just thinking it's like, okay, 2018 had more spectacle, but it was so much more rushed in other areas. Ragnarok has, in my opinion, I think the spectacle is really cool. But maybe I'm just conditioned. I haven't played the previous games recently, so I'm just kind of conditioned to, I guess, Ragnarok how it is. Especially coming from Fallen Order, where the biggest thing you fight is a giant bat. But I'm wondering if they just decided that it wasn't worth putting in the effort for a super, super giant boss fight that they couldn't fit into the story, and it allowed them to go and fuck up the stagger system. But that's kind of what I'm thinking about as he's saying this. I'm not going to use that as an argument against his point, because that's kind of, I don't have any, I haven't found any sources where they're saying making the Thalmor section consumed all their resources and they couldn't make anything else. Until I find a source that says that, I'm not going to use it as an argument. I'm just thinking.
God of War was wildly criticized for its lack of unique and spectacular boss fights and set-piece moments. But this was presumably item number 1 on Sony Santa Monica's whiteboard for what to focus on in the sequel. And this is all we got?
Don't be sorry, Father. Be better.
Also, real quick, just a thing about me. I think the whole using in-game clips to squeeze between my arguments is obviously it's it's personal preference. I hate it. Anytime I see it in a video, it's the one thing that'll make me start reaching for my phone to like hit the skip button, just because it interrupts the flow of what they're talking about, and I just really don't like it. That's why I don't use it in my content.
The scale of Ragnarok feels so small, and I do mean the game now, not the event. We finally get to visit all 9 realms after being locked to just a few in the first game, but what we got was a glorified hallway, a combat arena with a glorified hallway, a circular hallway, an Atreus exclusive hallway, 2 story-locked hallways with a village, and 4 realms with reasonably sized areas. We barely get to see any of the realms even when we do get some exploration areas, and even what we do see feels so tiny. People criticize games like Skyrim for having cities that are really 10 houses in a circle, but they feel somewhat more lived in and real because the NPCs all have their own schedules and lives. Other games like The Witcher 3 show you much more believable cities in size, but limit your interaction with much of it, but it provides the feeling of a larger world beyond just the character you control. Ragnarok only has a dozen or so characters across the entire universe of all of Norse mythology. We get 2 small peeks at normal civilization, and the dwarves all immediately retreat into their houses, leaving the zone feeling lifeless and empty, while the fabled kingdom of Asgard is a 5-minute walk in size and is mostly populated by undead Einherjar to form Odin's army. Where are the normal civilians, the carpenters, tailors, butchers, artists, and so on? Every character we see outside in Asgard is either a Valkyrie or an undead Einherjar. Characters make reference to the halls of Asgard, but when we see it, there's only one hall. There's a hallway and a dining hall smaller than a Marriott Hotel's continental breakfast room. There are a few rooms where Thor, Thrud, and Loki sleep, and 2 more rooms for Seti and Heimdall, and then Odin's study, and a couple more doors on the top floor. And that's it. There's not even space for any other gods, which I guess makes it easier to sell the illusion that Asgard is really just the 3 gods still there, but come on. Even the halls of Asgard have just as many Einherjar as people, and the tavern is exclusively Thor and Einherjar. And on the side of our heroes, we have only a handful of people, so much so that they even make an offhand joke about it.
I feel like this is a weird thing to criticize Ragnarok for when 2018 had like no NPCs. Obviously there were. Okay, first of all, it's a really stupid thing to say because NPC does not just mean characters you can talk to, but in the context of what he's talking about, I hope you guys know what I mean. 2018 didn't even have that much wildlife you could find compared to Ragnarok. Ragnarok has in all the areas. I mean. I noticed while in Muspelheim last night, they have crabs that have molten, like actual hardened lava rock shells. There's like these little things that look like wretches that are running around. They're basically like fire squirrels. In Vanaheim, you can find these like little turtles with like little tree what are they called? Saplings on their back that are smaller versions of Freya's house. And you can, I would see like deer. I saw a deer running off in one of Atreus' missions that you then find. It's probably the same one. You find it dead, killed by like a Draugr a little later. It happens a little fast if it's the same one. But point being, yeah, there's not a lot of civilian NPCs running around. But I mean, they really, really stepped up the amount of wildlife you can run into. That makes it feel a lot more believable as opposed to. I mean, 2018 is just completely empty. So, I'm hoping he at least acknowledges. I lost myself when he dissed on Marriott hotels. Hey man, those continental breakfasts, that's where I get my Belgian waffles. I actually stay at Hilton and Marriott's specifically for the continental breakfast whenever I travel. But yeah, I'm hoping he at least points out that yes, there's like so much more wildlife to be found because it really makes the world feel a lot more dynamic. The only place I would say it feels strange you don't find a lot of human NPCs because we can't explore a lot of Asgard. Like we see all the civilians around. You basically get the Great Hall, and then you get a brief sequence where you and Thrud go to that bar. So we really don't get to see a lot of Asgard, so it didn't really break, I guess, my immersion, so to speak, that there weren't a lot of human NPCs to talk to. Whereas I really started to appreciate just the sheer number of just ambient wildlife you can find. I think I found a monkey in Alfheim one time or something like that. I found it somewhere. It was either in Vanaheim or Alfheim, but they really stepped up that section. So let's see if he mentions that.
What, you 5? Against Odin's army?
Well, 6 if you count the dog.
Twice.
And then we continue the fight.
The 4 of us?
5, counting the dog.
And even those people are largely irrelevant and unused. And we're supposed to believe this is Ragnarok, the battle for the fate of everything. Even old Jormungandr can't be bothered to show up to the fight, so we just get the young new one who gets sent back in time. Even recruiting an army falls flat. The side characters go off and do all of it while you
Well, at least he understood that it is the young Jormungandr who shows up.
have a short conversation with Searcher, where he changes his mind from no to yes in a single conversation after seeing your very hot swords. It all feels so rushed, as though they didn't have...
Well, okay, there was an entire quest in, he may talk about this whenever we get there. Keep in mind, first of all, this is arguably this guy's first video, unless he had other videos that he deleted or unlisted or something. So from the context of this is this guy's first analysis, he's doing a lot better job than I did with my Last of Us 2 video. I just want to point that out. But there was an entire quest. Of course, when did this come out? 1 month ago. So let me find the exact date. December 8th. When was the cut content video? The cut content video about December 14th. Okay. I'm not gonna fault him for this then, because I did not know until I saw this video. His video came out prior to the Omega Fantasy video that goes into the cut quest with Surtur and Samara. So I won't use that as an argument against him, because that wouldn't be fair, because I didn't hear about it until this. But I think that is something important to note that he couldn't have known at this point, is there was an entire quest with there's an entire quest with Surtur and Samara that was cut, and he changes his mind to become Ragnarok. This I can fault him for, specifically because Samara will not be sacrificed. So he's the one who makes the argument. He's like, because Surtur doesn't really have anything to live for himself, so to speak. His main concern is that Sinmara is safe. Kind of like how Kratos' main concern is that Atreus and at one point Faye are safe. So he's the one who's like, wait a minute. He's like, we can use these, and you can use only me to for Ragnarok. And I think another argument that isn't really hinted in game, but you can kind of intuit it, is that he may have been thinking like, well, if I don't do it, they may go try to get Sinmara to do it. So it was an easy solution to spare her, which is why I think that it's kind of unfair to say like he changes his mind so quickly, because we didn't really convince him. Like he kind of just said, okay, yeah, I'll do it, but I just don't want her involved. His video is not as funny as your Last of Us video, so no. Man, ironically, one of my favorite bits out of any of my videos is the play of the game for when Manny dies. I always describe it as Manny getting clapped, because he does. That took, I mean, for the level of editing skill I had at that time, that took so much work, and it was honestly so worth it. I think that's like of any of the freaking memes I've done in my video, in any of my videos, that's my favorite one. But anyway, let's see what he says.
Time to make a storyline where you do anything that would merit the realms teaming up to help you, so they hand wave it away. If this were Mass Effect or The Witcher, you would be seeing the cool friends you met along the way in the past games. But Kratos and company didn't meet anyone, so they had to set it up in this game, but couldn't fit it in.
That is true, but also not. Because, obviously I'm going to assume he is not just, waving away Brock and Sindri like that, because those were some of the two of the people that he did meet, and of course Freya comes back. But as far as, like, the fight against Asgard for Ragnarok, it's also like, I mean, The Witcher and Mass Effect are like RPG trilogies. So I think I understand why he's using them as a comparison, but it's also a bit of an unfair one. Especially considering that in Mass Effect, if one of the story NPCs dies, they just replace him with a nobody. Well, I say nobody. Apparently the one who replaces Mordin is actually a really interesting character, but I have never killed Mordin or played Mass Effect 3 with him dead, so I can't say.
Brock's funeral is attended by all 4 of the named dwarves in existence, including both of the 2 named characters in the entire Dwarven realm. Even calling Rabe a named character feels generous.
We're still your favorite dwarves, right?
Hey, Rabe is voiced by the composer of the game, man. Don't disrespect. Granted, it's also like there's that whole thing about Brock and Sindri being basically excommunicated, so to speak. They're like outcast from society because Sindri brought Brock back to life, and the other dwarves didn't agree with it. So yeah, Lunda attends because she's like one of their only other friends. Durlin attends because Okay, fair. I don't know why Durlin's there. He is just one of the other named dwarves. Rabe attends because he knew Brock. Then again, I think it's implied that they all knew Brock, because you have that conversation whenever you go to start the funeral. They have that conversation when you arrive about like telling stories about him. Where's that scene at? Already loading my footage.
But now I wish I could remember some of them.
The paperwork that man created for me. I had to build a chest just for his violations. A big one.
I taught him 20 different ways to cold forge a bolster. Once, he taught me a slightly easier method of wire pulling, and from that day on called me his apprentice.
A true asshole he was. Gods, I'm gonna miss him.
Hi.
So it is at least like implied that they knew him. Not to mention, it's like, can you really say that Brock had a lot of friends? I think Kratos, Lunda arguably is Brock's biggest friend, but I think Kratos is, as far as I'm concerned, his biggest friend. Or I guess it's more fair to say that Brock is Kratos's one of his biggest friends, which is really surprising, seeing their development. Which is really what makes that entire funeral scene have weight, is Kratos giving his speech where he said like there are so few people that I can call my friend, and I'm glad that you're one of them. Like the death really hits him really hard. So
You're still the only dwarves we know.
I'll take it.
When Kratos blows Gjallarhorn to summon the armies, no one comes through the portals. Imagine the Avengers Endgame scene where everyone marches through the portals, except there's just no one there. Why does the whole world feel so empty?
well, that's because we're in Midgard. They do come through the portals. They just go through the portal at Tyr's temple in their... I mean, unless the implication is that Gjallarhorn actually makes Tyr's temple appear in, like, non-linear space or something. But even then, you see him coming out of the towers, like... Because every realm has a Tyr's temple. So, I mean, maybe that is the implication. I just misunderstood that, but I didn't really see that as an issue. I don't really want 5,000 elves, like, flooding the room while Kratos is giving his speech. Then again, he blows the horn after the fact, but, yeah, I feel like that would kind of... I mean, I guess it could have been cool, but I just inherently understood this as we're in Midgard, the elves are in Alfheim, the, armies of hell are in Helheim, because in reality, those are the only two armies. Like, Vanaheim doesn't have an army. Svartalfheim just decides to no-call, no-show that day. And Jotunheim has Angerboda and Fenrir and Jormungandr. That's about it. So that was something that they really talked about on EFAP when Synthetic Man criticized this scene, is they were like, they make it some of them, I mean, the idea of like gathering all the armies of 8 of the 9 realms to fight with you doesn't, I mean, it sounds more grandiose in theory, but in reality we have like 2 armies and a ragtag gang of Vanaheim guys, because Freya even says when you visit Vanaheim, she is like, if anybody is alive right now, then they're hiding and they've covered their tracks with magic. We can't find them. So, come on, man. This is supposed to be the positive video. This is supposed to be the one that I just let play because I agree with everything you're saying.
It's like Ragnarok already happened and we just missed it. The game is oozing production value and big budget, and you can tell they really poured their hearts out to make sure nothing in the game was terrible, but a lot of it ends up feeling disappointing. I should note that many of the environments are gorgeous and a real treat to look at. Everywhere from the mists of Niflheim to the jungles of Vanaheim and my personal favorite, the Spark of the World. There's an extreme level of detail and creativity for which I want to praise Sony Santa Monica. These might be some of the most beautiful levels I have ever explored in a game, especially with all the bugs, bats, and other wildlife that's constantly roaming about outside the playable area.
Okay, cool. He did mention it.
Which brings me to my next point, exploration. Dawn is the Lake of Nine from the first game, at least as we knew it, and instead we have a few disjointed sections across the different realms. While I loved exploring the lake and lowering the water level to reveal more areas in the first game, Ragnarok employs a similar idea here, but less connected. There are 4 or 5 more minor open sections depending on how you want to count it, and each feels a bit bland. The dungeons themselves are all very separate, stuffed into the same holding space of an open area with a sled or a boat. The boat sections are bare bones, mostly filling time for characters to tell stories, which strikes me as backwards from the previous game, where...
That's like literally how it worked. In the previous... Oh, well, let me finish this sentence. 1 second.
The stories were used to fill the time it takes to travel across the wide open lake. Those sections are bare bones, mostly filling time for characters to tell stories, which strikes me as backwards from the previous game, where the stories were used to fill the time it takes to travel across the wide open lake. This becomes painfully obvious
Okay, from that perspective, I agree, but I don't see it that way. I don't think boating around Vanaheim or like the Delta Lake in Vanaheim or in Svartalfheim, I don't see that as being big for the sake of the stories. I see it the same way. The stories are there to fill the time with you going through these areas. I also don't think Alfheim is bland. I think learning that Alfheim is actually a desert, which I did not know. I don't know if it's mentioned. I don't think it's mentioned in the previous game. I think it's really interesting, and your whole first trip to Alfheim's desert, the Barrens, before you actually get around to stopping the sandstorm through a side quest. You're basically going through a sandstorm. Visibility is low. You can't actually do much of the exploration. There's a couple combat encounters like in caves that you can find because Mimir says, "Hey, let's find a cave and get our bearings," which I completely ignored on my third playthrough because I knew where to go. But I thought it was interesting. And even the stupid excuse for why you have like the Gulan pulling the sled. Gulan are like Vanaheim wolves. The stupid excuse they have of like Freyr brought them there when he was in Alfheim and he was trying to teach them how to like plow the fields and stuff like that because he's the god of the harvest. I even accepted that, like, even though it's obviously just because you can point out that something is obviously an excuse for something gameplay to exist, but they give it validation within the game, so I can accept it. And I think that's one thing that I really appreciate about it, is that nothing feels like things happen for the sake of not happening. Why is all your magic from the previous game gone? Why is your gear reduced back to base stats? Well, Kratos will tell Brock and Sindri that he lost all their armor, quote unquote, by using it, and they're like, dude, like, what the hell? It took us so long to make that for you. There's that line about Fimbulwinter sapping magic out of everything, and then there's a line Freya has about how the magic is forming into the phantoms that you fight. And so it's like they take these glorified excuses for why things happen and they try to tie it into the world, which is about the best you could ask for in a game. Especially when something is obviously an excuse like that, but they still went the extra mile to make it feel special.
First time you start rowing to an area and no conversation starts. You have to endure the boring silence as you slowly navigate towards your destination and realize how long and monotonous these sections really are. The sled zones are different only in that there are a bit more random singular items on the ground and it's a bit quicker to traverse, but otherwise functionally the same. Each mini-dungeon is simple enough, usually containing a handful of combat encounters and a puzzle or two. Some are larger than others, but every single one is strikingly linear. Each path has one very clear way forward and then maybe a side section with a chest here or there. The levels often have loops back, but they're never very impressive, serving more to let you get back up quickly than to provide any actual interconnectivity.
It's not like you're able to open other doors around here.
God of War was not too different, but it didn't stand out to me as much as it did here. Almost every area you traverse is a very clear straight line path that is twisted and curved so as to hide the linearity.
Well, at least he acknowledges that God of War 2018 isn't that different, but I think we could also probably make the argument that the reason we feel different about Ragnarok is because we were conditioned to it by 2018, so it feels samey.
Which becomes even more obvious as you backtrack for collectibles and things you missed. Please don't make me ever go back to the Apple Core again. There was very little choice to be made during exploration.
Oh, come on, man. There's at least interesting dialogue. I mean, okay, fair. Going through the Apple Core a second time is not... The Apple Core is the mine where you find Tyr. It's, like, super big. It's not the best, but by that point, you have Draupnir for them. I mean, unless... I guess unless you go with Freya before you get it, but when you get Draupnir, which is when you're in Svartalfheim and it makes the most sense to go back, you open up a second path, and there is ambient travel dialogue that you can hear. That is different from what you hear on the sleds and in the in the boats, I'm pretty sure. If I'm not mistaken. I remember being impressed the first time I went back there and hearing Mimir, Freya, and Kratos all have a conversation as I'm traveling. Obviously, this is going to be diminished on a repeat playthrough, but what isn't? I'm literally turning off the dialogue and focusing on the music in my third playthrough for that reason. So that's not really a criticism of the game since they tried. But yeah, I'm going to assume he just does not have... Well, no, look at how much health he has. He has to have Draupnir at this point. Like, because I don't even have this much health yet. And I'm just before the point where you get Draupnir. Unless he did the second Alfheim part first, so maybe it's possible, but it's really unlikely that you would come back to Svartalfheim with Freya the first time whenever there is a much more natural time later in the story after you get Draupnir to come back. So I'm gonna end this off with a maybe.
As the game wants to keep you on the rails at all times. You have the choice of which mini-dungeon to explore first, but inside each zone there is a clear linear path that often only loops at the end.
Oh no, he did have Draupnir. I'm stupid. He literally just showed it.
You have the choice of which mini-dungeon to explore first, but inside...
Yeah, so he already has it. You go through a different path. It's not like you're retreading the exact same ground.
Inside each zone there is a clear linear path that often only loops at the end for a fast exit, which is appreciated, but only exacerbates that same...
You know, this guy is sounding very calm and less negative and synthetic, man. He's a lot less negative and he has actual criticisms. I'm just disagreeing with a lot of them. Again, I'm only repeating it so I don't forget. This is most likely this guy's very first critique video, and he's actually doing good as far as having valid criticisms. It's just I just disagree with a lot of them. But hey, at least these are like they're different from what we heard in the last few videos.
Me feeling. The one area I found that bucked the trend was the crater. Not only did it have the fun and classic mechanic of changing the water level to reinvent the zone, but it also had a legitimate amount of non-linearity to it. You could explore in any direction and find side paths and new zones to discover, and you could find everything out of order. It was fun and refreshingly hands-off from the game design, which otherwise felt like it was always pushing me to do what it wanted. This area was by far the most well-designed section of the game, but this was the rare exception. I should note that the
Yes, because it is the rare exception, because there's only one of them.
Crater is also entirely disconnected from the rest of the realm and entirely optional as well. This is neither a good nor bad thing necessarily, but it reminds me of the cruise ship section from Uncharted 3, where they clearly had this fantastic level they wanted to show off and just shoehorned in a weird reason to end up there. I'm glad.
It's not really a weird reason though. Like Birgir sacrifices himself to save you guys, and then Helka, the Bloodhound, starts picking up his scent, so you follow her, and then Atreus, if you're with Atreus at that point, assuming, because I think you're really called towards it pretty heavily when you have Atreus with you. I mean, I'm going to try putting it off and taking Freya with me, like not even acknowledging it the first time. We're gonna see if it should work, because you have to go out of your way to go there, but it's also going to be funny to think that this Bloodhound is like just trying to get me to follow it for like several in-game days until I go back there. But then you see Birgir setting off the flare, and Atreus is like, holy crap, he's alive, we have to go get him. So then you go down there, then you get knocked off, because Freyr has the flying boat, you get knocked off the boat by a dragon, and you end up in the crater. It doesn't feel shoehorned at all. And Eric Williams even, that was the section during that podcast I keep talking about where he said, like, when they're like, how can you justify not trying to force players to engage with this content, and for how much work went into it, and he said this type of content should be a reward for people who want to engage with it. Side note though, I don't know if I said this during my last stream, the crater really for some reason reminds me of Jarkandar from Gothic 2's expansion. I think about that every time I see it, and I like hear the music playing whenever I get to that section, because it's like, it's weirdly similar. You start out in the in a like, not, I mean, it has trees section. It's not fully barren, but it's barren enough. And then there is an even more barren section. You know, Jarkandar has a desert outright, or a canyon, more like it. It's more like the Grand Canyon. There's a section like that, and then there's a jungle section in another area. So it's like, I was very surprised to hear that for how similar it is. It was all coincidental. I thought for sure that they were just gonna be like, yeah, you know, we have like a really big Gothic 2 fan in the studio, and he showed us like this expansion area, and it turned out that the actual inspiration for the crater was the what's that crater in Africa that what's it called? It's not where it's like the wall is walled in, so to speak, because it's a crater, there's no way in or out, and it has its own ecosystem. Eric Williams says that after production of God of War 2018, he took his wife there, and whenever he saw how beautiful it was, and they started thinking about a place for Ragnarok, he was like, I want to put this in the game. So that's why it kind of has that savannah look when you first arrive, where you have like the Gulan and the whatever the bigger thingies are called, the big lion thingies, lion bear pigs or whatever. But anyways, yeah, it doesn't feel shoehorned at all to me. It feels very organic the way you get there, and I was actually amazed that I was like, because I haven't played Elden Ring, but every time I've heard Elden Ring, like, people talk about it, they always say how the game just kept getting bigger when you thought you'd seen everything, and that's how I felt when I got to the crater. Because I was like, how could they justify putting this much into this game? And again, going back to one of his earlier criticisms, would something like the crater have even been possible if they had to dedicate so much time to making bigger and more spectacular bosses? The answer to that could go either way. You could think one way or another, but it is something I think about, like, what would we lose if we tried to pump more resources into the mainline bosses, which I personally think are already okay. The only problem I have with the bosses is Garm is so big it looks ridiculous when you stun him and then just punch his face full of holes with your frickin' toothpick.
We got it, but it's also weirdly the only time we use Freyr's magic boat, which feels contrived and tacked on. Most of the game's exploration is one small combat arena gated by a tight crevice into another small combat arena, or sometimes a puzzle.
It is the only time you use Freyr's boat, and it is weird that it's the only time. I cannot think, other than of some sections in Jarkandar. Jarkandar, good lord, that's not what it's called. I equate the two so much in my head. Other than using it in some other sections in the crater itself, which I have not found that you can, I can't think of anything else you could use it for.
Room instead. Oftentimes, the traversal puzzles are simply walking up to the one ledge available to get the one sightline to see the small obstacle in your way. The game will prevent you from moving forward by putting these obstacles or crevices in your way that you can't interact with until all of the enemies are defeated. This enemy hadn't even noticed me, but I still couldn't move forward until I went back, found him, and killed him. The first time through most areas, this isn't a big deal because you get enjoyable conversation during each break, but returning back even once shows how hollow and empty these zones feel. I should note the same.
I will agree that the train rides really suck on. They're so slow on the like when you're out of dialogue.
Weirdness exists as the first game as to what Kratos can and cannot traverse. For some reason, he can climb icy mountaintops, but not these ladder-shaped wooden planks. Additionally, almost all.
Well, that was a trap, though.
The same weirdness exists as the first game as to what Kratos can and cannot traverse.
Because I just played that section. Yeah, that was a trap. I would not want to touch that. Like, yeah, it's like, oh, well, they look like a ladder. Yeah, but it was a literal spiked death trap. I'm not touching it. Like, I don't want to touch it. Not to mention, it's like, it's just as easy to just boost up Brock and have him kick down the spot so you can get up. I mean, I understand it's a big criticism because it's really weird that the issue exists, but I wouldn't have used this example. I found that there were fewer examples of this compared to 2018.
For some reason, he can climb icy mountaintops, but not these ladder-shaped wooden planks. Additionally, almost all of the puzzles boil down to the same structure of look for the hidden thing and hit it. Sometimes you have to hit it with a different move, but usually finding the thing is the meaningful part, which is not the most exciting puzzle structure. For many, I think puzzles of a higher complexity might have bogged down the experience, so I understand the decision, but many of the puzzles feel like busy work rather than providing any actual sense of achievement or accomplishment, and at best...
Oh, he did that thing where you switch clips on the same frame. That's neat. That's an advanced technique that I very poorly tried to do in my Fallen Order video.
Puzzles of a higher complexity might have bogged down the experience, so I understand the decision, but many of the puzzles feel like busy work rather than providing any actual sense of achievement or accomplishment, and at best feel like spacing for the characters to have more time to say their dialogue. Almost every puzzle tool functions more like a key to use this move here, rather than anything with creative use behind it. Sigil arrows are my...
Let me slow that down and hear that one more time.
And at best feel like spacing for the characters to have more time to say their dialogue. Almost every puzzle tool functions more like a key to use this move here, rather than anything with creative use behind it.
But what does he mean? Because it's like, that's kind of how puzzles work. You have tools to solve them, but I legitimately don't know what he means by that, because the example he shows is using the sonic arrows on a clump of soundstone to destroy it to let water flow on the wheel and carry you over, but sonic arrows are also used in combat. So if he's not talking about the arrows specifically, is he just talking about the soundstone? Because I guess, I mean, if he would have said, like, soundstone should have an application like the Twilight Stone in Alfheim does, how you throw the axe at it and it can bounce off and hit enemies to fill their stun meter, I don't know. It's just maybe he'll explain it more, but I really don't know what he's talking about. Again, and if he says anything about sigil stones, again, sigil stones, good lord. I've been listening to too much of Patrician TV's Elder Scrolls video. Sigil arrows. Sigil arrows are used to increase the rate at which enemies gain status. Like, you build their status meter, which for my current build, which has no passive abilities, only what Kratos has, these things are a godsend.
To this, as they allow for some freedom in puzzle solving, where I could sometimes break a puzzle by solving it with creative use of arrows. However, there's no ability for these spheres to interact with anything outside of the puzzle elements, so the interactivity is still kept to a minimum.
How did he increase the size of those? What? You can do that?
To use this move here, rather than anything with creative use behind it. Sigil arrows are a minor exception to this, as they allow for some freedom in puzzle solving, where I could sometimes break a puzzle by solving it with creative use of arrows. However, there's...
You can shoot them to make them bigger? Dude, no wonder I failed that optional puzzle in Alfheim. I didn't know that.
No ability for these spheres to interact with anything outside of the puzzle elements, so the interactivity is still kept to a minimum. I should also note that much of the money and crafting resources you...
I need to, where's my OneNote drive? Test shooting sigil arrows multiple times to make them bigger. I might actually be an idiot, because I did not know that, and I don't remember. Then again, I didn't really pay attention to the tutorial the second and third time I saw it, so maybe I just missed that, but you fooled yourself? Yeah, exactly, because I'm sitting here, there's an optional puzzle in Alfheim that, it's like there's not enough space to link 3 sigil arrows together and still, like, ignite a flame to light them, so I ended up having to shoot the 3 sigil arrows, wait for all the arrows to restock, and then shoot the flame and use the rest of the arrows to chain the explosions to the solution. So if I could have just made the sigils bigger, then that would have... It took me like an hour to solve that puzzle, because I'm gonna have to test that.
Find through exploration feels less like rewards and more like attacks to make sure you aren't falling behind the level curve. Much like the previous game, it's nearly impossible to notice any change from your stats, and most of the combat is...
Again, weird thing to criticize Ragnarok for, because the level curve is not nearly as bad. In 2018, just by trying to do side content, basically, I remember there's a part where I beached my boat so that I could do some side content. It auto-saved in an encounter with enemies with purple health bars that I had to, like, wait for my runic attacks to constantly cool off just to kill them, because I was so underleveled. And the point of me doing the side content was to fix the fact that I was underleveled, and it was still sending high-level enemies at me. So this is nowhere near as much of a problem in this game.
As you find through exploration feels less like rewards and more like attacks to make sure you aren't falling behind the level curve. Much like the previous game, it's nearly impossible to notice any change from your stats, and most of the combat is dictated by your overall item level instead, though it's less severe here.
He does say it's less severe, but he's also completely glossing over the fact that maybe he'll say it later, and that's just not the focus of his criticism yet. But the passive abilities that you get from gear will drastically change your playstyle. And I can say that again, having playing right now with not using any passive abilities. I really miss the ability to regain health when grabbing enemies. And I'm realizing how subtly it changed my playstyle, that now that I'm using status effects to max my DPS, because that's the only way I can do more damage, I'm using sigil arrows more often because they increase the rate at which you build status. It's like super slow otherwise. As opposed to on my last playthrough, I didn't care about status effects, and I was only focusing on trying to build an enemy stun meter, and I almost exclusively use sonic arrows, because sonic arrows not only deal stun to nearby enemies when you hit an enemy, it turns them basically into a walking drum, but it also increases the damage that enemy takes, and it does damage to them. So, like, the sonic reverberations will damage and stun nearby enemies, essentially. So I'm realizing while doing this, like, hey, I'm playing the game a completely different way than I did last time. So hopefully he at least talks about the gear system, because it's really, really impressive in this game.
Exploration in this game has been woven into the narrative in fun ways as well, where Kratos will frequently have a side conversation with Mimir while traversing an optional side path away from other companions. It's a fun way to further incentivize exploration.
Mimir, did you hear Odin's offer?
To the lad? Not much. They stepped outside. But he told us about it. I wouldn't worry.
What about the things he did not tell us?
Moments where I thought I was just grabbing a side chest become an insightful piece of character development and are really wonderful. Video games are often at their best when they reward you doing something random or silly in a contextual way. And in the same way, I love seeing the game comment on the choices I had made subtly, such as throwing an axe at the World Tree Worms, Brock chastising me for jumping a ledge he...
World Tree Worms? Excuse me, Nithog is a freaking dragon worm. That is so disrespectful.
Can't. Druid's different dialogue if you did or didn't chat with Sif, or the many side characters' different lines about looking over the edge of the gateway realm.
You do remember we don't have the Unity Stone to let us jump off, right?
Of course he remembers. Right, brother?
Of course I remember.
Ain't gonna be no gate showing up that way. You know that.
These dialogues are where I feel Ragnarok thrived. Much like the first game, the moment-to-moment banter of the characters is top-notch. Sure, there are moments here and there which might feel too much like Joss Whedon snuck into the studio and added some lines to the script.
Guess I'm just lucky.
Nah, you're just lucky.
But by and large, the moment-to-moment interaction of the characters is a joy to experience. It's especially impressive as almost all of the side content can be completed with either Atreus or Freya as your companion, meaning you can get different dialogue for the same content depending on when you did it. If you only play through once, I can understand this being a bit disappointing as you might clear an area only to realize it probably would have made much more sense to have the other companion here instead.
Can't believe the lad missed this.
There's also the
Yeah, it's funny. I just did that quest with Freya, and I completely agree because not only because it's like it made me feel guilty for not taking Atreus because Kratos talks about how the fact that like we're having fun without him as a form of punishment, and Freya's like that's kind of weird, and then she's like, you know what, I can't judge you. But there's also a point where Mimir has to explain to Freya like what that giant jellyfish was and like how the dark elf hives work, and it borders on like I wanted to make a joke and say that it's mansplaining, but I'm not going to. But it borders on like Freya should really know this, and this dialogue is so much more natural when you have Atreus here because he does not understand how this stuff works. But Freya being as knowledgeable as she is, it feels kind of weird like having Mimir just explain this stuff to her when it feels like she should already know it. So I've noticed also there's the quest he's showing now. There's a scene where basically the Specky and Svanna, the two wolves, are scared of the raiders, and Kratos is talking about how like, hey, they can't even hurt them anymore. It's stupid that they're afraid. And Mimir intuits that Kratos is having feelings about his brother Deimos, basically, and how the Ares and Athena like showed up to kidnap Deimos as a kid. It doesn't make as much sense. Like the conversation just doesn't flow that way when Freya's there, compared to because Mimir says something like whenever Kratos says it, Mimir says, "You're thinking about Deimos, aren't you?" And I'm like, how did you intuit that? Whenever Atreus is there, Mimir doesn't say it by name. He intuits that the reason the wolves are afraid is not because the raiders that kept them as pups were going to eat them, but because Kratos was a bigger, stronger man who showed up, killed everybody, and then took them. So Mimir's line says something like, well, you know how that feels to have a stronger man come in and take you away. And that's whenever it explains a little bit more where Kratos' thought process is and why he's relating that to Deimos. That doesn't really make any sense with the first one, because every time I heard that with Freya, I was like, I don't understand how he's drawing this conclusion, and I really don't understand how he was right. So, it's definitely not perfect. Some quests were very obviously written with one of the companions in mind. It's cool that there is different dialogue, like taking Freya on that mission in Alfheim is really interesting, because she is telling Kratos that Kratos is still upset about Atreus for what happened with him, going to Ironwood and lying about it after the fact. And Freya is trying to be his life coach and like calm him down. And she's like, you're out here helping this random wild animal, and just because you feel like it, you would have never done that before. Atreus is rubbing off on you. And he's like, okay, what of it? And she said, well, you need to trust that you're rubbing off on him too. And she's kind of trying to calm him down a little bit and get him to really trust Atreus a little bit more. But it's like, oh wow, that's really cool. It's a shame that the second I go back to the story, Freya's going to accuse Atreus of going to Asgard, which is going to cause Kratos to accuse Atreus of going to Asgard, and that's going to start the blowout argument that has him actually going to Asgard. So it was really good dialogue, and it probably would have felt more natural if I did it after the whole section where like you go to see the Norns and all that, because at that point both Freya and Atreus would be like, okay, I think we kind of screwed up here, and then it would seem like she's coming off as rethinking what she said to him. Otherwise it comes off as her giving him really good advice just to turn around and give him really bad advice that makes the situation worse. So it's interesting, but it very obviously does not feel like you're supposed to do that quest with Freya.
Downside of realizing that much of Kratos and Mimir's dialogue in those areas is crafted so as to fit properly no matter which companion is responding. It's a consequence of the narrative direction that the game goes in, and while I think it's an elegant solution, it also helps make Atreus and Freya feel somewhat interchangeable. Which is a problem that the entire game suffers from, actually. It puts solid effort into increasing the number of different enemies you face so as to avoid the pitfalls of 2018's game. However, in doing so made many of the fights feel quite identical. Yes, you have multiple types of Draugr and multiple types of Einherjar and multiple types of Hellwalkers and multiple types of Raiders, but somehow each group feels like the same enemy in different clothes. And that's because they are. If we look at the bestiary, we can see each group.
I 100% disagree. Some enemies are so much easier to stagger. It all comes back to staggers for me. That's kind of the big thing that's killing the combat system for me right now, is that it is so annoying getting hit when I'm mid-combo because of something stupid like that. But above all else... Well, crap, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, the enemies do feel very different. The Grimm, which are the big toad / lizard kind of enemies, they are so annoying compared to something like I would say the Einherjar, which are also pretty annoying, but the Grimm feel like they have a greater stagger resistance just in general, and I think it has to do with the way that their combos work. They just have more of those moves where light attacks won't stun them. So I've never enjoyed fighting them, especially in the early game, because they're like one of you fight the Raiders in Midgard, but then you immediately go to Svartalfheim and you get to really suffer against them. But the only enemies that I would say feel interchangeable are the Einherjar in the Raiders and the Hellwalkers in the Sather. And the only reason I say that is because those are 4 enemy types that you only get 2 of in the Niflheim arena. You cannot fight Raiders in the arena, and you cannot fight Sather. It's because Hellwalkers and Sather literally are a reskin of each other, to the point where Sather use frost magic instead of poison magic at times, which is really weird, because I don't think they did that in the previous game. But it was really weird to see that the Raiders weren't in the Niflheim arena even after beating the game, and I was like, I think the Einherjar just reskinned Raiders. The Raiders have slightly different attacks. There's the guys who go completely unarmed at you, and there's the Raider Hellwalkers, which are just a frost variant of the Raiders. But it was really weird that it made me start really thinking, like, okay, maybe some of these enemies are reskins of each other, but to say that all the enemies feel the same to fight, I completely disagree. And I will also say, it's possible that just the footage he was showing here is not very... what's the word I'm looking for? Good. I'm just gonna have to say, what he's doing here and trying to stun all the enemies so that he can get a hit on them, it's a very ineffective way to play. And it's like, oh well, it's working. Look how fast he's filling their stagger meter. But it's like, I can tell after this being my 3rd playthrough, like, this is not how you're supposed to play the game. And getting into another tangent real quick, that's a bigger problem with the fact that the game just does not tell you how you're supposed to play it. Like, the tutorials for the UI and the UI tutorials and the puzzles hold your hand so tightly that it feels like they're gonna break it. But the second the combat comes out, the game takes such a hands-off approach that it's literally like Doom Eternal, that you can play the game completely wrong and not even know it. And unlike Doom Eternal, there are more ways that you can play effectively, you know, depending on your gear. If you're using the armor piece that creates realm shifts and basically slows down time during a perfect dodge, then that is obviously going to affect how you play. You may get behind an enemy and hit them because enemies take increased stagger damage or stun damage from behind, and then you may want to go up and grab them. But your gear is really going to determine your playstyle. Me playing with the basic gear, no passive abilities whatsoever, just as much basic gear as possible, I'm really noticing that you really have to micromanage all the status effects, because the blade, there's a perk or you can pick up early on. The blades do increase damage against frosted enemies, and the axe does increase damage against burning enemies. So obviously that meant I had to start using sigil arrows to inflict those statuses, and then switch weapons. And then if the weapon's powered up, I can do the L1 triangle ability that will drain the status build up. Okay, so like, you know, when you for you guys who haven't played the game, whenever you attack, if you attack enough times without getting hit, this little meter will fill up, and you can hit L1 and triangle to do like a supercharge of your weapons, which is that thing in that clip I showed for you guys who've been here since the beginning, where I was swinging the axe and it was like arcing frost in front of it. That was that supercharge ability. Hitting an enemy who is like with the opposite effect. So I burn an enemy and I use that supercharge on the axe. It does an absurd amount of damage. So that, of course, going back to what I said before with the other gear, where I would regain health by stun grabbing enemies, and the other two pieces increase the duration that those stun periods last, giving me more time to grab them. That had me using drop near primarily. I'm going to have to test it more. I think it just does more stun damage in general. That had me using primarily drop near so that I could, what do you call it? So that I could, basically it also, I'm losing my words. It feels like it stuns and staggers more is what I'm getting at. So I would use drop near with sonic arrows so that I can inflict extra stun damage and grab more enemies. And again, it's a completely different playstyle. And I imagine that if I were to do a different build with a different armor set, I would engage with the mechanics completely different. So I have completely forgotten how I got on this topic. Oh yeah, because it doesn't look like he's playing very effectively. This is early game footage though, so I can forgive it. I just think that is really going to affect whatever it was he was talking about, because I've already forgotten. So I need to back this up.
Your game suffers from, actually. They put solid effort into increasing the number of different enemies you face so as to avoid the pitfalls of 2018's game. However, in doing so, made many of the fights feel quite identical. Yes, you have multiple types of Draugr and multiple types of Einherjar and multiple types of Hellwalkers and multiple types of Raiders, but somehow each group feels like the same enemy in different clothes. And that's because they are. If we look at the bestiary, we can see each group has the same classes. There's a big guy, a smaller melee guy, a shield guy, a ranged guy, and a couple more sub-variations of the default guy with little difference. In combat, these are largely ignorable, and as a result, most enemies feel the same. I spent most of my time not having to think about these differences other than bigger guy means bigger health bar. There are many other enemy types as well that can be varying levels of interesting, like the stone golems or the phantoms, but those are typically mini-boss type unique encounters, whereas the vast majority of combat is spent hitting the same types of humanoid fodder.
I'm having the realization that nothing I just said was relevant to his criticisms. Thor is played by Opie from Sons of Anarchy. Yes, he is, and he did a fantastic job with that role.
Using the same basic principles of hit it over and over and press the right button if you ever see the red, yellow, or blue glow.
I'm going to retroactively tie in everything that I just said to what he's talking about. Combat is a lot more, you have so many more options on Kratos' end, so it is a lot more dynamic than just each enemy feeling like a reskin, and each enemy does have their own movesets and their own set of moves that cause them to go stagger immune with light attacks and things like that, so they don't really feel the same, on top of the fact that Kratos has so much more going on. So the big problem is just that you have to dig so deep into the combat system to find those options, because the game it won't even point its finger in the correct direction of how you're supposed to play. I think they went for a more like just figure it out mindset, but I think it fails, because it caused me on my first playthrough to... Oh, did the stream crash? Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. It said no data. I was like, what do you mean no data? On my first playthrough, I played really ineffectively. On my second playthrough, I played effective for that build. And on this run, I am playing very effectively, and especially with Atreus. When he gets to the Atreus section, I'm going to break down just how busted Atreus is if you play correct.
This is especially clear as in the back half of the game, each fight is typically defined by the mini-boss surrounded by fodder enemies, meaning each fight is really a traveler fight or an ogre fight or a wyvern fight, and the fodder enemies around it don't matter. The previous...
That was a Joseph Anderson criticism. I'm pretty sure. I should know. I've seen Joseph Anderson's 2018 video a few times. He did make that argument. That's not necessarily true in this case, though. For reasons that I've already talked too much, I don't really feel like getting into. But each fodder enemy makes a very big difference on the fights. Enemies that, the basic idea of ranged enemies pelting you from afar, and just the overall variety and moveset with a lot of enemies in this game. Fighting a bunch of, for example, there are small little enemies called wretches. Some of them explode, and that on its own just killing that enemy creates a damage zone on the floor that you now have to react to around the other enemy. And some of the Gulan, I think the cursed Gulan does the same thing. You kill it, it creates a damage zone you now have to avoid, and it will I think that one leaves like a poison residue on the ground when it's done. I may be wrong though. So there is a lot more going on than he's really leading on here. And these sound like God of War 2018 criticisms rolled into Ragnarok, which I can understand because one of the biggest problems I have with Ragnarok's combat is the fact that it feels so similar to 2018's. So I can see the mindset he's approaching it at. It's just, in his video, obviously he didn't take as much time really trying to like get into the nitty gritty of literally everything like I did, because his video is out and mine isn't. So he's really at the top of that. He's on the tip of the iceberg. There is so much more jank below it that he could be talking about, and I'm trying to see if he does.
The game had a cool interaction between enemies where nightmares would infect an enemy to power it up, and I was hoping to see this type of thing expanded upon, but all we got was the Noken, which heal nearby enemies, meaning you have to kill it first. It's not nothing, but it's also not quite the improvement I was hoping for. Unlike other games such as Nioh or Dark Souls, where even different type of fodder requires different focus due to needing to pay attention to when and how they are moving in order to react accordingly, almost all combat in Ragnarok boils down to a very streamlined system of swing until you see the colors flash, then dodge, block, or shield slam instead. And
I feel like he's playing on easy too, because I saw how much damage he was taking. Well, he did say he played on medium at first. Man, no wonder he thinks the difficulty's too easy.
Due to instant animation canceling, you can do so at a moment's notice without ever needing to take into account if you can risk a swing right now. These same critiques are applicable to the first game as well, which didn't even have blue circles, but they seemed less egregious there, and I think that's because we knew and accepted that it was a great first attempt at totally reinventing the series' combat. It wasn't perfect, but it was really enjoyable and felt very promising as a starting point that a sequel can greatly flesh out. Ragnarok feels like it took those lessons and couldn't figure out how to refine it, so they settled for just adding more instead of adding new. For some...
Is there a difference? That's another one I gotta slow down. 1 second. They settled for adding more instead of adding new.
As a starting point that a sequel can greatly flesh out. Ragnarok feels like it took those lessons and couldn't figure out how to refine it, so they settled for just adding more instead of adding new.
That's another one of those things where it's like, I really need you to explain what you mean. Because that's an interesting statement to make, given the fact that, I mean, they did add a lot of new stuff. I mean, the entire... status effects were a totally passive, like, secondary thing in the previous game's combat, because you could stagger lock enemies so easily you never needed it. Status effects are, like, front and center to the point to where one of your arrows inflicts a status that just deals damage and stun. Another one only exists to make you increase the status on enemies. So, again, it comes down to that, man, it's just that iceberg meme. I mean, he's looking at the surface level, he is looking at how similar it is, and that's actually how I frame it in my video, or in my script, basically. Like, on the surface level criticism of God of War Ragnarok is that it's too similar to God of War 2018. The criticism below that is that Kratos doesn't seem to move as fast as he should in order to avoid everything coming at him, and then we start getting into enemy staggers, and things just get so much worse from there. But again, I think this is the guy's first critique, and for I hate to say this because it's like a backhanded compliment, but I also know how I approached game criticism whenever I was new, so I'm putting it in that perspective. For this being like a first try or a first attempt at analyzing a game, he's doing a good job. I don't want to give off the impression that he's not, and I don't want to do this like, oh, I've been doing this for so long, I'm so much better. I don't think that way. It's just like I legitimately look at games so different than how I used to, so I can understand that if this is like legitimately his first game analysis, he really is doing a good job. It's just that he's not seeing how deep things really get once you actually start doing some just insane shit, basically. Which is why I'm interested to see what he says about Atreus' gameplay, because I learned literally yesterday just how quickly you can nuke enemies with Atreus, even on the highest difficulty. By the way, do you agree that you can't actually review a game if you don't play it in the max difficulty? No, I don't agree with that, because I think that it depends on the game. So, Kretosis did... I saw this back when Patrician TV was doing his Skyrim streams. Kretosis had a comment in his Skyrim video about how playing the game on the max difficulty is the best way to see how good the systems are, and that's why he was playing on legendary difficulty. And again, that's another thing that I've heard Joseph Anderson say, which I think this is where people are getting all this stuff. He said that during his Hollow Knight video, but really, it's like legendary difficulty on Skyrim is, first of all, it was post-launch. It wasn't the highest difficulty at launch, and it's geared towards people who want an extreme experience and already fully understand the game's mechanics. It is not intended for a first playthrough. So, something like Crackdown, which I was playing for a video until I started replaying Ragnarok again, where I'm now, because I can't do both at once, basically. It's going to get my criticisms confused. I would not play Crackdown on the highest difficulty because all the enemies have hit scan weapons, and there's a missile launcher that locks onto you and will just nuke your health. Something like that I don't think is good to play on the highest difficulty, because it's like old school high difficulty. Increased health, you have decreased damage and health, they have increased damage and health, and that's not really fun. Something like Ragnarok, where the difficulty affects much more than just enemy health and damage, I think you should at least try it on the highest difficulty, or something in like extremely skill based, like whenever I get around to eventually doing a Devil May Cry video, I'm gonna have to play the games on the highest difficulty at some point, because I feel like I have to reach that level of mastery of the mechanics to really understand what they do right and wrong. I think the Witcher 3 Death March would be a must for game mechanics, since it's an RPG. Yeah, I can see that. I personally, like, I think we talked about this in Discord. I haven't played it on Death March because, I mean, sure, the game was the game was easy at times because Quen is broken, but anything that forces you to engage with more of its mechanics through difficulty, I think is worth giving a try, but I don't think it's like a hard rule you have to play it on the max difficulty in order to have an opinion about it or critique it. You just may get called out for not fully understanding mechanics you didn't engage with because the game was so easy. I agree, it's so BS difficulty, like Halo 2 legendary hit scan weapons like Sniper Jackals. I've never played Halo 2, so I know Sniper Jackals by reputation, and that says something. Then again, I know it's a well-known meme, but even if I can, like, having not played a game, say, yeah, I hear this is, like, major bullshit, and just it's unanimous, then, yeah. I've heard Halo 1 on Legendary is actually really fair, though. I think the criticism I heard, which ironically comes from Actman back when I watched his channel, was that Halo 2, like, seriously just jacked up the number of rapid-fire shots coming your way, which is what makes it worse. Fallout on survival. See, we gotta be specific though. Fallout New Vegas on survival mode or Fallout 4 on survival mode, because those are two completely different experiences. Anyways, since I'm paused and since I'm one thing you guys are just gonna have to get used to is I drink a lot of fluids throughout the day. I drink a lot of water, so I gotta piss like every 30 minutes, and y'all just gonna have to get used to the frequent bathroom breaks. So, I'm sorry, but I'm not. So, that being said, I'll be right back. Okay. Halo CE Legendary is fair, but the Magnum is OP and you end up using it for the most part. Yeah, I've heard that too. Anyways. Let's go ahead and get back to it real quick. Oh, is it muted? No, I just must have sped it back up and it didn't play.
Point that a sequel can greatly flesh out. Ragnarok feels like it took those lessons and couldn't figure out how to refine it, so they settled for just adding more instead of adding new. For some, just seeing a different particle effect on the same ranged attack that curves at you twice in a row, or the same ranged attack that travels across the ground at you will be enough, but it stands out as a blatant repetition of the same attack pattern from so many other enemies. In other games, I know each enemy well because they have unique movesets that I need to pay attention to and react differently for each piece, creating a unique dance and flow for each encounter. In Ragnarok, I learned to move from one enemy and applied that same flow to the next 5 enemies that all use the same action. And the end result is this repetition hidden behind a veil of unique art design. There are still
Already, I have to pause. First of all, the Berserkers are recycled just blatantly, specifically because there are 3, arguably 4 Berserker types, and there are, 9 Berserkers to fight, and each it is a variation of those types, sometimes in 2-on-1 scenarios. One of them spawns Sather enemies that I hate because they do poison damage, which reduces your level, which affects staggers because now you're a lower level, and good god, the freaking iceberg. So yeah, it's like they have the same attack, but so do the Valkyries. I mean, the Valkyries had a lot of similar attacks too. Also, I cannot I don't see how he thought that there was greater variation between the enemies in the previous game, considering that you had the Draugr. So you had the Draugr. You had Sather and Hellwalkers, reskins of each other with poison and ice, respectively. What else? You had the Tassel Worms. Okay, those are back. You had was that it? You had the Dark Elves. Those are back too. And the Light Elves play completely differently than the Dark Elves do. And I literally think that's it, not including mini-bosses, as far as fodder enemies go. You can let me know if I missed any. But no, yeah, Draugr, Hellwalkers, Sather, and Dark Elves. And I'm pretty sure... And then obviously you have other enemies like Nightmares, Tassel Worms, and all the other... I guess miscellaneous enemy types, because they don't fit into a quote-unquote faction like the rest do, but no, it's like I don't agree that there's not more variety in this game, especially when it feels like I think that fighting Grimm feels completely different to fighting Light Elves, which feels completely different to fighting Einherjar, and the only ones I find similar are Einherjar and Raiders. And Raiders are exclusive to Midgard and Muspelheim. Only in Muspelheim because of the challenges.
Still plenty of moves that create this feeling across all of the enemies, and I don't want to come across like I hate the combat system, as I still enjoyed it well enough, and more than most games even. But given the expectation from the previous game, this end result is just disappointing.
Oh, he got fucked by aim assist, didn't he?
I don't want to come across like I hate the combat system, as I still enjoyed it well enough, and more than most games even. But given the
I think that's... He was gonna hit you anyways, dude. I think that's a fair... I mean, he's if you count his arm as part of his body, which you should, he's within your reticle. So yeah, it hits like that same arm that he had back. So... Anyways, this is nitpicking, but...
Previous game, this end result is just disappointing. The combat arenas are improved by the addition of more usable vertical terrain, in addition to some interactable tools in the environment. I tended to always forget they were there, and I don't think they really add a whole lot to the combat, but it's something. I should also note that aside from a handful of notable exceptions...
See, he doesn't think they add anything to the combat because he has not had to use them. Before you get sigil arrows, whenever you have to deal status just regularly, it is so slow that I was constantly using those things because it was like guaranteed frost and fire damage. Which means more DPS, which means less likelihood of me getting clapped.
Every boss fight takes place in a fairly standard, flat, open area with little to no environmental features. The 2 fights that do make notable use of terrain I've already mentioned. It would have been cool to see something more done with this, especially if we're going to keep Kratos' moveset so unaltered from the first game. I'm not sure what was needed, but even just some of the traps from the Niflheim mazes in the first game to spice up the combat arenas would have gone a long way. The elf enemies are a bit more interesting from the normal fodder, but you tend to fight exclusively elves when they are in the combat pool, so much so that the game even comments on it.
I'm so sick of fighting elves. Can't they just leave us alone?
Non-story boss fights are no...
Well, I mean, that's how it is with all I mean, you fight exclusively you fight pretty much exclusively, what do you call it? Draugr in Muspelheim when you're playing as Atreus. I mean, yeah, there's wisps, so I guess if you're counting wisps for anything, but I'm pretty sure that the Dark Elves have nightmares too, don't they? Or at least during that Dark Elf dungeon for the first side quest in Alfheim, there's like a nightmare nest that I constantly forget is there, so I just sit back trying to freaking kill all the nightmares and keep wondering where they're coming from. But I don't know. I don't think that's true. Like, yeah, the Light Elves, you do fight exclusively Light Elves, but there's 3 different enemy types too. There's the basic, like, double sword wielding guys that are the basic fodder. Then you have the mage guys that, like, throw blinding lights at you. And then you have the samurai guys, who are very annoying at that low of a level. I learned whenever you're under leveled, those are super annoying. But that even then, it's like you still fight wretches. Like, there's still wretches coming at you during those sections. There's still nightmares coming at you during those sections. So if we're not counting like the extended fodder enemies like that, then that's not really anything new. I can't think of. I mean, I've never seen like a Draugr in Helheim or something like that. Or I mean, I guess Helheim is different because you get the regular Hellwalkers and then the Raider Hellwalkers, so I guess that's variety, but still, it's a really weird thing to criticize the game for, and I just don't agree with it.
Notable step up from the regular combat, often bringing out the best of the systems, though the game falls into the same trappings of making very few experiences unique, and instead opting to reuse the same fights as much as they can get away with. The dragon fights are fun, if not a bit disappointing that they somehow always slam you right back down into the same arena if they fly away with you, but after fighting 5 dragons that are barely different, it feels a bit tired. The same can be said for the Dreki and the Stone Golems.
I don't think the 5 dragons... The 5 dragons at least had, like, 2 different types, I'm pretty sure. Not to mention the one that comes in the middle of a boss fight. It's literally a boss fight within a boss fight, but... Yeah, I think, I mean, then again, I've only done it once, so we'll see how I feel doing it twice, but...
Fun, but too frequent. Exploring a cool new area can often be totally undercut by fighting the same mini-boss you fought in so many other areas. I wish they had held back a bit to really make the fights feel more unique. This was the same problem with the trolls in God of War, which this game wastes no time commenting on.
A troll?
Despite their repetition, I actually enjoyed the Phantom fights quite a bit. I think due to their...
See, that's the thing. Okay, so you complain that there's too much recycling with Dreki and... Which, by the way, there are a lot of Dreki, but they're usually double fights, which are more interesting than just the single Dreki. And then he showed the Drakes, the bigger ones, that there's only, 4 of those in the entire game. There's, like, 2 in Vanaheim. There's 1 in Alfheim. And I think, I'm assuming there's, like, 1 somewhere else. But, including one of those Drakes you have to lure out by using a Gulan as... You have to, like, lure a Gulan into a trap and then activate the trap to draw out the Drake, not the Dreki, the Drake. It's, like, one of the rarest boss types. And it's, like, sure, it's not the best one, but still. There's only 5 dragons, and one of them, again, comes in the middle of another boss fight. The other one is a hidden statue. You have to, like, use the... heirloom that you use to activate the troll fights on. So that one's another secret. So really there's only 3 dragon fights in the actual crater. If you don't count the other optional ones, unless I'm missing one. But then he says that he likes the phantom fights, and those are the most overtly puzzle boss and the most reused. Like, I got to a point where I could beat the Phantoms without taking a single hit. They are so boring after that point, because you're never going to clear out all their springs in a single hit, or in a single run. Like, you have to fill its stun meter, and then hit its springs and destroy them before you can finally finish off the boss. It takes forever, because there's nothing else you can do. And they're interesting whenever they're tough, but once you understand all their mechanics, they're super simple, so... It's weird that in a criticism about recycled content, he would take, like, my least favorite one that I think is the most recycled and say it's his favorite.
their relative uniqueness in how they're fought, and similarly, I enjoyed many of the troll fights in this game due to their unique discovery methods, and while there are more boss types, they are all reused to a large degree, making them once again feel more tedious than the otherwise well-designed fights should.
I somewhat missed fighting trolls.
The same can be said for the Berserkers. Much like the Valkyries of the first game, there are several Berserkers spread out throughout the realms, and they all use some subsection of the same dozen or so moves that the king uses. This makes each one individually unique, but still leads to them feeling repetitious, as you will see the same core moves used over and over. It's this feeling of
And again, there's different encounter variety within those attacks, so I think that was by design. Not each Berserker is unique, but the encounters and what happens around them usually is.
treading the same ground that really locks in the disappointment.
And the Valkyries were the exact same way.
God of War's combat was really good for a first attempt at something wildly different, but also limited by that factor as well. This game had the freedom to really go all out with it, and the combat is largely unchanged. A large section of the skill tree is devoted to relearning the same moves we learned in 2018 skill trees. The Leviathan Axe is still just as satisfying to throw and recall as it ever was, but it no longer feels special or new. I suppose this is the point where I should note that I never...
But is he going to talk about the new abilities that you get baseline, where you can like swing the axe and throw the fire at them, or sorry, swing the blades and throw fire at them, or you can charge the axe for like an attack, a quick attack that like deals frost damage? Because those are two baseline abilities I never used in my previous two playthroughs that I used constantly in this one.
Never expected to use Mjolnir since it's effectively already in Kratos' arsenal in the form of the axe.
At least it was good to see the axe hold her own.
This feeling of retreading the same ground can be seen across the game, from so many of the enemies looking different but feeling the same, to the bosses strongly reusing the same combat structure, to the lack of real scope or stakes in Ragnarok. But nothing sticks out more than the core conceit of the game. Kratos has his trusty axe and his classic blades, and he picks up a single new weapon in Dropnir, but they all use nearly identical play patterns. Each skill tree is nearly identical.
Whoa. I completely disagree that they're identical. Unless he's talking about the dash attacks. 1 second.
Identical. You have skills to unlock the same Sprint R1 and Sprint R2 attacks. You have the Hold R1 and Hold R2 moves. You have the Ranged Hold R1 and Ranged Hold R2 moves. You have the Light Attack into Heavy Attack combo, each of which gets 1. They homogenized Kratos' arsenal into something that feels the same, with the only core difference being the triangle move.
Yeah, but that's like that's the baseline of the combat system. I don't think that's a failure. Those directional dodge attacks, as I call them, they exist specifically so you can dodge enemies while still dealing damage. It's like the dodge in Revengeance, how you always dodge and swipe the sword at the same time to deal damage while evading. So they do have a purpose. Of course, this is where I do have to say playing on medium difficulty was probably a detriment, because they really become necessary if you want to get into the proper ebb and flow of the combat system, where you see an enemy going for an attack, instead of just dodge rolling out of the way, you will dodge back and into the backward directional attack. So with Dropnir, you'll dodge back, and then he'll like scrape it on the ground and like fling a bunch of stuff at them. On the blades, you dodge backward, and he like grinds the blades together to make like a brief flame gust in front of him, for lack of a better term. So it's something that in 2018 I never really did because I didn't need to, but in Ragnarok it really does make the act of evading while still fighting very interesting. The only difference being that with Ragnarok you cannot cancel those attacks once you've started them, so if the enemy just decides that it's not going to stagger whenever you hit it, you're just getting hit.
The suite of options feels so reused because the weapons have the same structure. Do you want to charge the axe throw to have it hit multiple times, or do you want to charge the spear throw to have it hit multiple times? Maybe you'd like to hold R1 to have the blade stab multiple times, or perhaps hold R1 to have the spear stab multiple times. But that's okay, because they made up for this by letting you play as Atreus, who has the same exact move structure. You have light and heavy ranged attacks which charge to hit more, and a hold R1 move that hits multiple times, and a hold R2 move that does a single powerful hit. He plays almost identically to Kratos, and it just feels so homogenous and rushed.
And again, that's because that's the baseline of the combat system based on how the enemies attack you. I think that's a really important distinction to make too. It's not homogenized. It's the fact that this is how you are supposed to, this is the flow of the combat. Anything outside of this probably wouldn't work. That's why people who say like they play Atreus as a third-person shooter really struggle during that section where you get your arrows taken away in the bar fight, because they're not engaging with the combat effectively. So I had no problem with there being this same structure of like dodge attacks, because I use them constantly. Like they are literally the foundation of my playstyle.
When I first started playing as Atreus, I was enjoying it far more than the Kratos gameplay due to find the feeling a bit fresh, but by the end of the game I was quite bored by playing as Atreus, and I think that's because while Kratos' kit develops, Atreus' remains largely stagnant, so by the end of the game it's like being downgraded to early game Kratos again.
See, I felt that way until I realized that I'll have to explain it later, but I want to let him finish.
Even hoping we might play as Angrboda, since at least her attacks look visually unique and seemed fun to throw out. Even as companions, Atreus and Freya have almost identical skill trees, which upgrade the 2 types of arrows and allow them to do a bigger hit if you press square at the right time. They have slight differences in some of the moves they cast on their own, but given that they just automatically use them, it feels very hands-off and doesn't really feel like a tool in your arsenal.
See, I would have a problem if it wasn't that way, because that would mean that certain moves I would come to rely on with Atreus would not be present when Freya's there, and vice versa. Whenever I lose Freya, and I think Freya's way more useful because of her passive, or her own, I guess we'll say her agency in combat, how she can grab enemies with vines, which when it grabs them, it inflicts poison damage, which lowers the enemy's level, making it easier to kill that enemy, or how she can go Valkyrie mode and dash through enemies and it's way more useful than Atreus's offensive moves. Yeah, it's like, what would I do? Let's think about this. Both Atreus and Freya have moves in their skill tree that increase the amount of status done by their arrows, and one that increases the total number of status, runic arrows they hold. Have to go right now. Hope you have a fun time with the next videos. Let's hope so, dude. Have a good night, or day, or whatever time it is, and wherever it is you're at across the pond. So it's like, I guess a good counter to this would be that if Atreus and the upgrades that increase those statuses, or the number of runic arrows they hold from 3 to 4, if those were just regular passive upgrades that affect both of them, I could see that working. That would make it a lot less frustrating to switch between them throughout the story. But at the same time, it's like just the thought of cutting those abilities with one or the other is terrifying to my playthrough right now. The thought of not being able to inflict as much status with those arrows is literally will get me killed so much I would quit playing. So yeah, they have the same basic structure, but this is only a criticism in the same way that it was a criticism in Devil May Cry 3 to make me purchase Air Hike for every single ability, because it was 20,000 red orbs, which I remember being not like a whole lot in the grand scheme of the game, but it was a lot to where I got tired of buying it for 4 different weapons. So it's kind of like making you regain abilities you've already invested in. I can see that, but the thought of them having because I mean, what he says there about how the attacks they do on their own are completely different. It's like, what more could you ask for if you have the abilities that you have their abilities that they do on their own, and then you have the abilities that I am commanding them to do. And I want those command abilities, I want the stuff I have control of to be the same. And they do feel different to have. Freya is way more useful than Atreus. It just feels like she can hold her own more.
Part of me wonders if this wasn't just a victim of the game being rushed or needing to do too much, but rather an intentional design choice to stop players from being confused by having too many different tools to manage.
I absolutely disagree. I keep going back to the stagger system. It is so convoluted. This game does nothing to stop you from playing it ineffectively, which is what I think a lot of his criticisms are coming for. I'm not going to say, oh, he's bad at the game, but I can tell by the way he's playing, he's not utilizing all of the abilities he has at his disposal. And it's like, because the game doesn't tell you that the way you're playing is bad. Again, he's not playing bad. He's clearly getting through it. But the way he's playing is not as effective as it could be, because the game's not telling him how he should be playing. The game doesn't tell you, hey, if you're going to focus on stun, use sonic arrows. If you're going to focus on status, use sigil arrows. That's a more obvious one, but at the same time, it's like the game, other than telling you, I felt that some of the explanations were really confusing. Like on my first playthrough, I couldn't figure out what exactly these arrows did, other than, oh, when this guy's inflicted with Sonic, he takes more damage. And I didn't even figure out what Sigil did on my first playthrough until nearly the end, when I was like, oh, okay, that's what it does. It increases the status that they have, or it makes them build that status easier. So the game really does have a communication issue with its more advanced moves. Especially down to the point where Atreus has if you hit triangle while playing as Atreus, he will shoot an arrow towards somebody that has a rope on it. He will pull himself towards them, literally across the arena at times, and he'll kick them. That will fully max out their status meter, and they will be immediately inflicted with whatever type of runic arrow you have. So, literally, I have footage, and since he's done with Atreus, I can talk about this now. I have footage of me melting enemies in Muspelheim last night. Like, this was literally last night when I recorded this. And I was like, holy shit, this is so good. It's this one. So, I'm in photo mode here. Let's start with this one. Oh my god, I did it again. Back a little. Let's just skip from here. I'm at that point where I've been talking for so long, my voice is starting to not really go out, but starting to resist my ability to talk. Okay. Pretty sure I'm still in photo mode at this point, but I don't care. Yeah, I am. Okay. So, this is how I was playing Atreus yesterday, and it was both really effective and a ton of fun. Once I stop sucking at this point. So basically, once you hit a dude with that move, he's like full status, and just look how much damage that does. Like, I understand these are like green health bar enemies, and it's naturally you're gonna do a little more damage to them, but still, it's like even on higher level enemies, it didn't feel like so much more. Like, that dude's got a yellow health bar and just literally melting him. So, yeah, Atreus gameplay is a lot of fun whenever you use those combos. I forgot why I showed you that. I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, because there's a very specific way you can play that makes combat flow so much better. The game does nothing to urge you towards it. Kind of like how Doom Eternal at release didn't really tell you to do weapon combos. They had to patch those tooltips in, basically. So, Ragnarok really has a communication problem with how you're supposed to play.
This may sound silly, but you can see this design philosophy all over the game as well. Your companions will actively tell you that you are on fire or poisoned as if you would be unaware otherwise, despite there being obvious visual effects on your character, and also a UI indicator showing the duration of the effect. This feels especially egregious because they will shout at you every time, even though there isn't anything you can do about it.
You're on fire, Kratos! Little fire!
Other games have mechanics where you can roll to put out fire, but aside from one optional accessory that lets you sort of do that, there's no interaction from the player that matters once you have been affected by the status. Technically speaking, the Bifrost status effect wants you to not get hit, but not getting hit was probably already what you were trying to do. And yet the characters will berate you about it anyway. This tells me—
Yeah, but that's correct. You were already trying not to get hit, but it gives you more incentive not to get hit because it's gonna take because you can gain that health back if you don't get hit. So it really incentivizes you to play even more safe while not playing so safe, especially on Give Me God of War, not playing so safe that enemies won't start leveling up in the middle of a tough fight, and then starts. It just extends the entire fight by that point. If they level up, it, of course, changes the way that their stagger mechanics work, and it extends the fight. It gives them a little bit of health back, and it's just a pain to deal with, especially when you thought they were already dead.
That they added those in not to help the player in combat, but to let the player know, hey, this is what damaged you, which shows that they didn't trust the player to be aware of this on their own. It feels over the top and handholdy, but not knowing what hit you is a classic game design problem that is typically resolved by having clearer visual effects, which this game does have, but chose also to add more.
Yeah,
it reeks
where's
of
the
being
pause
overly
button?
playtested, and it doesn't—
I was gonna say, of course they want to make sure that we know we're on fire, because DSP was their baseline for the playtesting. The level designers were so proud that DSP learned what shock crystal puzzles do.
doesn't stop there. Companions will also shout at you which action to take during combat in case you hadn't figured it out. They'll tell you to shield when you get hit by a blockable attack, or to use sigil arrows on a target that needs sigil magic. The game never gives you the space or time to try and learn or figure things out on your own.
You don't think, I think, you kill!
Your companions will often chime in telling you where to go or how to solve the current puzzle after what I can roughly estimate to be about a few milliseconds. I often found myself hearing them give away the solution before I had finished looting the previous fight. I haven't even looked to see what we're working with yet, and you're already shouting the solution at me. Imagine walking into a new portal chamber and instead of taunting you, GLaDOS just told you the solution. It defeats the entire purpose of having a puzzle and also makes you feel robbed of the opportunity to have a fun experience, not that the puzzles are particularly interesting anyway. It really simulates the feeling that I'm playing the game with a dev behind my shoulder constantly telling me what to do and how I'm playing it wrong.
Your shield! Use it! See what I mean?
I know!
On this note, the game has an incredible host of accessibility options, and I think that deserves praise. Not just for being so fleshed out, but for allowing more people to be able to enjoy experiences like this one. But I think they've tuned some of the default options too far. When I started playing, I thought the game felt terrible, and I realized as I played that it has a lot of options on by default. Things like strafe assist turning the camera when I'm not moving it, which then messes up my sense of control over Kratos. The aim assist being massively overtuned and spinning my camera to aim at something nowhere near what I wanted to aim at, so now I'm disoriented and have to do more work to aim back at the right target. The camera lock-on also has this weird sense of positioning where it tries to keep the target on screen instead of centered, so often you have to spend time managing the camera to properly handle the enemy, which takes your hand away from the face buttons, which means you can't dodge properly because you had to fix the camera after an enemy dashed past you, but the camera only barely turned. Sometimes a boss would strafe behind Kratos' model and then dash at me, and I would barely be able to see because the camera was trying to cinematically frame the fight. I also noticed what seemed to be very generous course correction on missed shots so they would hit even if you didn't actually aim at the target. All of these things add up to the game feeling over-designed for this mystery player who has no awareness of anything going on, and also no ability to control the character.
I can tell you exactly who that was. You know what? No, I'm not gonna go find the freaking DSP clip just for this. I should have had it ready if I was gonna do that, but no. For everyone who wasn't here during the last stream, one of the level designers for Santa Monica held a GDC where they had a sequence talking about the structure of levels, and they showed a clip from DSP's live stream. And the whole meme now is that that's how the studio views just like the average person is as DSP.
It's like the game is actively trying to play itself as much as possible, which is removing the one fundamental component of
I'm glad to see I wasn't the only one who did that, because that was like the first thing I did when I saw that.
Interactive media as an art form. You know, the interaction. I can understand where the idea comes from. Wanting to help players who are not as accustomed to playing such games is an admirable goal, and I applaud the idea of making the game more inclusive to more players, but it's just not implemented in the best way, and some of these things detract from the experience in a notable way. So much of the game feels designed as though the playtesters complained about not understanding something, and the team added something in to automatically simplify it for the player, rather than trusting the player to learn on their own. I want to take a moment to address some of the more specific mechanical details that create this feeling. Many enemies will magnet slide at you if you are too far away to be hit to make sure they hit you, which destroys the importance of spatial positioning in combat. Even if you dodge, if you are too quick, they will just keep sliding at you and hit you anyway. Presumably a mechanic to make the game force you to parry or block too, but a frustrating one.
See, and that's a weird thing is because 2018 had the exact same problem and Ragnarok just didn't fix it. In fact, like he's showing, they made it like a lot worse. So that's actually exactly how I feel about it. It's like, what's the point of me trying to properly space myself from the enemies if you're just gonna glide them towards me?
Likewise, the game will often slide you into position to hit enemies as well if you are too far away. Not only does this invalidate the idea of movement and positioning mattering, but it also makes combat feel unresponsive, as you never know when you or an enemy will or will not slide in to make the hit connect. The timing of red and yellow pulses is inconsistent. Often they will appear after the animation has started but before the hit, causing situations where I shielded after seeing the move start, but then the red popped up, so now I'm getting hit because I can't unshield and dodge in time. Sometimes the circle will appear far before the strike and will fully disappear by the time you need to actually react. And then here, the game oddly slides the enemy out of the way of my attack so that it misses, because it's a yellow attack that needs to be parried.
I can tell you what happened is he stepped on that body, and since there's no way to step over it, it slid him to the left.
But the pulse doesn't happen until well after both his charge animation and my attack have begun. In a Souls game, you would just have to read the animation to know what move is happening, but here they obscure the animation behind the color guidance, so they teach you to rely on that instead, but also some very basic attacks don't have a circle and just swing, so if you're waiting for the color, you might just get hit instead. But then the blue circles feel like they will slow down time to give you extra space to interrupt, and even sometimes giving you credit after the attack has started. Enemies approaching from behind can feel oddly difficult to manage it.
They definitely do slow down the animation so you can finish it, which isn't a problem because sometimes you have to run up to the enemy just to hit him. So, I've gotten hit because sometimes that doesn't work, and Kratos won't get closer to him to actually like break the attack. So I would just shield bash into the air, and it just would hit me anyways.
At times, even with your companions shouting every time an enemy flanks you due to the difficult camera management, and even the radial indicator is often hard to understand. For example, it will point behind you because a ranged attack from an enemy in front of you is going to land behind you. If these issues sound familiar, that's because they were also present in 2018, which makes it all the more disappointing that they weren't fixed for Ragnarok. In fact, a great many of the issues I've mentioned so far could also be found in the previous game, and while they felt excusable back then, they had 4.5 years to refine these very promising but flawed systems, and seeing so many of the same flaws manifesting in the exact same way feels deeply disappointing. It's difficult to test, but 2018 would artificially lower the aggressiveness of enemies behind you to account for the camera's bad ability to handle them, and it feels as though that is not happening here, as the enemies don't seem to stall in the same way anymore.
I've had the same thought, actually. I can say for a fact, given that clip I showed at the start of the stream where, like, that Ain't Her Yard just hit me when they weren't even on screen, it absolutely does not do this anymore. And I think it's because the developers legitimately thought that just the new camera would be sufficient for what they were trying to do. But it's really not. Like, not even close. You have more peripheral vision, but you really don't have any vision behind you. And they didn't need to give you more peripheral... Well, they needed to do both. They really just needed to pull the camera back and almost... I don't want to say go back to how it was in the previous game, but really let you see what's behind you a lot more.
I appreciate fixing the artificial nature of enemies letting up on you if you turn away, but you also need to fix the problem that that system was a band-aid for.
We must be better.
The main addition to Kratos' moveset are his triangle moves, which vary wildly and useful.
Okay, so he is going to talk about it.
The triangle on the axe causes you to have to find some free space to frost up the axe for extra power, but it barely feels worth it over just swinging the axe twice instead. The triangle on the blades requires you to mash it, which means your thumb can't control the camera, so you have to hope the enemies don't flank you while you're mashing. But then the triangle on your
See, that's unless you're based and play claw like I do.
spear gives you free extra damage and stagger on every throw, and on many melee attacks. You don't have to play any differently, just swing normally and press triangle now and again for free hits. It's bizarre how much more powerful the spear triangle is than the other two, despite requiring less investment or active gameplay decisions. Some of this may be nitpicky, but I feel that all of these things add up to create a larger problem on the whole. While I'm nitpicking, I want to quickly knock out some other minor issues that aren't a huge deal, but I felt compelled to include. The menu UI is notably subpar, so much so that it has 5-stage tutorial pop-ups every time something new is unlocked just to explain what the new thing was. Why does Drop Near help against Heimdall? We're told it'll overwhelm his senses, but we get him because he isn't expecting it to explode, and then he keeps making that same mistake. Even as someone with no foresight, I would be able to learn after the first time not to keep holding the spears, and then after a bit he just starts getting hit by every attack. I don't understand this.
Yeah, that's mostly because Heimdall's powers aren't really properly explained. So it's hard to tell exactly how this is affecting him. The most I can say is that by the time Kratos punches him, he just gives up and it just starts taking the hits.
Sometimes you can recall your axe to solve puzzles, while other times it will go right through the target. This hole doesn't line up with the chest it was hiding. Why is Soundstone suddenly blocking everything when we never even saw it once in the last?
So, okay, so he really is doing that Joseph Anderson thing where he just goes through and points out, like, all the... this is exactly what Joseph Anderson did in his God of War 2018 critique, is he went through and pointed out a lot of small inconsistencies that I think he may be doing this for the same reason. So, basically, Joseph Anderson said in that video, like, the reason he is nitpicking the game is because the game was so good that he goes harder on good games than he does on easier games because he wants a good game to be even better type of thing. That was kind of the logic behind it, but it's still something that you may not disagree with. I personally wouldn't have done it, and I don't in this one. I'm wondering if he is nitpicking this specifically for that same reason, because he wanted to, or because Joseph Anderson did it. Which, I mean, again, I'm not gonna use that as like a slight against him, because I can definitely say for the first year that I was making videos, I was very much heavily influenced by my inspirations. So that's why a lot of my content is so bipolar between videos, is kind of whatever I was watching at that time and took inspiration from, I would kind of replicate it. It wasn't until, and even my subscribers started pointing this out in my comments, like around the mid 2022, I want to say. No, because I didn't upload mid 2022, mid 2021. See, I was so like inactive working on that Gothic video for all of 2022. I forget what year it is. So, mid 2021, people were like, "Hey, you really feel like you're starting to like really find your own identity and like your own pacing and stuff." And I'm going to give him credit and say if this is his first video, he just has not reached that stage yet. So it's not like oh, this is a flaw you need to work on. It's just, I know this is something that I experienced, and I am assuming it's something he's also experiencing, to the point to where in my God of War 2018 video, I'm pretty sure that I plagiarized a line from Joseph Anderson's 2018 video. I don't really remember the intention behind it, but I'm pretty sure that I did pretty early on, too.
Last game? On several occasions, characters would reference things that they hadn't seen yet, because the game didn't know if I did it with them. Things such as Freya referencing the Raven Tree in Niflheim minutes after joining my party when I found a raven, despite never having been there, or Atreus referencing characters he hadn't met yet from a side quest that I started with Freya but finished with him. Some puzzle chimes have different durations than the rest of their set, forcing you to do them first for no reason. Kratos' journal is written from his perspective, and it just feels wrong reading these more verbose thoughts from the same guy who grunts answers to most questions. I think they're meant to be figurative interpolations of his inner thoughts rather than actual journal entries, but it's odd either way. Some QuickTime events will loop endlessly until you press the button, sometimes comically so. Kratos boosts Brock up to knock down the chastity belt guarding this ledge. Why don't we do that with any other ledge in the game? The D-pad makes weapon switching more clunky as you can no longer always press triangle to pull out the axe. I've brought it up already, but it really does make no sense that Kratos can climb this, but not this. Who keeps placing these firebombs right next to the rocks that they're needed to destroy?
Okay, we're getting like super tiny level. Like some things are just exist for the sake of gameplay. That's not really something worth criticizing because it's not a flaw. It is just literally just in order for the game to have these moments, they have to be there type thing. Like, yeah, it's like, yeah, we can think about who's putting all the exploding pots next to the rocks, or we can just say it's a gameplay thing and move on. So it's not really worth calling attention to.
Why did the dragons need to land on pillars? And why can't they just land on the lower pillar once we break it? It feels oddly scripted. They replaced the Executioner's Cleave with a
probably because it is scripted.
far less satisfying throw move.
See, that's the thing. I disagree that the Executioner's Cleave is more satisfying than the Serpent Snare because they both have a similar charge up time, but you can reduce the charge up time for a Serpent Snare by activating it in the middle of a heavy combo. So if you do like heavy attack, and then hold for a Serpent Snare, it activates the attack in about half as much time, it feels like. So it's actually better for that reason. And not to mention, once you throw an enemy with Serpent Snare, which is, of course, the heavy throw attack, I figure you guys have probably pieced that together, but I didn't say it. Once you throw them, it immediately inflicts them with full frost damage, which means for my playthrough and what I have to do, I would hit enemies with it, throw them, switch to the blades, and then get the extra DPS against them because they're inflicted with frost. So it also has that going.
The dialogue about puzzles you can't solve yet is phrased in a weirdly fourth wall breaking way, as if the characters know that they will eventually be able to use something. It implies that everything in the world exists for them to use, which makes the world feel fake. Why are we missing features like New Game Plus and skippable cutscenes that were added into the first game due to fan demand?
That is... Okay, so this is fair. I know I cut him off. 1 second. This is fair. Skippable cutscenes absolutely should be in the game at launch. New Game Plus is going to take some work because the New Game Plus in 2018, first of all, was post-launch content and added a lot of... It basically added a new tier to the crafting system. There were new armors, new ingredients, new everything. So unless we want a New Game Plus like Fallen Order where you can't even regain the same collectibles twice, the chests are just open, there's nothing there. I mean, New Game Plus is coming out in March. I don't think it was announced at this time, so again, keep in context, like, when this video came out. But, well, I say March, it says early spring. I'm assuming March. It's going to take some work if we want there to be a satisfying progression in the New Game Plus. Otherwise, again, we just get what Fallen Order did, which was super lazy.
We expect that fans just wouldn't want them this time around? I have plenty more nitpicks, but at the end of the day, these don't matter as much, so I'll leave it at that. I want to take some time to properly acknowledge some of what Ragnarok excels at, because it's clearly not a bad game, but just listening to me might make it seem that way. After all, a lot of the disappointment comes from it being the same as one of my favorite games of all time, which means it's still doing a lot right. Just like in the previous game, the performances are incredible. Never for a moment felt like someone had a bad delivery of a line. You can feel the weight of Kratos' history and his love for Atreus in every word, and likewise, Atreus' journey of discovery was equally enjoyable. The moment-to-moment banter of the characters is some of the best around.
You know what he's putting in that so-called stew of his, don't you? Vegetables. Fucking vegetables! From out of the dirt! That just ain't right.
There's a clear modern style to the way characters speak, but I had no problem with that. I think it fits the vibe of the world they've crafted well. I really enjoyed Odin's performance, and I thought his actor expertly nailed the character of a calm, pathological manipulator. Thor brought out the energy of a tortured...
Well, I'm super glad to see that he didn't fall for Odin's scam like Synthetic Man did. I don't know if that's something that I pointed out in my video, but I saw it in the EFAP segment where Synthetic Man was like, oh, everyone keeps talking about how bad Odin is, but he's just a regular old dude. It's like, yeah, he's manipulating you, dude. Like... That's the point.
Soul in a beautiful way, and even Tyr, who had some problems with due to his lack of wisdom and alleged thoughtfulness, was explained by it being Odin trying to manipulate the group even further, which elevated his delivery when seeing those lines again.
She lied. Noah lied.
The side content, and specifically the dialogue and character interaction during it, is just as good as the first game, expanding on the themes at play and fleshing out the world, or just providing entertaining moments. And despite my qualms with the way your companions direct you too much, the way they respond to you doing something with Kratos, like walking up to a certain object with a line or two of dialogue, is great, and it does wonders for making the characters feel more real. The game ran near flawlessly for me, with only a few minor bugs where tutorial prompts would stay on the screen even as Searcher was speaking of his heart, or a character disappearing mid-conversation. Sometimes the journal would be blank when opening it, some voice lines were repeated incorrectly, and after beating Odin, my shop permanently told me I had an upgrade when I manually checked every item and had nothing new to look at. I was also soft-locked once when I died right before Thor jumped down and completed the combat scenario, so when I respawned, the button to enter the area wouldn't show, which is more of an issue with how much the game locks you out from leaving the designated path than a technical issue. But
No, that's 100% a technical issue.
crashes, no broken moments, which on its own is admirable, but even more so due to the massive size of the game. A AAA game this large having as few technical problems as it did is no small achievement. The cinematography bears complimenting too, as they once again complete the game in one single camera shot, and while it may feel less impressive because they did it already, it's still no small feat. Some of the transitions between scenes were absolutely beautiful, and the soundtrack is once again amazing, even if it relies a little too much on the main theme from the first game. I'm also a huge sucker for creatively reinventing old areas, and seeing...
See, interesting thing about the soundtrack that I'm finding now that I'm focusing on it on my latest playthrough is, so it seems like Bear McCreary created a lot of themes for every character. Like, every character has a theme, and the boss themes, or just combat themes in general, will weave those into the scenario. So, Nidhogg's boss theme, which has, again, turned into one of my favorites, starts out just regular, I'm gonna say. It's just a normal track. And then whenever there's the part where Freya frees the root and she's able to help fight, it weaves Freya's theme into it. And then in the third movement, so to speak, it's about the last third of the song, it actually plays Kratos' theme and Freya's theme in the song, since both of them are fighting. It's really, really cool. And again, it's something that you're not even going to notice if you don't kill the dialogue and turn down the sound effects during those sequences. Which is a shame, because I was listening to that at work yesterday, just because I was like just wanting to hear it, and I noticed that. I was like, oh, that's really cool. He's using the motifs for the other characters in a boss track where both of those characters are fighting it together. After basically, this is a point where they have to come to terms with their differences and fight together. It's really cool. And other than that, I don't really have anything to say about the soundtrack because I can't get into it from a music theory perspective. So I want to talk about it since I'm focusing on it so much for this playthrough, but at the same time, I feel like I'm just not going to have much to add to that conversation. Other than soundtrack's really good, I like it.
Several of the places we had been to before, but now in this drastically different state, was very cool. Most notably the Lake of Nine being frozen over, and seeing the corpse of Baldur's Dragon and Tyr's Snowed Over Temple. Even narrative callbacks were incredibly enjoyable, if not a tad cheesy.
In the direction of deer.
The game is also graphically a noticeable step up from 2018, which was not clear to me until I went back and revisited the first game. It's a bit oddly meta, but the fake Tyr has no accent over his name in the subtitles, whereas the real Tyr and all mentions of him include his accent properly. It's not quite the shrine revealing Kratos' whole journey during the Baldur fight, but it's a neat detail. At some point I need to comment on how hilarious Atreus' exit to his final scene is, so I'm doing it now. It's like he's doing the I'm going down invisible stairs behind the couch bit with his dad. Maybe that's just me though. Anyway.
That's a joke, right?
Much of what the first game succeeded at, this game does too, but it doesn't really go beyond that either. The combat system is slightly tweaked, but more or less the same. The armor system is slightly tweaked, but more or less the same.
I would say the armor system got the most overhauls, and is very different. Armor, maybe I'm just misremembering, and maybe I do need to go back and play 2018. I'd rather not, because this project's taking long enough as it is. I do not remember armor being nearly as significant as it back then as it was. It still had passives, and I know that, but the passives were less interesting by comparison.
The exploration and disconnect between what Kratos should be able to traverse and what the game will let the player traverse is more or less the same. The Valkyrie fights are now Berserker fights, but are more or less the same. There was an opportunity to build upon any of these systems that were sufficient for the previous game, but wore out their welcome.
See, I don't think that the Valkyrie and Berserker fights are very comparable, because the Berserker fights try to mix and match each Berserker type for the sake of, like, the very first Berserker you're likely to fight is going to be in Svartalfheim after getting Draupnir. And it's kind of just there's like a tall Berserker that has a basic moveset. There are smaller Berserkers that have different movesets, and several of the encounters will be the game mixing and matching those different Berserkers to make them more interesting than the Valkyrie fights were in 2018. To the point where there is a 3-on-1 Berserker fight where one of the Berserkers constantly holds aggro on Kratos, but the other two will switch between Freya/Atreus and Kratos, which is incredibly frustrating and probably the worst Berserker fight, because that means that you can get hit with like you think Freya's holding aggro on one of the Berserkers, and you're trying to take care of a specific combo this one has that requires like perfect parries to deal with. and then you just get hit from behind from a ranged attack that you didn't see coming because, oh, I'm sorry, I thought that she was handling it, and I can't see enough of the arena to see them all. So it's actually incredibly frustrating, and I'm not looking forward to fighting it. Well, I take that back. I am looking forward to fighting it again to see if my opinion changes, but for the most part, I think that was the one time that I was doing an actual fight and said, I refuse to believe that they play tested this on the highest difficulty. Because it just felt so unfair at times. So, they're definitely different. The concept is the same, execution is very different.
And they didn't really deliver on that. There's very little in this game that I think is objectively bad, though there are certainly design missteps, but I think the biggest fault of this game is what could have been.
Today, we will be better.
This game isn't just a DLC, and anyone who says that is just being pejorative and snarky, and I'm sure the developers all worked tirelessly on this game, but at the same time, I can't point to anything and go, yes, that took 4.5 years to make. Many of the systems feel...
I think that's a bad way of putting it because I mean, you're not going to be able to do that because no one thing took 4.5 years to make. I mean, bits and pieces came together as they came together. It's the finished product that took a lot of time, especially given the sheer amount of side content, reactive dialogue, the changes made to the combat system, making enemy staggers one of the worst things that drive me insane. I mean, again, and that's not even including like delays due to COVID and how, you know, not going from like an office environment where you can walk around a corner and talk to somebody and then having to work through like Microsoft Teams or something like that. It slows productivity. So that's one thing, but also the fact that they had to put the brakes on on pretty much the entire thing until Christopher Judge finished his surgeries. I mean, these things take a toll. So this sounds like an issue of improper expectations, because I felt like 2018 exceeded mine. Or sorry, Ragnarok exceeded my expectations. I did not expect there to be nearly as much stuff, especially where the creator is concerned. But I was really disappointed with the combat system until after I've playtested it more and I realized there are a lot more options than the game leads on. So it's not 100% similar to the previous game. In fact, I don't even think I can play the previous game the same after playing Ragnarok. So it's the Doom Eternal Doom 2016 thing where at launch everybody played Doom Eternal wrong, and Mayo's the one who came out and kind of admittedly, like, you know, if there's one thing Mayo knows, it's Doom Eternal, and he's really the one who at least pushed me to start playing the game differently. And now I went back to play 2016, and I played that game completely differently too, to the point where I was doing like Doom Eternal moves in 2016 until I found the broken combo and stuck with it. So I mean, I think it's kind of unfair to say like, yeah, you know, none of this feels like it took this much time to make, because it's like, I don't know, it feels a little disrespectful. Like, I know that's not his intention, but it's like I have absolutely no idea how difficult it would be to construct a game like this. So for me to say, like, you know, I don't have any reference for how long this would take, especially if the studio's not crunching 24/7. So
iterative at best and more realistically stagnant, and some even regressive. Now one could argue that God of War set the bar so high and was so masterful at certain things that being just as good is enough, and for some I'm sure it is. But 2018 was about starting small and building something new, whereas Ragnarok keeps promising world-ending trouble on a cosmic scale, but delivers small-scale tussles endlessly.
I thought you'd be bigger.
It's time to address the narrative, so we'll be moving on from the technical analysis into the more subjective material, but
okay. How much is left? I'm curious. We got about 20 minutes of story. Let's hope he does it justice.
Nonetheless, it's time to strap in because there's a lot to unpack. In 2018, the game felt oddly limited in scope. That was forgivable due to how much effort they had to spend reinventing an entire franchise, especially given the way 2018 handles its narrative. On its surface, its story is about the journey to spread the ashes of a loved one, while really being about familial bonds and the ways we shatter and restore them. But it's also more than that. It has the bravado of a larger narrative that's teasing plot developments from a story that's already planned out, and not one that's being written on the go. It dares to leave unresolved plot moments, if Jormungandr calling Atreus familiar, a mysterious blowing of the serpent's horn at the most tense point in the story, and the mural depicting Kratos' future demise, not to mention the constant setup of Thor as this unstoppable menace, and Odin as this all-seeing schemer, and the reveal of Atreus' heritage. There's so much setup for these characters and...
Please no cringe, right? I don't think there will be. I think for the most part, like I said, I think this is a good video. I'm trying to avoid like backhanded compliments. Like, it's good for what it's trying to be or something like that. Like, no, it's good. I just personally don't agree with a lot of what he's saying. But I'm also trying to keep it within the context of when the video came out, how much testing he probably did prior to that, and how long it took me. I mean, we are almost in February, and I am still learning about mechanics. So his video came out a month and a half ago. I can't really fault him for... It is not mathematically possible for him to do the same amount of play testing and figuring stuff out and make this video and release it at the time that he did, considering how long it has taken me to do it. Now, granted, it is possible for him to do that and release it a little bit later, because I took most of December off just to take a break, because I went straight from Fallen Order into Ragnarok, and I was just mentally exhausted and wanted to enjoy the holidays. And I did enjoy the holidays. So, he could have still done it, but that also comes back to, like, again, it's like, I'm not going to criticize someone for, like, oh, you made this video, you didn't even understand all this stuff. It's like, dude, I didn't understand all this stuff until literally last week. Like, I'm still learning what this game is capable of, essentially.
Plot beats, that some were even upset that they weren't in the first game. God of War built a world and a universe that compelled us to ask questions and yearn for more. Who blew the horn? How will they send off Kratos? And what does it mean for Atreus to be Loki?
A question for another day.
Ragnarok is the conclusion to the Norse saga of God of War. But we barely met any of the figures from the Norse pantheon, and several of the characters we do explore are brand new creations for the game, and many of the questions that the first game had us asking have lackluster payoffs or are ignored completely.
Corey confirmed this after I recorded the video, but before I finished editing. The 3 Xanax are finally kicking in enough for me to quiet the screams of the demons in my head long enough to let them to let pass out for a time that I can charitably call some sleep. One day I will be coherent enough to actually create. I think this is in reference to, he's got to show the context. I think this is in context to who blew the horn. This is really hard to understand without context of the question. I think, because I remember seeing this tweet, I think it's about who blew the horn, and it's basically just like a drop plot point. But they are most likely going to tie it into a future game just because they know it's there. If that makes any sense. I don't think there's any setup for it. I think they're just going to take the idea and they're going to tie it into something else. Like Atreus traveling through time.
The horn is, to my knowledge, not referenced at all, possibly being retconned. Despite the prophecy, Kratos is...
Oh, he literally just said that. Never mind. Visuals not adding up to what was said, my bad.
Questions that the first game had us asking have lackluster payoffs or are ignored completely. The horn is, to my knowledge, not referenced at all, possibly being retconned. Despite the prophecy, Kratos does not die and so doesn't get a send-off at all. Jormungandr is merely some random giant soul that Atreus put in a random snake and it grew massive for reasons unexplained. And apparently he forgot all about Loki, despite that being a very important detail of his new life.
Well, he didn't forget him. He said he seems familiar, but I mean, he was sent back. He was sent back in time so far that he speaks a dead language. I mean, I literally, okay. It is not fair to say, oh, well, he forgot Loki when he did this. It's like, dude, that was like centuries, if not a millennia ago, however long they say. I'm pretty sure they say they sent him back like hundreds of years before his birth. It's like, you were not going to remember somebody from hundreds of years ago. And he said he seems familiar. It's just, you also have to remember, like, Atreus is younger in this scene than when the whole thing happens. It's possible that Jormungandr does remember when he's the proper age, but this is not the person who made this yet.
Not to mention, all the setup of Jormungandr being blasted back through time from the first game just isn't explained at all. In fact, it happens in such a blink and you miss it way that I literally didn't notice it until my second playthrough.
I mean, It is explained. Their fight is so strong that it splinters the world tree and sends Jormungandr back in time. I mean, that's an explanation. I don't feel like we need more details than that.
And lastly, the surprise twist of Atreus being Loki just doesn't matter all that much. Mechanically, it means he gets his own Spartan rage in the form of a wolf. Narratively, it means he can also become a bear. And then the rest could just as easily have been done with Atreus as the subject of the Ragnarok prophecy.
Well, no, because a big part of what he's going through right now is the fact that he's having an identity crisis, essentially. He is prophesied to be this big, great champion of the Jotnar and overall just a massive hero, but he is, at his current state, being held back by Kratos because Kratos doesn't want anything for him. So it's not until after he finds out that Kratos dies that he's like, oh crap, I gotta do something about that. And, his alter ego as Loki is also a cover for him when he's in Asgard, and to the point to where he is at a crossroads in his life where he has to decide. I mean, Kratos, I'm pretty sure, says it in this scene, yeah, you must choose who you're going to be. And you have to keep in the context that it's like, I'm trying to find the proper way to explain it, because whenever I talk for long enough, my brain starts stopping. There is basically Atreus as Kratos is raising him, and then there is Loki as Atreus is coming into his own person. That's why at the end of the game, whenever Atreus tells Kratos, I have to go looking for the giants, Kratos says, Loki will go, Atreus will stay. So he's the same person, but he's trying to decide, like, who he's going to be and trying to, like, find his own path. So it is important, and that's why he uses the names interchangeably, and that's why anytime he refers to Loki, Kratos gets, like, seriously upset about it. To the point where he tells him in that big blowout argument, he said, he basically says, you're not Loki, you are Atreus. So Loki is a representation of who he is destined to be, and Atreus is basically who he is currently, and he is more interested in who he is prophesied to be than who he is, until he finds out that through quote-unquote being Loki, so to speak, Kratos dies. And then he starts trying to subvert his fate, but he's still, I mean, you can kind of see in that where that bit of identity crisis comes from. It all started when Faye died. And that's kind of a point I made in my last video. Like, the entire previous game, since a lot of Atreus' identity is in his relationship with his mother, whenever Faye dies, he starts having that identity crisis to where he goes through being an asshole for a minute and killing Modi, before he settles for finally deciding, okay, I'm Atreus, I'm my father's son type thing. And now in this game, that is being expanded to where in the beginning of the game, if you guys will remember, he and Kratos are talking, and he says, I should be out there finding out who I am and who Loki is. So the end of God of War 2018 kind of planted that seed in him, and it continues to grow in this game to where he is stuck between who he is and who he's told he's supposed to be type thing. I'm not really explaining that too perfectly, but I'm hoping I'm kind of getting the point across. Like, it is really big to the story.
Instead of Loki. He doesn't do much of anything that meaningfully needed to be Loki instead of Atreus. He's a half-giant and he explores his giant heritage a bit, but Atreus also could have been that just fine. He doesn't get up to much mischief, planning, scheming, manipulation, trickery, or any of the things we would typically associate with Loki. They probably wish to steer clear of a certain other popular version of the character, but they so carefully crafted a Norse mythology that didn't include Loki in 2018, and then it felt like him being Loki was more a tool to give him internal conflict about being a giant or a human, rather than anything related to Loki, the Norse.
See, it's not really about being a giant or a human, though. It's about, like, where he's going to place his identity, and whether he is willing to risk destroying the relationship with his father to live out basically who he's thinking in his head he's supposed to be. More prophecy, yeah, the prophecy does have a large... The prophecy basically has everything to do with it, because it all starts when he sees the prophecy in Jotunheim at the end of the previous game, except it only shows them everything they just did. But in that prophecy, he says they called him Loki. They did not call him Atreus. So it's like, and you also got to keep in mind, it's like, this is all happening to like a 14-year-old who is not only like physiologically like coming into his own, so to speak, or growing up, trying to figure things out. Psychologically, he's still growing, and you're also basically putting two identities on him at the same time. So yeah, it makes sense to me, like, why he acts the way he does, even though I do think he's a little bit bratty, but then again, 14.
Norse god.
Call me Atreus.
Even his very basic polymorph abilities are not that special, as several other characters have the exact same abilities. Many of the events that happen feel like checking off a checklist of items that the mythological Loki did. Whereas
Wait a
the
minute,
basic
was that
polymorph abilities are not that special, as several...
Don't tell me. I think this dude watches Joseph Anderson. I'm not kidding.
Several other characters have the exact same abilities.
Yeah. Go back. Go back a few frames. Where's the go back frame button? Let me see. I don't have it. See if I can go back. Yeah, that is literally from Joseph Anderson's 2018 critique. Well, I've solved the mystery, guys. I know who his inspirations are. I guess I win, or something like that. I don't know. That just kind of stuck out to me. It's like that was a bit in Joseph Anderson's video. Anytime he said boring, he would show this scene. So, again, nothing wrong with that. Just stuck out to me.
Many of the off a checklist of items that the mythological Loki did. Worth Jormungandr? Check. Worth Fenrir? Check. He's not really all that meaningful to the narrative either and feel oddly spliced in without real development. And there are other aspects of Loki that feel distinctly different from Norse myth, such as how he and Heimdall are supposed to kill each other at Ragnarok. Or him giving birth to Sleipnir, though I suppose him giving birth to Sleipnir after being impregnated by a horse would have been difficult to explain. Probably for the best to just drop that one. They even playfully tease the Loki that I think most players would imagine throughout the game.
Oh, is trickery something you're good at?
I lied to my dad a couple times.
Oh, a master of deception.
Is that true, Loki? You a little trickster?
Even showing a very Jim Carrey type mask, but in the end, this game could have been entirely...
I think it's funny that, So, okay, fun fact. The mask that Odin has does look a lot like the mask from, Jim Carrey's The Mask. And that was, I haven't seen the movie in freaking long time, but apparently that was like the mask of Loki. Eric Williams said that is not the intention. They did not intend for those to like have that overlap. It's just a coincidence. So I think it's interesting whenever people are like, yeah, it's just like it's like it's from The Mask. And I saw that interview where he's like, no, like that was not the intention with it. The intention was just that it was supposed to look like it's not from the Norse world and it was supposed to have writing from all these other languages on it. It just so happened to end up looking like how it does in The Mask.
About Atreus and dropped the Loki name entirely, and it wouldn't feel any different. Much in the same way that God of War is about a father and son building their relationship, and this is reinforced through Freya and Baldur's familial relationship struggles as well as Brock and Sindri's, Ragnarok is about redemption and forgiveness, and this is also reinforced through the side plots. Several side quests are focused on Mimir atoning for his past transgressions, Sindri has a new thread with his brother that admittedly feels oddly absent from the past game, and Freya has her arc with her brother, and also Kratos, and also Mimir, and also Odin. Look, Freya has a lot of resentment built up, okay? The game even goes so far as to try to humanize the Asgardians. I think it's a good call to split the narrative so we get to see Asgard's side and humanize them, but they are criminally underdeveloped in comparison. Thor is broken, drinking his sorrows away, sees his daughter, and then a fun festival tune plays as we all gleefully smash our way through a bar fight before going right back to work. And then Heimdall is an arrogant asshole, and we're told that that's just how he is. No trauma, no insecurity.
Excuse me, do you not know that Heimdall is the one Omega Chad in this game? How dare you? Synthetic Man was very clear about the fact that this is the only character in this game that he actually likes, because he is just so based and so cool. Also, fun fact, the reason that Heimdall is the way he is because he constantly sees people's intentions, and that it's like, okay, that's a neat detail, but then you think about it, could you imagine constantly, like, knowing that, he says it to himself, I think did I record that dialogue yesterday, or did I have the dialogue turned off? I think I had the dialogue turned off. Let me check. He explains why he, he doesn't explain as in I'm going to have this conversation with Atreus. He just kind of leads on why he is the way he is in an optional conversation. I think I was going around recording dialogue.
Are you trying to make friends now?
Well, I just aided the Allfather. You said that makes us allies.
Yes, as long as you had no treacherous... Interesting. You don't really know quite what you're doing here anymore. Sometimes I envy the Allfather. He always sees the best in people, while all I see is what people really are. Nobody ever says what they mean. Some lie to the world. Some lie to themselves and don't even know it. And then there is you. You don't know what you want. You don't even know who you are. But I hope you do know this. I will be watching.
So basically, that's the whole intention. I kind of knew that ahead of time because, again, I watched the Eric Williams interviews where he kind of explains that. But the whole thing with Heimdall is like, if you went every day of your life constantly seeing through people and seeing exactly, like he said, exactly how they are, I mean, you'd probably act the exact same way. Especially the arrogance from never just knowing that there's no possible way anyone can beat you in a fight. So it makes perfect sense why he is that way. It's just not very obvious, and I don't remember if I even originally recorded that side dialogue on my first 2 playthroughs. I just was walking around recording random dialogue because I found some extra stuff in Odin's library that I didn't hear previously, and I was like, oh, what else did I miss? That's how I got that.
Just a born prick.
Seriously, what's your problem?
And why exactly is Odin the bad guy? He just wants to figure out what's after death. The only atrocities he's committed are told to us via story until the very end when he starts killing for no good reason. But if the narrative is about redemption, shouldn't we believe that he can be saved? We watched Kratos chain a sex slave to a wheel just to open a door. Surely, if he can have a redemptive arc, so can Odin. Plus, if the Mask and the Tear really have infinite knowledge, then should...
I think the idea is more that it comes down to the fact that can Odin receive a redemption? Yes. Atreus tries to redeem him in the end, but Odin specifically says, I'm never going to change. And that's in the other part of the story about changing yourself to change your fate. That's really where that entire plot point comes to a head. It's not that Odin can't be redeemed, it's that he refuses to change himself, and unless he will change and be a better person, yeah, he's completely self-centered. He only thinks about himself. He will lie and manipulate to anybody he has to get what he wants. So he basically leaves him no choice but for Atreus to what he does to Odin, whispering his soul into the orb to prevent from actually killing him, reminds me a lot of, if any of you guys have ever seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, the finale of how he handles the Fire Lord, basically just like taking his powers away. It's kind of reminiscent of that, and I wonder if that's intentional or if that was another like coincidence that just happens to overlap with other media. If that's the case, there's just a lot of it in this game.
Shouldn't the plan be to help him see the light? And now he understands everything and can help foster peace? Or are we just assuming that Odin is inherently evil? Doesn't that contradict the main theme of the game?
Well, ain't you philosophical?
On that note, the story we got about being better was a good idea in concept, but it feels somewhat...
Again, I mean, yeah, I think the intention is just that, like, Odin refuses to change his ways, and that makes him unredeemable. Not that he himself could never be redeemed, but the whole idea is that redemption comes from within, not from external sources. So there's nothing that anybody else could do that would change who he is except himself, and he says himself, I will never change. And that's what causes Atreus to be, because Atreus tells him, he's like, I really wish you didn't say that. And that's what leads them to ultimately leading to his death.
Half-hearted. It makes a lot of sense as a culmination of Kratos' journey and as a lesson that he wants to impart onto Atreus, but it feels stretched thin as the central theme of the game. Freya forgives Kratos for killing her son because he tells a half-truth story about killing his daughter, glossing over the unhinged violence, cruelty, and other atrocities he committed along the way. Similarly, Sif goes from trying to have Loki killed on sight for killing Heimdall to saving both him and Kratos from Thrud because Odin's a bad person too? I don't mind these characters having reversals of opinion, but I would have liked to see having more deliberate cause and effect on some of these ideas.
I think we're getting into, it's nowhere near Synthetic Man levels, but I think he's misunderstanding the main themes. A big part of being better has to do with the prophecy stuff. The Norns say that your fate is the sum of your actions. Since people never change, their fate never changes. So being better when Kratos says we have to be better in God of War 2018, he is speaking from the context of we need to break the cycle of vengeance, and we need to, as gods, be better and be more willing to help the world than hurt it, and not chase our own self-interests, but be a little more benevolent. Being better in the context of Ragnarok is we need to be better because that is the only way to change our fate. So I don't think being better is the that's the thing. Ragnarok doesn't really have one main central theme. God of War 2018 was very, very heavy-handed with its themes. You saw it everywhere. The motif of family, everywhere. Ragnarok is a lot more complicated, which I think is a creative, it has a different, Cory Barlog isn't the one directing the game, Eric Williams is, and I think that creative difference makes it a big difference, basically. So, I really think he doesn't fully understand, because he hasn't mentioned the prophecy stuff yet, and the prophecy stuff is a big, big part of how these themes tie together, but it's a lot more narratively complex than the previous game is. So he's listing out the themes, but he's not really listing out how they all tie into each other.
Brock and Sif's forgiveness happens entirely off-screen, which makes them oddly jarring because I was expecting to see more development on these issues, but the next time they're brought up, it's fully resolved. So much of the narrative development feels glossed over or squeezed into the final hours of the game that it makes me wonder if they wanted to tell a grander story but had to rush it to fit it in just one game instead of letting it breathe across a full trilogy.
Focusing on the second act to the exclusion of the final. A common mistake in storycraft.
At the same time, I feel the pacing of much of the first half of the game is needlessly meandering and wasteful, so maybe not. How did Sif even find Thrud at just the right moment, and why does she have the one Midgardian boy we know with her? And Thrud arrives to see Odin killing Thor.
Well, Sif's intention was to manipulate somebody into killing Odin. That's another thing he missed, is like, Sif's argument isn't, well, they're bad people, but Odin's bad too. Sif hates Odin. Like, she probably, the only person who hates Odin more than Sif is Freya. And she is a close second. She sees Odin as solely responsible for what happened to Magni and Modi. She even says as much to Thor when Atreus is in Niflheim, and she says that they were thrown at the Allfather's problems like brittle blades to a mountain face. And that's whenever she turns Thor against Atreus, basically trying to convince him to essentially kill Atreus to stop Odin's plans, as opposed to attacking Odin outright. I think that's the thing about her character we haven't seen yet, is just how manipulative Sif is. She's not portrayed as a bad person, but she really does like to play those mind games, probably because she's trying to go against Odin, and Odin does the same thing. So she's also described as Odin's diplomat, so naturally she's gonna be a little more on the mental gymnastics side. So she is she even says when she's talking to Thrud, she says, someone has to stand up to Odin. I tried to get your father to do it, but now I know it has to be you. So I guess it's fair to say, like, where does she come from and why does she have Skjoldr? But at the same time, that makes sense because Skjoldr is Thrud and Atreus' friend. If there's one Midgardian you could bring to say, look, he's hurting the people you love, it is absolutely Skjoldr. So I don't think, so far, nobody has seemed to understand that Sif is manipulating Thrud to fighting against Odin because Sif wants to kill Odin so that their family can finally be free of his influence. And that's why I say she's not depicted as a bad person, but yeah, she is absolutely playing mind games with these people, and so far people are more aware of Odin doing this, but no one's really pointed out just how much Sif does it too.
Just the right moment? Why did Odin, after days of perfect deception, just crack, stab Brock, and give up the disguise seconds before leaving with the mask?
Well, Brock was about to figure him out too. We talked about this last time, whenever Synthetic Man said, like, he figures it out because he called him Loki. Brock was really, really piecing it together. Not to mention that Odin didn't have the mask in his possession. So, had he allowed him to continue, Brock would have 100% turned everybody against Odin. So he was really desperate in that situation. You can kind of see as he's making excuses, and he's like, hey, I have a way to Asgard. Brock's like, how? Well, let me go get my things and I'll show you. You don't have any things. And what are you doing with why are you trying to walk away with the mask? You know Atreus earned that. To the point where everyone's like, Brock, calm down. He's like, no, something's wrong here. And everybody just shuts up and listens to him for a minute. And he's like, and why are you calling him Loki? You know that's not his name. And then Odin just kind of starts trying to slowly, like, distance himself from the situation. He's just kind of walking away. And then Brock doubles down. He's like, hey, where are you going? I'm talking to you. And that's when Odin stabs him. And he even says in the confrontation afterwards, Odin's like, yeah, sorry, that wasn't part of the plan, but give me the mask and I can leave. So, I mean, again, they're ignoring the build-up. It's a really, really important build-up to that scene. Odin doesn't just snap. He was for the first time backed up against the corner because all he was interested in was getting the mask and getting out of there, because the only reason he lost the mask is because Thor attacked Atreus, and Atreus used Sindri's little secret exit thing he gave him to escape with it. So full context is super important. That's why I think that's why it's taken me so long to write the narrative portion of this video, because I really do gotta comment on freaking everything.
Is it just because we needed him to finally do something actually evil? Why does the mask react to anything in Helheim? Is it just to give us a reason to free Garm so that we can squeeze the Fenrir connection in? And how big are these realms? Because apparently after hundreds of years, all Odin needed to know was the name of the realm and the mask led them to it? Sure.
The Helheim thing, I won't argue. It's really confusing how that works. Even the best theories are just straight cope. He doesn't need to know the name of the realms. There's riddles on the mask. Let's see what he says.
Like he would have thought to just go to each realm until the mask lights up, right? Another bit of narrative nitpicking is the way many characters who don't forgive and forget calmly choose death.
I guess he doesn't really criticize like how they find the realm, just okay, so the most I've heard about how the mask works is that it does not lead you to the mask piece. It's like tuned to what Atreus wants. That's why I say it's complete cope, because there's like no explanation for this. So it doesn't make sense why it works in Helheim if it just leads them to Garm. But unless we really have to start freaking hitting on that copium pipe and say, well, it led him to Garm so he could free it, so he could have Fenrir back. Because I mean, they could have done that if they would have just made a conversation, like made most of the conversation he and Thrud have about Fenrir, and Atreus kind of confiding in her about how something about how, like, you know, he loves his dad, but his dad's never been someone he could really like have a friendship with or something. See, I'm not a writer, so I'm sucking at this, but something about him just really, really like missing Fenrir, and the mask starts guiding him towards Garm, which will eventually I guess like guiding him to like the next nearest wolf in the realm or something. They could have, I mean, they're better writers than I'm ever going to be. They probably could have made that work and it would have made a lot more sense. As it is now, it makes no sense why it works in Helheim.
Heimdall dies because he tells Kratos he'll never give up. He could have just not said that and tried again anyway, but that somewhat fits his character, so I'm willing to forgive it. He's not used to being stopped, so his arrogance leads to his demise. Odin, however, the master of lies and manipulation,
Wait a minute,
anyway,
say that
but
one
that's
time.
many characters who don't forgive and forget calmly choose death. Heimdall dies because he tells Kratos he'll never give up. He could have just not said that and tried again anyway, but that somewhat fits his character, so I'm willing to...
Well, he doesn't die because he said he'll never give up. He dies because he attacks Kratos because he felt that Kratos was only sparing him out of pity, and his pride wouldn't allow him to stop. So that's really important to keep in mind. Like, Heimdall he doubles down and attacks us back. He doesn't. You even see it in this line. He's like, "Do you think you get to just walk away?" And then he says, "You don't get to decide my fate," which is doubly ironic because the Norns have already fated him to die by Kratos' hands, and Kratos is trying to break that. And then he attacks us, and Kratos at that point gets pissed off, goes to Sparta on his ass and kills him. So I think he probably got this mixed up with Odin's.
Forgive it. He's not used to being stopped, so his arrogance leads to his demise. Odin, however, the master of lies and manipulation, openly and honestly tells Atreus he will never give up, and calmly sits there for his death.
See, he's saying that he'll never give up. That's not quite true. What was his exact words? Because I'm pretty sure he says, like, I will never change. Where's my clip of the Ragnarok scene? Going back. Let's see. I'm just gonna play the whole scene because I honestly don't remember when he says it. This is after you defeat Odin.
This was our chance, Loki. I could have had my answers. I could have learned the truth. You took that away from me. I could have made things better. We could have made the 9 realms better.
This was never about the realms, or me. It was about you.
You destroyed everything. My home, my family, my kingdom!
You did those things! Your choices! You killed your own son!
It wasn't my choice. I had no choice.
There's always a choice! You have to stop. You can choose to be better.
No, I can't. I have to know what happens next. I will never stop.
Why'd you have to say that? Sofna. Upfra.
Okay, so basically at that point he starts like whispering. He does the giant magic stuff and he whispers his soul away, which I think is what kind of stuns him here. So he didn't say I will never change. He says I'll never stop, but it implies the same thing. You know, Atreus said you can make the choice to be better, and he's saying no, I'm not going to do that. Basically, so what was his criticism one more time?
He leads to his demise. Odin, however, the master of lies and manipulation, openly and honestly tells Atreus he will never give up, and calmly sits there for his death.
Yeah, but he just got his ass kicked, man. Like, it's a tough boss fight, and he literally got like a 3-on-1 beatdown.
Moments earlier, Odin immediately starts smooth-talking Freya when she shows up with the noose, but when Atreus says, I will let you live if you give up, he has none of the guile. Likewise, when you defeat Gná...
See, he didn't really say I'll let you live if you get up. He told him there was no condition on letting him live. For the context of that scene, I didn't take that as Atreus saying like, yeah, if you'll just be a better person, you can live. Like, Atreus is trying to convince him to give up his search for, like, the whole thing about the realm tear and the crack is that it is supposed to be all knowledge and all truth, basically. And he is telling him, you have to give this up. It's consuming you. You can be better. And that is what he's saying. I will never stop. I have to know what comes next. What he's referring to there is what he told Atreus when he first visited Asgard. He said, like, we're gods. We don't know why we're here. I need to know what happens when I die. Where do I go? That's what he means when he says, I have to know what's next. So by him saying that, he's basically saying, like, I'm not going to drop this obsession, which ties into all the other characters. Freya had an obsession with vengeance that she had to let go of. Kratos had the obsession of just being overbearing with his son and making sure that he protects Atreus instead of letting Atreus protect himself. He had to let go of that. He had to start loosening up and easing off with the restrictions a little bit so Atreus could breathe a little. Those are the only two I can think of off the top of my head. Oh, and Atreus had the obsession of prophecy that he had to let go of, and he had to really, really learn to start making his own choices and finding his own agency in life, because he was convinced for the longest time, especially when you start doing the whole Skull and Hati thing, he was convinced that everything they do is just going to follow destiny, even as he's trying to change his perspective on it, and Kratos is trying to help shift that perspective to we make our own choices, prophecy has nothing to do with it. He still struggles during that second trip to Vanaheim with coming to terms with that. So Atreus had to let go of his obsession of prophecy. You can make a bigger argument that, like, obsession is a bigger drive for all these characters than anything else. So what Odin is telling him is, I am not going to give that up. I'm not going to change. This is what drives me, and I'm not going to stop. Basically, whatever the cost. So that's why it wasn't a bargain. I'll let you live if you let go of this. Atreus was just saying, you have to let go of this, and Odin was saying, no, I don't. I'm not going to do that. That's whenever Atreus figures out on his own, he's not going to change. We have to eliminate him. Let's see what he says about Gná, though.
In battle, Freya stops Kratos from killing and asks Gná to forgive, which she says no and then continues kneeling there with no one holding her down while Freya steps up to execute her.
Well, yeah, she just lost. She knows that she can't take her, but she's not going to let go of her hatred, so what other option is there than to just die? I mean, obviously there are other choices, but I mean, she's not going to accept them. It's like, if we leave, it's the same situation that Freya was in at the start of Ragnarok with Kratos. If we leave Freya alive, she's going to keep hunting us. She's not going to forgive. But if we were to kick her ass badly enough and kind of do what Odin did and accept, like, I'm not going to stop hunting you, well, she may not be so willing to go as Gná is here, but it's kind of it's supposed to be a mirror of where Freya started her story and where it ends.
If she hasn't given up on the fight inside her, why is she giving up on the fight externally? Again, you could always formulate some rationale for why they all choose to be killed, but at a meta level, it feels like a narratively weak excuse to let the characters kill someone without breaking their character arcs of being better and not killing.
I completely disagree. I just spent, the last 5 minutes going into why this makes sense in character.
I think the game sets up Atreus' rationale for wanting to go to Asgard perfectly well, and I found it a really fascinating way to get us to explore both sides. But at the same time, I never felt any real tension that Atreus' allegiance was wavering towards Odin. Despite Heimdall telling us that Loki was confused, it seemed very clear that he was always on the side of his father, even when he was upset at him.
I'm trying to save your life, you big jerk!
Well, that was before, though. That was, like, before he even met Odin. At that point, the whole point of going to Asgard was to try and prevent Kratos from dying, and Odin even says, like, a big thing that Odin is egging Atreus on with is, hey, if we find out what's in this tear, you know, we can change our fates, we can save the people we love, it's going to be great. When really Odin just wants to, I mean, he's just obsessed with knowledge. It doesn't matter how, he's basically Hermaeus Mora, is the best way to put it.
I also think that the decision to have Atreus be absent for portions of Kratos' gameplay had a rippling effect that caused issues down the line. Because of this, every side section had to be designed such that you could complete it with Freya or Atreus, so the characters had to be mechanically interchangeable or else risk gating content. At the same time, all of the conversation had to be vaguely interchangeable since either companion could be present.
I don't recall asking you to come along.
And most importantly, in contrast to the first game where the side content explores the depth of Kratos and Atreus' relationship, the side content here is primarily focused on other characters instead, since you might not reliably have Atreus around. As such, Freya feels equally underdeveloped, forgiving in a single trip the same atrocity that caused Kratos to murder the entire Greek pantheon, just because the game needed another companion.
My brain glossed over everything he just said. 1 second.
Freya feels equally underdeveloped, forgiving in a single trip the same atrocity that caused Kratos to murder the entire Greek pantheon.
She doesn't really... A big thing about Freya's character that I didn't really point out during the last stream, or really in my video because it's something I didn't pick up on until recently, is that she doesn't really... Well, I knew she doesn't really forgive Kratos. She just kind of shifts her hatred towards other people who are equally responsible for Baldur's death. But a big thing that the section with the Norns reveals is that Freya feels as responsible as anybody else for Baldur's death because she knows that her placing the protection ward on him that made him feel nothing is what drove him insane, and ultimately led to him trying to kill her, which led to Kratos killing him to save her. She lashes out at Kratos because he is the most obvious person responsible, but she still does feel some level of guilt for it. And so whenever she forgives Kratos, she doesn't say, I forgive you, everything's okay. She says, there's a part of me that is always going to be angry, but you're not the one who needs to die. And from that point forward, she shifts her hatred of Kratos towards a hatred of Odin. And you'll notice in dialogue going forward, she's like really, really pushing for Kratos to actually start Ragnarok so she can go kill Odin. And whenever Kratos decides when Atreus comes back, we're not going to do that, that's when she says, okay, I'm going to Vanaheim so I can at least help my brother fight Odin. So she doesn't forgive Kratos, and I don't think she ever actually forgives Kratos. As much as she just accepts that he's not really 100% responsible for Baldur's death. There were other players that put him in that situation where Kratos' only decision was to kill Freya, let him kill Freya or to kill Baldur. And that's the only thing Kratos apologizes for in that scene. He says, what was it he said? He said, I don't regret saving your life, and I never will, but the choice to live or die was yours, and I shouldn't have robbed you of that. So the only thing he's apologizing for is not letting Freya make that choice. He's not apologizing for killing her son. Because he understands, like, the mindset that puts her in, but he also understands that were he in that same situation, he'd do it again. So again, things are way, way more complicated than that. You cannot summarize these character arcs in less than a full paragraph.
Because the game needed another companion, and we don't have time to flesh out her character arc. It's a disappointing resolution for one of the most emotional and powerful moments of the previous game. I think this is why the pacing of the game feels so inconsistent and slow, especially in the early hours. If you play thoroughly and complete all the side content as you get access to it, Ragnarok's pacing slows to a crawl, and this is because unlike the first game where the side content served to flesh out Kratos and Atreus' relationship, the side content here serves to flesh out the side characters. Taking a 3-hour detour from our trip to Spring Tier out of prison in order to destroy a bunch of mining rigs and free a sea creature imprisoned by Mimir is enjoyable content in a vacuum, but doesn't serve to expand upon the larger narrative in quite the same way as seeing Kratos try to impart life lessons onto Atreus from each undead spirit they meet on the lake.
Take it as a lesson.
While most of the development between Kratos and Atreus is confined to the main story this time around, that doesn't mean it's any less impactful. Christopher Judge's performance here is phenomenal, and I think Atreus' actor does an even better job than the first game. Atreus' actions always feel real and understandable, and the way Kratos is straining his every being to allow Atreus to grow and make his own choices while also trying to protect him perfectly captures the dynamic and struggle of a parent and their child. I also thoroughly enjoyed the Angrboda and Atreus section in Jotunheim, which seems to be a bit controversial. I think you could probably remove all the combat from that section and it would be no worse, but I'm sure they found playtesters getting bored otherwise.
They will not listen to reason.
I absolutely would hate, I would hate Ironwood if there was no combat. Because it would literally just be nothing but 30, like, let's say the combat encounters make up about 20 minutes of it, that'd be 40 minutes of straight walking and talking. That would hurt the pacing even worse if I didn't have anything to go hit. Because, keep in mind, combat is a big part of this game. Yes, the story is important, but they struck a fair enough balance to where one doesn't really overstep the other unless you're playing the game strictly for the combat, and then you realize just how many of these sequences there really are, and it really does, well, I mean, I want to go kill things. I don't want to sit here and listen to people talk. I've played the game twice now. I'm on my 3rd run. I really just want to go test out combat mechanics.
Combat is unavoidable.
Atreus and Angrboda's dynamic is one of an awkward teenage interaction, and anyone who's ever been a teenager knows being awkward is 90% of the time.
Anyone who's ever been a teenager, but I'm pretty sure everybody's been a teenager. I know that's not what he meant, but that just stuck out to me.
The job. It's also worth noting that this is probably the first time that either of them have seen a person their age, so it's understandable for them to be a bit uncomfortable. I initially thought Angrboda was a bit too mature and well-adjusted given the way she apologizes so quickly after shouting, but then upon learning of her parentage and seeing the way that her grandmother abuses her, it made perfect sense. She's just mirroring the behavior she's seen, and love-bombing after an abusive outburst is a classic tactic from a narcissistic abuser like her grandmother. This was oddly one of the more poignant moments for me when I was piecing this all together and saw the tragedy of her youth, which also completely undermined the sadness of this false dichotomy that she had no story of her own since there were no more murals. There's no mural showing you making dinner tomorrow, so does that mean that you don't make dinner anymore?
I've already explained at length, like, the Giants' culture and how they view prophecy, but that's not really what they're implying.
A big theme is defying prophecy and it coming true anyway, and then in the end they finally escape prophecy, but it's not clear how or why.
It is very clear. It's just convoluted, I'll say. Again, I'm not wanting to, like, I'm not trying to be an asshole with this guy, because he clearly paid attention to the story, as opposed to Synthetic Man, who I can nitpick a little more commonly because it was obvious he did not pay any attention to the story, but it is explained how they avoid their fate, which is there's not just one thing that does it. Atreus making friends in Asgard and putting Thrud in a position to where she could trust him is one of the things that does it. Kratos heating phase, because you have the three memory/dream sequences with Faye, where she tells him to open his heart to the world, whereas Kratos previously told Atreus to close his heart to the world. Kratos then telling Atreus, open your hearts to the Midgardians who Odin put on the wall to try and deter them. He says, open your heart to it. That's your mother's wish as well as mine. And then he calls everybody and says, we're not gonna sacrifice innocent people. We need to get these people out of here. That was one of the things that changed the events that led to his death. But ultimately, it really feels like no one thing did it. Kratos deciding that the safety of innocent citizens over their own revenge, because remember, they're off to get revenge for killing Brock now. Killing Brock is what killed Odin. So him deciding to put the safety and well-being of other people above that is one of the things that, I mean, it's even in this game, even though he's more helpful in this game, it's a bit of a character change, because by that point, you would think there's nothing that could stop them from getting revenge on Odin. So that's one of the things, again, where it says, like, if you can change who you are as a person, you can change your fate. It's those things that made a big difference. Kratos deciding not to kill Thor during their fight and try to talk things out with Thor, that was another thing that did it. Even though Odin turns around and he snaps and kills Thor, because he's been we haven't seen anyone point this out yet, he's been subtly abusive towards Thor like the entire game. I try to call attention to it when it happens in the when I'm scripting, but he's subtly abusive towards him, basically. So Kratos deciding I'm not killing Thor is another thing that causes him to change his fate. And it's a culmination of all those little decisions that are not out of character, but not self-serving, that really does it. You just, I mean, again, you just have to play the game multiple times and really scrutinize every detail to pick up on it. And that's not saying that, like, oh, you weren't paying attention if you didn't do that. It's more just like, you really, really have to, like, study everything. It's going to be more obvious to some people than it is to others. A lot of people clearly miss those details, but I'm not going to say it's, like, very in your face and easy to understand, because I didn't pick up on these until a second playthrough.
Other than vague notions of they did it for themselves, or they just decided not to. Angrboda's arc starts with her being sad that her story ends with handing the reins to Loki, but then overcomes that by just showing up later? And how exactly did they break the prophecy of Ragnarok? Because they kind of just half-measured the whole thing and then decided...
Hot take, I don't think... Oh, probably not hot take, but I don't think Angrboda has an arc. Angrboda is... She's the ultimate support character. She mostly exists for the sake of Atreus' development, so Atreus can have a friend his own age and understand the Giants' culture and all that. But for the most part, I don't think that she has an actual, like, personal arc. She does have a very small one that he pointed out of her deciding, Atreus kind of rubbing off on her a little bit and saying, hey, you know, you still have the rest of your life to live just because your quote-unquote prophecy is over. And that leads her to going out looking for giant marbles, to eventually showing up to help at Ragnarok. Even though she wasn't depicted as doing it, she subtly through their... because they have few conversations like this, she subtly starts to understand, like, hey, yeah, my purpose isn't over just because my prophecy is, type thing. So... but it is really kind of bare bones because we don't get a lot of time with her. I'm just waiting for a moment to make a joke that Angrboda is a serial stalker, because she constantly bumps into Atreus at, like, the most random places. And I know that that's not the intention, but it's I want to make fun of it anyways.
Did not to use it. And even though only Surtur knows the fabled flaw in the wall, Sindri can use a simple dwarven tuning fork to tear it all apart? None of these ideas are bad.
Well, no, Freya knows the... Freya... well... okay, no. I take that back. Did they say in the dialogue which I think they said in the dialogue which realm tower it was under. I'd have to go find it, and I cannot remember because remember, I have the dialogue turned off on my latest playthrough. I cannot remember where I was at when they explained that last. But I'm pretty sure they say it's, like, under a specific realm tower there's a flaw. Although it is kind of weird that Sindri knows how to exploit it. But then again, I mean, Sindri's, dwarf magic in general is just asinine. That's kind of how it's characterized in-game. So, I don't know. It didn't really stick out to me.
On their own, but the entire delivery of the larger plot beats feels forced and half-baked. How exactly does prophecy work? Because the Norns seem to imply that it's just based on knowing you well, but Atreus has a vision of the future with Thor that is perfectly accurate despite never having met him. And Angrboda seems to think the murals are gospel truth, but then disagrees when Atreus uses it to prove that they aren't in danger.
Loki. Hey, you know my future, and it doesn't involve us getting killed by your grandma.
Not how it works.
How does it work then? Because if fate really can't be changed, then it doesn't matter what...
I think that's kind of the point, though, honestly. It's not supposed to be very clear. It's supposed to be very, very... What's the word I'm looking for? I'm actually going to have to Google the word that I'm thinking of. Thank you. Elusive. That's the word. I know that's not complicated, but Jesus. It's supposed to be pretty elusive. Like, you're not really supposed to fully understand 100%. Yes, vague. Thank you. That works too. It's not... If prophecy was easily understood, then everybody would know what, like, how and how not to change their fates. So I think that's kind of the whole point. The Norns say your prophecy is the sum of your choices. The giants say your prophecy is set in stone and cannot be altered. You can change some details, but you can't change your end result. And Kratos says prophecy is complete BS, and there's nothing, he says in the previous game, nothing is written that can't be unwritten. The vagueness and is it vagueness or vaguity? I think it's vagueness. The vagueness of the prophecy stuff is what drives a lot of the more interesting conversations, because I don't think that everything needs to be clear cut and told to me. I think it's a lot more interesting for them to explore these ideas, give you a couple of differing opinions about it, and then let you come to a conclusion with a sort of understanding of how it works. But I think the discussion about prophecy is more interesting than just prophecy itself. Because if prophecy was perfectly understood, it would really hurt the story. This would be just another generic prophecy story. If it was something that if it was something that could not be changed, and even if they had all the reactive dialogue about it, it would still be like, okay, but it's still like prophecy is still being used as like how you drive the plot. Whereas the way it is now, as opposed to prophecy being a plot device, it is a part of the world that is not well understood, that everybody has their own opinion about, and it shows how different cultures have different opinions on how it works. So it's kind of used like religion in that sense, I guess. That's one way you could put it. But I think the way that the different cultures interpret prophecy is a much more interesting discussion than just, well, what does it do? Just tell me. I think that's boring. But it's just my subjective opinion, bro.
What choice you make, since it will always come true. And why is it they only see the big stuff? Because the plot contrivance given in 2018 was that Faye put all of the runic markings on every climbable cliff and platform, so she seemed to have a pretty damn accurate level of detail for prophecy, but also just be wrong sometimes.
Strat stuff.
I enjoyed the twist of Odin being Tyr the whole time for the dramatic flair of the reveal. It also comes across as a twist for the sake of having a twist. Nothing that happens along the way is really informed by Odin knowing what they know.
Going back for a second, I think a bigger problem with the whole Faye leaving the markings explanation is, how did she get them in areas like Helheim where it said you can't survive, even though it's retconned in this game? And how did she get it underwater? Those are some bigger issues with that explanation. It's a cool idea, but as far as its execution goes, that's kind of what I thought. It's like, wait a minute, if this is supposed to be Faye leaving all these markings, how did she get it in all these different realms, in, behind, past the Bridge of the Damned in Helheim, and underwater in the Lake of the Nine before Jormungandr moves the water level? So that's what stuck out to me.
Nor does he do much of anything as Tyr. At best, he helps instigate Atreus into visiting Asgard, but if the prophecy is believed, he would have done that no matter what. And Kratos had already been pushing him to run away, accusing him of fleeing to Asgard after his trip to Ironwood. Many of the interpersonal moments are truly fantastic, but the larger narrative is utterly bland. We rescue Tyr just to stall so that Atreus can go to Ironwood, and then Asgard again, all while Kratos is rescuing dog toys?
The squeaky toy could have been the death of us
Oh,
all.
that's a side quest, dude. Come on. Is that also the case in Ragnarok? No. I don't think there's an actual explanation for, like, the markings, other than they're just there for the sake of the player's benefit.
Build, and I was intrigued by the narrative as I didn't know where it was going. The game was playing this will he won't he beat between Kratos and Ragnarok and prophecy, but then everything just gets played straight. Aside from the Odin twist, I can't think of a major twist in the entire narrative. Everything is played straight until maybe arguably.
Do we really need two major twists, though? I mean, yeah, there's the Odin twist, but what about Brock dying? Does that not count as one? What about the fact that Brock, I guess it's not a twist, but it is development, that Brock died and has been kind of living as a zombie without knowing it? Obviously, his body's not decomposing, but you kind of get the idea. So, I don't think we need, like, more than one major twist. Not to mention that Eric Williams, when discussing the Odin twist, said regarding the part where you get the Blades of Chaos in the previous game, he said, like, there's nothing they could do that would match how awesome that scene of Kratos getting the Blades of Chaos is. He said because that had, like, 15 years of build-up behind it. So I think the Odin twist is a good second. But I don't know.
Probably Ragnarok not happening as foretold, but even then it's not played like a twist at any point, it just kind of happens as it happens. The only other moment in the game that captures the same emotional weight is the tragic and heroic sacrifice of Birgir.
Oh, dude, no. No, Birgir's scene is cool, but it has no emotional weight behind it. Whenever I saw that, I was like, oh man, that was so cool. Who was he again? Like, I didn't even know his name until even after, it took me 2 playthroughs to learn the guy's name, and I only learned it because of the side content he's a part of, not even necessarily because of this scene.
For those of you who didn't play the game, this is Birgir. And for those of you who did, Birgir's the guy from Freyr's camp who never spoke?
Yeah,
see? Yeah, I'm kidding, of course, but...
Okay. Okay, hold on, was this a joke? Did I just get baited?
At any point, it just kind of happens as it happens. The only other moment in the game that captures the same emotional weight is the tragic and heroic sacrifice of Birgir. For those of you who didn't play the game, this is Birgir. And for those of you who did, Birgir's the guy from Freyr's camp who never spoke? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm kidding, of course, but we get one of the most musically and cinematographic...
Okay, so him admitting that Birgir is not memorable whatsoever is a joke, but him saying that Birgir's scene has, like, just as much emotional weight as Brock dying is not a joke. I mean, to each his own, I guess. I mean, Birgir's a badass, don't get me wrong, but he has, like, you can't even have that many side conversations with him. Like, Freya has one that you can listen in on, but you can't have that many yourself. So I thought I got baited for a minute, but no, he actually thinks that this has that much emotional weight, which, again, it's like, if it did for you, that's one thing, but it definitely did not for me.
Moving scenes of the entire game, and it's used to show this entirely forgettable NPC sacrifice himself. The scene is laughable with how little we know or care about this character, and yet he is portrayed with the same severity as Baldur's death. And then as soon as you land, you'll get this...
Okay, so I guess maybe he's talking about the portrayal of this character, in which case I agree
of course,
with him.
But we get one of the most musically and cinematographically moving scenes of the entire game, and it's used to show this entirely forgettable NPC sacrifice himself. The scene is laughable with how little we know or care about this character, and yet he is portrayed with the same severity as Baldur's death. And then as soon as you land, you'll get the side quest to go rescue him because he actually survived, so you can go save him, at which point he will immediately retire before even speaking to his old friends again. I'm sorry to harp on this so much, but I can't get over how much the game treats this character like a beloved mainstay, when it's reasonably possible that you haven't heard him speak a single line of dialogue yet. Maybe they decided they really needed a tragic sacrifice or an emotional beat at this point in the story, but they didn't have any main characters to spare, so they had to go for the one they just set up, except the side characters are barely characters, so it just falls completely flat. Another missed opportunity.
Okay, so I was, agreeing with him while actually thinking I was disagreeing with him, but no, everything he said is correct. It's just the way he structured that was kind of threw me for a loop. I'm not going to say it was bad, it just did not click with me.
Opportunity here is to really embrace the split narrative. They do a good job of setting up why Loki would go to Odin and the struggle between the sides, and I think conceptually it's a very smart idea to humanize the enemies, and the concept of playing as Kratos for part of the game and Loki for others is also a cool idea, especially as a narrative device to back up the themes of being better, of forgiveness and growing, and of showing that everyone is really just a human being who's trying to do their best and has their own emotions and goals and struggles. For anyone who played The Last of Us Part 2, you might have made the obvious connections, and I'd argue that game does a much better job of executing on the same.
Wait a minute. Did you just say what I think you just said?
Emotions and goals and struggles. For anyone who played The Last of Us Part 2, you might have made the obvious connections, and I'd argue that game does a much better job of executing on the same concept. In the same way that...
Okay. Yes, I did make the connections to The Last of Us 2. I thought I was the only one. Clearly not. Which is good. It's a good connection. But when he says that game, I hope he's not referring to The Last of Us 2. Because no, the payoff for The Last of Us 2 is nothing like the payoff for Ragnarok. That would so because here's the big difference. If Ragnarok was The Last of Us 2, Thor would kill Kratos in the beginning. Odin and Thor would go back to Asgard. Atreus would chase them to Asgard to try and get revenge, and Thrud would be the other character, or I guess Thor would be the other character in this case, where we see his relationship with his dad and how he's, just as bad as Kratos, which is a point. That is a point in that Kratos makes to Thor, is that they are just as bad. Like, they are equally shit people, but they can both be better for the sake of their children. So, I refuse to believe that The Last of Us 2 does what Ragnarok's doing what The Last of Us 2 did, but Ragnarok is doing it better. For the sheer sake that you did not have to brutally, I'm not going to call it character assassination because it's really not, but they really kind of like shit on Joel in The Last of Us 2 in order to make that plot happen. It's like Joel dying is one thing. Joel dying in such a pathetic way, and I'm not saying it's not real, it's not realistic, but it's not believable. The way he ends up in that situation has some parts that strain believability, but it doesn't completely break it. It's just the fact that it's like they make a very, 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 very clear point with Joel's death that, like, these are people you want to kill. Manny freaking spits on Joel's corpse and says, like, freaking good riddance or some shit. And then after the fact, they expect us to care. See, this is why I can't stream. People will get me talking about The Last of Us 2. I'm gonna get pissed off again because it's been however many years since I made the video, and it still pisses me off. Because you cannot kill a beloved character and then expect me to humanize with those people after the fact. That has to happen before you kill the character so I can feel conflicted when it happens, so I can be like, yeah, Joel kind of had it coming, but, you know, at that point I can decide whether I'm loyal to Joel and Ellie or I'm loyal to Abby and Jerry, because somehow Jerry is a more believable guy than Birger, probably because Birger is actually a badass and Jerry's just a stupid name. No offense to anyone here named Jerry, by the way. But, no, it's like I refuse to believe that somebody could play The Last of Us 2 and see the way that they handle the story and how they try to very heavy-handedly steer you towards the emotional story beats of how, yes, you have to feel bad that Joel's dead. You have to want to kill Abby. And then they want to turn around and be like, no, you have to sympathize with Abby. You have to understand her struggle. And then you can turn around and see Ragnarok do that so much more seamlessly. And then say, you know, I think The Last of Us 2 did that better. Like, dude, no, it didn't. Oh my god, don't get me talking about The Last of Us 2. It sends me on a freaking tirade every time.
God of War took a massive risk by holding Kratos to one weapon for half the game, where The Last of Us took a risk in the entire back half of the game. Ragnarok takes no risk.
Yeah, oh my god, don't, just, nope, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
It feels staunchly risk-averse, like it was designed by committee so as to offend no one. There's nothing really terrible, but so much of it feels...
It's, okay, yeah, but Ragnarok's not trying to offend anybody. Like, there's nothing about the story that is meant to be offensive, unless you're Synthetic Man, and this character right here offends you. The taboo topic? Yeah, dude, for real. I feel like, I don't know, it's like, The Last of Us 2 has just, it is a game that I could not, and I have to remember, so this creator is in the situation with Ragnarok that I was in with The Last of Us 2, in that it is, again, unless he's done previous videos and he has deleted them and I can't find them, if this is his very first analysis video, then he's in the same situation I was with The Last of Us 2. But that being said, me once again acknowledging that this is a good video for for somebody who is just starting out, is because it's really hard to get in an analytical mindset when playing games. It is so easy to just focus on surface level details, and so much harder to look past that and find other things. Some people are completely incapable of doing that. He's clearly not. He's got a strong foothold. This video got how many views? This video got 19,000 views. Good for you, dude. It's great. But at the same time, I cannot see how he could equate, like, see the similarities to The Last of Us 2, then turn around and say The Last of Us 2 did it better. But anyways, regarding Ragnarok, I don't think Ragnarok's a very safe story. Again, it's a very philosophical story that lets the player think about most of the connotations of the situation. I guess if you're only looking at the story beats, then yeah, it can seem pretty safe. But there's also nothing about Ragnarok that needs to inherently offend anybody. Not that it's, I mean, there, you know, offending the player is a tool that can be used to heighten a story moment. I'm not talking offense as in like how we see it now, like slurs or something like that, but offending the player as in, you know, just brutalizing Joel in front of your face as an example. That's offensive. But that sort of thing, it has a role in stories, but I can't think of how they would do that in Ragnarok. And they kind of do in the fact that Odin kills Brock, which Eric Williams has said in interviews, like the reason he said like you can only kill characters that people like, and he describes Brock. I guess Cory Barlog described Brock to him as being, quote, the family dog, and that's why he has to die. Is he's kind of like the glue that holds everybody together. Whether or not that's true, I don't know, but in this game, I kind of agree with that because he really is there to not just like be a merchant that you can upgrade gear with, but, you know, he's there for the first leg of your trip to Vanaheim with Freya. He's there whenever you get dropped near. You see his development with Kratos whenever he finds out that he'd actually died and Sindri hid it from him. So, you know, all that stuff really, at least it made me care about him enough for his death to have an impact. But other than that, I can't think of anything, and I'm going to see the rest of what he says here in a minute, but I can't think of anything else that would, like, need to happen. But let me back up a little bit.
Ragnarok takes no risks. It feels staunchly risk-averse, like it was designed by committee so as to offend no one. There's nothing really terrible, but so much of it feels sterile. Ragnarok feels much closer to an MCU film where there's fun, high-quality quips in the moment-to-moment, but the larger narrative is just alright.
See, I would say the biggest risk that Ragnarok takes is pumping so many developer resources into an area like the crater, and then giving the player, like, no good reason to go there, other than to save Birgir. So, again, this is one of those things where I feel like he really needs to better communicate what he's talking about. Like what risks would you like them to take? What about this story needed to be riskier? Because to me, what they do here is fine. My biggest problems with the story... What are my biggest problems with the story? I haven't had to sit down and think about that. I don't have many big problems with the story. For what it's trying to do, it tells it very well. I guess the whole build up to high quality quips, yeah, I mean, Mimir does have them. I'm not gonna lie. Mimir has plenty of them. You know, his whole, like, whenever they're in the Skull and Hati shrine and they're talking about how you have to steal the moon, and he's like, oh, what? And I heard that celestial theft was a victimless crime. It's like, yeah, that's one of them. But anyways, in my opinion, they should have made 4 parts of The Last of Us so they could develop Abby more, and it would also help me sympathize for her, and Joel should have died at part 4. I feel like they could have done a couple things to make it better. I know they cut out the whole section where you get to know Abby when they come to Jackson. I'm pretty sure it's called. And then her killing Joel is like a massive betrayal to the community. I feel like that would have been better. I feel like if they would have made Abby the player character from the beginning and then slowly revealed her backstory in the climax, would be like, don't even acknowledge Joel and Ellie by name until about the 10 or 15 hour point where it starts being revealed who Abby is, and then you can go through her entire story with like the WLF and all that and see her develop as a character that we can grow attached to before you start making us conflicted about who our loyalties are with. Because The Last of Us didn't need to be a follow-up to Joel and Ellie's story. They could have just called it The Last of Us 2 instead of The Last of Us Part 2. Because, I mean, a name... ooh, excuse me, voice crack. A name makes a big difference. My voice is getting there because I've been talking for so long. If they would have made Abby the playable character for the entire game, let us grow attached to her, and then let us see the aftermath of what Joel did, and then finally at the end of the game, kill Joel. That, and then the third game would be about Ellie going to get revenge. We're back playing as Ellie, everything like that. But even then, there are bigger problems with The Last of Us or The Last of Us 2 specifically, than just the narrative. I mean, Dina and Jesse are not interesting characters. For the most part, many of the people on Abby's side aren't interesting either. the only ones I like are Owen and Mel. So I gotta stop talking about it. I need a water. You heard the voice crack. You know why. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, let's just kill the Last of Us 2 discussion because it's just gonna make me angry again. I could go on for hours about what The Last of Us 2 should or should not have done, especially regarding the side characters and how they expect us. See, I'm going off about it still. How they expect us to care about Abby more than Joel. Not just from like the perspective of what Joel did to Abby and her family, but the perspective of what we know about Joel and his family. Because remember, Joel's motivations and the reason he is the way he is put front and center in the first Last of Us game. Whereas we don't find out why we should care about Abby until the halfway point. So it's just, yeah, it got Game of the Year though. Boy, did it get Game of the Year. People loved it. And I'm not saying it's bad to like it. It's just like, don't try to convince me that it's good.
In the end, Odin is simply an evil dude, and so he dies, and everyone else realizes that Kratos and company are the good guys, so they join them. And Freya doesn't care that Kratos murdered her son, and Thrud and Sif don't care that Kratos and Atreus killed their family or Heimdall, and Kratos did.
See, because a big point of that is that Freya feels like the biggest person to blame for Baldur's death is her, and she even says, like, by the end of the game, whenever Kratos asks her, hey, do you want to, like, Kratos hands her the marble that has Odin's soul in it and says, here, I told you I'm not going to take the choice of life and death from you again. You do what you want. And she said, I don't need this for me to be whole. So it's not that she doesn't care. It's that she recognizes, again, there are more people to blame. Sif and Thrud, it's similar. They should probably still be a little upset, but I think Sif also realizes that Odin was responsible for Magni and Modi's death, and that, especially after Kratos tells Thor in the beginning that they struck first, it was a self-defense situation, and I'm sure she knows that. So yeah, it makes sense that eliminating the person who pushed them to their death, they would feel she's not super friendly with them. You know, she says thank you for, like, saving the Asgardians and all that, but it's not like she's like, oh yeah, we can be friends, let's go get a drink later or something like that. You know, my husband's dead now, I'm freshly single. It's not like that. Thrud was having known Atreus was I mean, Thor didn't care about Magni and Modi's death. She straight up tells Atreus when he's in Modi's room, she's like, hey, we're better off without him, trust me. So it makes sense that she wouldn't really care. She's more upset about Thor's death, but she also saw that Kratos did not kill Thor. So, again, he has scraped the surface of the iceberg. Everything goes so much deeper.
Didn't have to die after all, and Angrboda doesn't need to stop being part of the story. It's all happy, good vibes now, with the notable exception of Brock and Sindri, which I think is handled very well. Every other character feels coated in this generic, inoffensive paint where they don't care about what happened because the story is happy now, so everyone needs to be friends as we tie a perfect bow around it all.
I completely disagree with that.
And don't get me started on Freyr. Ragnarok is picking his sword up and down. You can run the 5 feet to safety on the next stab. What even is he doing to stop anything exactly? I'll stop before I get too lost in the weeds of the specific details, but the larger point I want to make here is that there's a supreme lack of consequences for a game that's harping on the consequences of our actions.
I suspect we may have consequences to look forward to.
And they could have done something really unique by breaking off Loki to his own path in a more significant way.
I mean, I think the consequences for Magni and Modi's death are very clear. It's only, like, Sif straight up tells Atreus, whenever he tells her, like, you know, Sif doesn't want Thrud to be a Valkyrie, and Atreus is like, hey, by you being overbearing, you are hurting her, and she's going to walk away from you if you're not careful. You know, he's kind of talking about his own experience with Kratos, and she tells him, like you may be enjoying Odin's little bubble of protection, implying that nobody's allowed to do anything to him right now. She said, but stay out of my family's business. So, like, Thor tries to kill Atreus for what happened. I mean, there was the scene in Muspelheim where he straight up, like, pins him with Mjolnir and is, what was it he said? He straight up said, like, if the only reason you're not like a puddle on the floor right now is because of the mask, because he knows that Odin needs him to complete the mask. Let me find it. Oh, this is the one that it'll kill this video if I open it. Maybe it's this one. Yeah. I don't know if I showed this last time. I'm trying not to show the same clips every stream, but it's on my mind.
Listen, Modi had some problems, but he was my son. And the only reason you aren't mush right now is because of that broken piece of wood.
So, yeah, seems to me like he would kill him if he could. So it's not like there's no consequences, it's that there are reasons why they don't... I wouldn't even say that he doesn't have to feel the consequences for his actions, because, I mean... I feel like being in a situation where Thor's about to kill you is pretty bad.
The sequence where Kratos sails back to get the blades and Athena haunts him is one of the greatest video game moments of all time, and nothing in Ragnarok comes even close to matching it.
And Eric Williams understands that, by the way, game director one more time, and straight up said that the fact that there was the entire series building up to this moment is the reason why it's so good, and he fully recognized the fact that they could never compete with that again.
The tension and excitement looming behind the foreboding specters of Kratos' unforgivable past. I can't even think of a scene in Ragnarok that I would point to for comparison. For all my gripes about the game, I did enjoy my time. It's a great continuation of Kratos and Atreus' relationship, but I can't help but feel let down by the end result. I spent a lot of the game trudging through boring sequences knowing that it would build to something fantastic, and after playing the Ragnarok sequence, all I could feel was empty confusion. It's not a bad game by any measure, and it's even masterful in some respects, but more than anything, it's disappointing.
We will be better.
Well, despite the gripes with your video, I think it's pretty good. All things considered. Let's put one of these. Which one? We'll do the Jotunheim. While I pull up another video. Unfortunately, I have talked to the point to where my voice hurts. I'm not ending the stream just yet. I'll probably do like 1 or 2 more depending on how long they are. And end it then. I don't want to go all day today, but that just means it's going to be harder to stop and comment on everybody's takes going forward. Usually, you can, I don't know why, but drinking Dr. Pepper really helps my voice when it's like this. I don't have any right now because I'm trying to quit drinking soda, but overall, good video. Again, if it
I
as
finished God of War Ragnarok pretty
I gotta
recently.
pause this. If it is this dude's like legitimate first analysis video, I think it's a really strong start. Way better than the other videos we watched from established YouTubers. It's better than Mayo's video, that's to be sure. Okay, so this one is... So I finished God of War Ragnarok by LazerzZ. Or Lasers, however you say it. One of the Z's is capitalized. So I'm going to shut up and listen and give my voice a rest for a minute. And I'm only really going to stop for like things that really stick out to me. Not a bad video, much respect for this guy. Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Especially since he only has 477 subscribers. I'm interested to see where he goes next and what he covers. Hopefully he doesn't quit and we get some really good videos out of him. Alright, so speed this up.
Oh, I finished God of War Ragnarok pretty recently, and in trying to collect my thoughts to write a well-put-together critique, I realised that I wasn't really sure what my thoughts on this game were, and so it felt right to sit down and do a video similar to what I did with The Last of Us Part 2 when that came out, which is a video where I try to come to terms with the story experience of the game. So there will be full spoilers for God of War Ragnarok in this video, so if you don't want the game spoiled, you should definitely leave now. Get the f*** out. Now, this is not some sort of critique video. Anything I say in this video that's positive or anything I say in this video that's negative is not set in stone. It's not an opinion I am married to. It's just me trying to come to terms with the way I feel about this game. And so I'm not here to upset anybody or to claim things about the game that I might have misinterpreted or things about the game that are good that I may have embellished as well. I am planning a larger video for God of War Ragnarok. I know I said the same thing with The Last of Us Part 2 and I ended up not making that video. There's always a 5 year later though, which I will do that for. But I do plan to do one for Ragnarok. I really, really do, because there's a lot more to talk about than just analysing the story and the themes and the character arcs. There is the exploration, the combat, the general gameplay, the world design. There's so much more to it that I would love to jump into in a well-structured video, but I think I have to make this one where I sit down and discuss the way that I feel now initially, so that I can collect my thoughts for a proper video down the line where...
I wonder if that new video's out yet, because if so, I'd rather watch that one. Specifically because it's like... It makes more sense to me to watch his, like, more structured vehicle, good God, my words. His more structured video as opposed to just the first impressions video, but, okay. No, it is not. Well, we'll settle with this one. Take strepsils and say bye-bye sore throat. See, that's the thing. It's not sore. It's like... I feel resistance when I'm talking, if that makes any sense. It just happens whenever you talk for, like, extended periods of time. Especially if you talk as fast and as often as I do. But I'll be okay.
Everything I say is a lot more concrete and backed up with some sort of evidence as well. Now, I believe the general reception of Ragnarok has been positive. I believe it has been. There's been a bit of a discussion online about the way that characters will feed you puzzle solutions and things like that, and just like point out obvious things in combat and things along those lines that I think a lot of people have been quite annoyed by, which is reasonable. A lot of people have said there's certain sections of the game that are a bit too long, such as the bit in Ironwood with the yak, which, you know, fair enough, I suppose. But I feel there is an issue with this game more at its core than anything else. And over this video, I kind of want to talk about the things that I definitely have issues with, but also things that I think were actually very good too.
First impressions are good to hear. That innate reaction is important. Yeah, I'm thinking that too. I'm thinking I want to listen to the things he says and see if I can back it. Having played the game so extensively, I want to see if I can back any of his claims with things I've found, if that makes any sense. So he says like the structure of the game is off. I'm gonna see if I can kind of like pick out what issues he's referring to, but he hasn't really done enough testing to put into words yet. So, AKA, it's an excuse for me to not stop and talk as often.
and see where we can get. Now, I just put out a retrospective on God of War 2018, which I think is one of the best games ever made. So that's where I stand on God of War. I love the original trilogy. I think they're really, really, really good games in terms of their gameplay, story, themes, character. Like, they're really, really good. I love those games. I think God of War 2018 is one of the best games ever made. I think it's a natural progression from those. The way that it uses its story, its characters, its world building, its lore, the mythology, the general exploration, the combat, the side content, and all of the main cast of characters and locations you visit makes God of War 2018 this beautifully perfected, cohesive experience where every single feature of the game feeds into each other. And I think that's just wonderful, and that's why I love it so much. Something I've been saying when comparing it to Ragnarok is that if God of War 2018 is, highbrow cinema, like, one of the best movies you've ever seen. We're talking, Schindler's List, we're talking, Citizen Kane, we're talking, Shawshank Redemption, the movies, you know what I mean? If God of War is one of those, which I'm not saying that God of War is the same as those, I'm just saying, if we're saying that God of War 2018 is one of those sorts of films, let's equate the two and let's say that's where they are, let's just say they're the same level. I would say that God of War Ragnarok is then more akin in film to a Avengers Endgame, Avengers Infinity War, probably more so Endgame.
It's so weird to me that people keep bringing up Avengers, though. Or Marvel in general. Like, Marvel doesn't put nearly as much thought into its characters as Ragnarok does. Like, I'm not saying there's no character development in Marvel movies, but I've seen all of them leading up to Endgame, and it's not even close. So it's weird to me. I know he's just talking about the vibe that it gives off. But it's just weird that people keep saying it like, oh, it's like Marvel. Yeah, exactly. Quips. It's like, no, Mimir had quips in the last game too. I think that this is coming from a perspective that God of War 2018 was very, very personal to Kratos and Atreus, and it was its themes were very strongly cohesive with all of its side content. Ragnarok's themes are a lot more disparate by comparison, and the focus is obviously on a larger impending conflict. So, and they ramped up a lot of the action sequences, so I think it's just got, they're just getting that vibe from it. Even though I don't really agree. It's just that 2018 feels a lot smaller scale compared to Ragnarok, and Ragnarok is centered around a conflict where you have to march and destroy Asgard at some point. So I think people are just getting that feeling from how its story is presented, even though I don't think they're comparable. I mean, Endgame was interesting with how it handled its characters, exploring the different stages of grief with each character. And I guess if you want to make that comparison, but I think it's an insult to this game to say, oh, it feels like a Marvel film. It's like, no, that is not a compliment, because Marvel films are so shallow whenever it comes to like their characters. I'm not saying there's no character development, but it's not on the same level that Ragnarok does it. There's never a moment where, like, what's an example I can use? I don't know. It's like, maybe it's because Marvel has just so inherently scaled back the drama and serious tones to put in extremely forced humor. Like, the direction they take Thor's character, taking him from, in Marvel that is, of course, taking him from like a mostly serious, very arrogant character to he eventually learns humility to he, throughout Thor 2 is a little bit better in that regard. He's not as arrogant. Then again, did Thor 2 have any major character development? And then they completely spin it, and in Thor Ragnarok, everything is a joke. Like, that is that's the one thing I associate Marvel movies with. It's not just jokes, it's that everything is a joke. So it's like, I don't know, it's just I don't see that comparison, because God of War Ragnarok takes itself very seriously, and it knows when to have serious story moments, and it takes its themes very, very personally, whereas a Marvel film is just about, I don't know, how often you can make people laugh. People criticized, I read reviews criticizing the new Doctor Strange movie as missing much of the humor that has made Marvel so popular. When I had a lot of issues with the middle section of the new Doctor Strange movie, but one thing that I really, really liked about it was that it didn't make a freaking joke every 5 seconds. And it was a little bit more gory, so I, didn't feel like I was watching a kid's movie anymore, says the guy who just watched the new Puss in Boots movie last night. But, point being, I don't know, it's like, I don't see the comparison.
And that's sort of where I'm sitting with this, is that God of War 2018 to me feels like real highbrow cinema, like some of the best stuff you can see that's gorgeously directed, got the best actors, the writing is airtight and just conveys its themes in such a perfected way, whereas Ragnarok is a lot more, it's action, it's high concept, and it's satisfying, and there are conclusions.
But that's the thing, is like, 2018's story isn't airtight. The entire section of Atreus, like, turning evil, so to speak, is... Even Cory Barlog himself has stated, like, yeah, it's a clusterfuck. It was completely rushed because they rearranged that entire section. They didn't have as much build-up as they needed, and the resolution didn't feel good. Now, whenever I first played 2018, I didn't realize that because I was, a gamer, so to speak. I don't look at games the same way today that I did then, and I think that's a big part of where that comes from. But... I didn't notice those issues the first time I played it, but now having replayed it years later, they are very, very obvious to me. And I don't feel like Ragnarok has those same problems. So it's like, I understand what, I understand where he, like, why he, what he's getting at, essentially. Again, I don't agree with it. But this being like a first impressions thing and not a serious analysis, I think that disclaimer he made is really important for that. This is just his, like, just how he feels after playing the game. Were he to look a little deeper into it, I feel that he may kind of see, like, okay, that's not 100% correct. It's just, it goes a little deeper than that. But, I don't 100% agree, because I didn't get that feeling when I first played the game. Although I did get the feeling that things were a lot less focused than they were before. And over the course of 2 playthroughs, that's something I do talk about when in my script, is like the game feels a lot less focused, and the focus is on a lot of other things, namely the action. So it doesn't feel as, like, self-contained to Kratos and Atreus. Like, God of War 2018 is about Kratos and Atreus, and the world is around them. In this case, God of War Ragnarok is about the world, and Kratos and Atreus are just players in it.
Illusions, but it's not, one of the all-time greats in terms of, when comparing it to 2018. I think that's probably where I'm at on a basis. Now, that might upset people. They might not be happy with that, but that's basically where I'm at currently. Now, one of the things that I feel is one of the more confusing parts of Ragnarok is the contextualization of its story. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean that in 2018, we got a new take on God of War, right? It doesn't play or feel like God of War 1 through 3. It's got a different tone, it's got a different camera angle, it's got the single camera shot, it's a lot more grounded, a lot more personal, a lot more introspective, and the way that is set up allows for the story to progress, and those things go hand in hand. Like I said before, everything about the game goes hand in hand to really convey this singular narrative purpose. Ragnarok uses the framework of 2018, so the tone, the vibe, the camera angle, the general vibe of 2018, but it uses that to tell a story that feels a lot more in line with the God of War 3, for example, which I find leaves the sort of the genre of the game and the story they're trying to tell, they're almost at a head with each other. In the story they're telling doesn't really work with the method they're using to tell that story, because if you take the story of God of War 3, which is a brilliant story, and you tell it through the lens of God of War 2018's structuring and framework, you end up with something that feels a little bit strange and doesn't really gel together quite well. That's sort of what I feel we're getting with Ragnarok. It's like if you were to take the Red Wedding from Game of Thrones, but over the top of it you play completely unfitting music that just does not work. Like an epic, like, action theme or something. It's like, it completely changes what the scene is trying to convey, and it just doesn't get across the message that is clearly the director's vision, and so you end up with a bit of a mess. And I'm not saying that Ragnarok is a mess, I'm just saying there are elements to it that feel sloppier than 2018 felt. They do this thing where over the course of the game, they sort of try to tap into Kratos' inner conflict. And what they do with the way the game is built is they'll make the combat incredibly gratuitous. Like, it is incredibly fun to fight a lot of the bosses in this game. It's very old school God of War in that sense, where you're, ripping people up, you're fucking really tearing into these boss enemies, and, it's brutal, it's fucked, but it's good, and the way that it's framed, it's not framing it as a negative, right? It's framing it as gratuitous, not as an awful act. But at the same time, the narrative will condemn those things, and it's trying to say that Kratos slipping back into his old self is actually a bad thing, but then when you're playing, it's really fun, and I just think those things don't gel well together.
I'm thinking. Because I understand what he's trying to say, but I think when Kratos says he's slipping back into his old self, he is referring to... He's referring to how he was in God of War 2018. That's how I've always took it. He even says himself, he's angry all the time, he's distrustful, he's not trusting Atreus. He still doesn't have the urge to just go out and murder all the gods, though. And it's not about the violence either, it's about his personality. Because you see Kratos in the very beginning of the game, he's very soft-spoken with Atreus, he's very polite to him. And as the game goes on through the Svartalfheim section, they start arguing, he starts bickering, to the point to where he gets a lot more bitter towards him. And I think that's what they were going for. It's not so much like, oh, look at all this violence, it's the violence is bad. The violence isn't a problem. Kratos has no problems freaking ripping the Wolver's jaw off, which is, in my opinion, one of the most disgusting kill animations, just because it's like he touches like the bare part with all the blood, and that's just the gross part. I never took that as like that's the problem. I took it as like Kratos is a different person in this game, and he starts backsliding a little bit back into how he was in 2018, where he's just he's not as open, he's not as compassionate, and he's just very closed off, and we're gonna do things my way, I'm not even gonna hear what you have to say about it type thing. That's how I always took that. So it's interesting that he got a completely different perspective based on those lines.
I've seen the argument that, well, a lot of people said that about The Last of Us, that playing The Last of Us 2 is really fun, but the story's trying to say the violence is bad. I disagree. I feel that The Last of Us, the way that it frames its combat, is in a way that is quite horrific, is quite awful. You feel like you're committing heinous acts when you kill people in The Last of Us Part 2. At least that's how it feels for me, because the focus is always on the reaction of the person committing the killing and the person who's being killed. It's on that visceral reaction of desperation and pain and agony and fear. Whereas in God of War Ragnarok, the focus in terms of combat is always on how fucking cool is it that Kratos is doing this shit, which is right, that's what God of War should be about, but then it does feel that the narrative itself is almost at odds with that, and it feels a bit misplaced sometimes. One of the major times I feel was with the Heimdall boss fight. It's great, it's like, yes, this is what we play God of War for, it's Kratos killing gods, I absolutely love this, and it's like they need an excuse to fight a god, so they make one that is so one note and just completely evil, just like completely the opposite of what Baldur was in God of War 2018, but then at the end of the fight you have Mimir go, oh, brother.
Yeah, I intentionally blazed past that Last of Us 2 reference.
I can't believe you did that, and it's like, that was supposed to be Mimir. And it's an odd one, because I'm sitting here like, I get what the narrative is trying to say, and I think it makes sense as a progression from 2018. Definitely, the narrative is definitely where it's supposed to be going, but the way that the gameplay is not feeding into that narrative harms the narrative itself, and it leaves...
I think an important detail that they made the mistake of hiding this away in Kratos' journal, instead of, which it's kind of weird Kratos has a journal. The last video touched on it, I didn't really say anything about it, but one of the things he says, or the journal says, after he kills Heimdall is that he felt satisfied. And that is a big part of the thing is, Mimir says immediately after, he says like, I can't believe you did that type thing. That's not what he says, but it's his reaction to it. And he says, I don't know if we're breaking fate or if fate's breaking us. Because remember, Kratos tries to walk away from Heimdall. Heimdall continues the aggressions, and then Kratos has that thing in his journal where he says that he feels satisfied having killed Heimdall, and that is really the thing that I think scares him, is that Kratos knows 100% what he's capable of, and he is trying to change that. The Norns taunt him by saying he's searching for a redemption that he knows he doesn't deserve. So, I don't think that's at odds with the narrative. I think the narrative is using that when exploring Kratos' quote-unquote true nature, which he talks about a bit. It's just another tool the narrative is using. The violence is serving the story, not the other way around. It's like, yeah, we, the player, wanted to kill Heimdall. And the story is... But it's not like... The difference being, we, the player, want to kill Abby. Ellie wants to kill Abby. The story is telling us we should not want to. In this case, we, the player, want to kill Heimdall. He's a dick. I want to kill him. But both the story and Kratos are reacting to it according to the character. And I think that's a big difference, is that Kratos in character is, did not want this, and he's a little shocked after doing it at the fact, and of course, this detail really should have been said instead of written down in like a journal entry that I'm not going to say nobody's going to read because I did, but a lot of people won't. It really should have been expressed whenever he should have talked to Mimir and said I felt satisfied killing him, and that's what scares me. That's all he would have to say. And I think that would go a long way towards making it clear, like, Kratos is still very capable of just murdering every god he sees, and he's trying hard not to fall back into that. But it's taking a lot of self-control.
Me feeling conflicted, where I'm like, I am really enjoying fighting these gods. Like, you fight Thor at the end, I'm like, this is fucking fun as fuck. And then Kratos is like, I won't kill you. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense narratively, but after a big battle like that, it does feel a bit dissatisfying, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, dude, they're not gonna make the combat suck just to make a narrative point. Like, yeah, it's a fun boss fight, but and I agree with him. It's not as satisfying not being able to finish the job. I mean, whenever Kratos doesn't rip off Gna's wings, I was like, oh, okay, I guess we're gonna talk. It pulled me out a little bit, but at the same time, it's like I can have both. I can understand why Kratos stops while also enjoying the boss fight. I don't really... Again, keep in mind, they're his first impressions. They're his, I'm going to say unorganized thoughts, since he did say it's not structured like a regular critique. But, I don't really agree with that. Like, I didn't have an issue with Kratos not killing Thor. I liked the fact that, that Thor was willing to set aside their differences for a second before Odin comes and kills him.
You know what I mean? It feels like there's a confliction between... Confliction? Is that a word? It feels like there is this conflict between the narrative and the contextualization through gameplay and stuff. And another aspect of that is, I feel, the exploration. In 2018, the exploration is a characterization of Atreus and his want to go out, explore, see new things, have unique experiences, and you get those moments to really bond with Kratos and Atreus, where you get to see their takes on what they're doing. Kratos has the efficiency of a soldier. He wants to go get more loot, get more gear. He wants to help people, but not to help them, just to get things. Whereas Atreus is trying to teach him that, no, sometimes it's worth...
I find games interesting. It's very easy to see what was added at the last minute, journals, etc., in an attempt to correct issues. Yeah, I don't... See, that's the thing, is every character has a... It's in the codex. Every character has a detailed explanation of Kratos' thoughts of them. That's why the last video, the guy from the last video was like, it makes more sense to think that these are just Kratos' thoughts that we can read as opposed to actual journal entries. Heimdall's journal entry in that case is the one where he says that he feels satisfied having killed him. One minor thing I noticed, and this has absolutely nothing to do with your point on Kratos killing, Atreus Loki's haircut is similar to Deimos's when he was young. Huh. Let me see. Well, that's concept art. That doesn't count. What's he look like in-game? I can't find any actual photos of his child self in game. So I'm going to have to take your word for it. And seeing as how like all the Ghost of Sparta references, it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case.
While to have these experiences and to help people, because it builds you as a human being, and that's important, and that's the way the exploration is contextualized, and it really feeds into the story. In God of War Ragnarok, I genuinely feel the game would have benefited from being a linear experience with maybe exploration as an end game thing, because I found the exploration to be a lot more fun once you finish the story. I feel that despite the exploration being really good and very strong in terms of its gameplay, the open world sections that you can visit in this game, whether it's Midgard, Alfheim, Svartalfheim, Vanaheim, whatever it might be, they're really good. There's some ones that are just like top tier, absolutely incredible, and at the lower end it's just like really fun. And I think they really built on the gameplay design of God of War 2018 in doing so, but I don't think it plays into the narrative in an incredibly well-executed way. And so I'm left feeling a bit like, I don't know, because all of the times when you can go explore, other than a few towards the start, it kind of feels like the characters are saying, oh, we could just put off the main story for a bit if you want.
Don't you miss the three of us out finding our own adventures?
Putting off the inevitable.
Exactly.
And it's like the main story is finally taking the fight to Odin because he could be preparing for battle and might kill all of us. And it's like, well, no, I don't think so. I don't think that makes sense there. Whereas in God of War 2018, it would be, well, we could go to Tears.
I will say, those lines about communicating to the player that it's good to put off the main story, I kind of like them, because it's a problem that it's that urgency problem that a lot of open world games have, where it's like, hey Geralt, you really should go kill that griffin that's out like killing people every single day. It's like, no, I don't think I'm going to. I'm gonna go run around White Orchard and just do all this random shit. Or, hey Geralt, Ciri's missing, and we're really said to be on a time limit here. You should probably go look for her. It's like, no, I'm gonna ride around Velen a little bit, and I'm gonna find some like places of power and stuff. It's like Ragnarok avoids that by making it very clear in universe, like now is a good stepping off point. And the dialogue will say it all the time. I think it even makes the most sense in Alfheim after Tyr goes back through the portal, because when I followed him like directly through immediately after on my third playthrough after I killed the audio, and Atreus was like, well, I hope Tyr's had some time to cool off, and I was like, dude, we literally just followed him in here. So it makes the most sense for that situation for you to go run off and do some side content. It's only in the situation where it's like you're preparing to march on Asgard, where Atreus says, hey, do you have anything you want to finish up? Now might be our last time to do it. That's the one where I'm like, in universe, I feel like they would 100% just like march themselves to finish, like, to Ragnarok. But then again, knowing that Kratos could die still, because Atreus knows that by that point, that still adds a little bit of context where he's like, hey, if you want to spend like one last moment together, now's the time to do it. I can still see them putting it off for that reason. So I didn't really have that problem. I didn't notice those stepping off points as much until I was like scripting and paying attention to the dialogue. But there's really a lot of them. It's like after every single mission, or even the time whenever Freya goes back to Vanaheim to help Freyr. And it's like it makes sense that you would give her some time to cool off, and Kratos says we'll meet up with her after, don't worry, and then you can go wrap up some side content and then go back to Vanaheim. And that's the thing. I think I see where he's coming from here. The side content has to be contextualized in God of War 2018, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense why you'd be taking a detour. Kratos wants the loot and Atreus wants the adventure. If that weren't the case, then it wouldn't make any sense why they wouldn't just be trying to scatter Faye's ashes as fast as possible to fulfill her last wish. Ragnarok doesn't need those contextualizations as much, because the story is more disjointed. The game recording all this extra dialogue for doing quests with each companion, but can't record some to fix these minor points. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly, because I'm talking so fast, which part you're referring to there, but I didn't feel like it needed some extra contextualization. I feel like the lines of them saying, hey, now's a good stepping off point. But that's the thing. I think the problems that he's having are those stepping off points. Whenever you get the whenever you get to the Lake of Nine in God of War 2018, you go straight up to the mountain, see the Black Breath, and then you're immediately taken to Alfheim. Once you're done in Alfheim, it makes the most logical thing is to go back up the mountain. So you need that extra reasoning for why in character they would put that off to go do side content. And the only other time I can think of them actually saying that is whenever Atreus is healed after the first trip to Helheim, and he's like, "Hey, we're gods. We can do whatever we want. You know, why do we have to go to Tyr's temple right now?" The thing is, that was like one time I can remember. Ragnarok does that every single time. And I think that is what makes the actual main story feel so disconnected, is that each goal is not clear at the end of each mission. You do the stuff in Midgard, you go find Tyr. Once you're done finding Tyr, Atreus goes and does his little stunt in Midgard, but then it's not out of nowhere, but it's like the next logical conclusion for where to go next isn't clear until Kratos and Tyr say, "We're going to Alfheim to see the secret and grow a shrine." Well, whenever that doesn't pan out, and Tyr being Odin, of course, still refuses to lead the armies to on Ragnarok, it's not clear where they're going. So that is when they go back, and Atreus and Kratos have their big argument, and Atreus ends up going to Ironwood by dreaming his way there, essentially. And then whenever they come back, they get jumped by Freya, and then Kratos and Freya go to Vanaheim to break her curse, and then at that point, the only quote-unquote goal we have is to get back to Atreus to see what argument they're going to have next. Then Atreus decides he's going to go to Asgard, but he kind of toys with the idea throughout that mission. It's not clear if he's actually going to go through with it. Well, he eventually decides that he does. Okay, Atreus is in Asgard, he has his adventure there. We cut back to Kratos. Well, what are Kratos and Freya going to do at this point? They don't have any confirmation that he's in Asgard. They only know that's where he was possibly going. Well, Kratos has the idea of going to visit the Norns. Okay, let's go visit the Norns, but what are we going to do next? They don't tell us how to get to Asgard. They only say that Kratos is going to kill Heimdall because Heimdall is going to kill Atreus. Okay, the next mission, well, let's go make a weapon so we can kill Heimdall to protect Atreus. Okay, well, we do that. Well, then we cut back to Atreus. He does the thing in Helheim, and he goes back to Kratos after freeing Garm. And it's in that summary you can kind of see that is not as straightforward and predictable as climb mountain, find obstacle, go to Alfheim to clear obstacle on mountain to get to the top of the mountain. Then Mimir tells us we have to get to Jotunheim, and that is the objective for the rest of the game. And I think that is what his problem is with how the side content weaves into the story and just the pacing of the story at large. It is not clear at any point during God of War Ragnarok what we're supposed to be doing. And you could call that a flaw of the pacing. It's clearly by design they're wanting to tell a bigger story, but there's just no, other than like Stop Odin is not as specific as get to Jotunheim to spread Faye's ashes. So I think I'm starting to kind of understand his perspective here and why he feels the way he does about it. And I felt that same way too. I make a comment, unless I cut it out, in my script where I say how like the larger scale of Ragnarok's story makes 2018 story feel far more simplistic, to the point to where it almost makes you feel nostalgic for how simple things are. And then I go on to say, like, and there is actually dialogue with Atreus and Mimir saying exactly that. When you visit the realm travel room in Tyr's temple, Mimir or Atreus, one of the two, will say, like, things were so much simpler back then. I wish, and, you know, Kratos says how he wishes that things were the way they were. So maybe it's an intentional, like, feeling that the writers are trying to evoke in you. But a more logical solution is to say that, like, each mission is like, we're having, like, a carrot dangled on a freaking string in front of us the entire story until finally you get to Ragnarok, and then the story just kind of ends. So it's not, a flaw in my mind, so to speak, but it is really, really weird to experience the first time you play it. Especially since it's so different from the previous game.
Temple and put in the rune and continue our journey to the top of the mountain, spread some ashes, or we could go over to this other island and see what's over there. And it's like, those seem similar tasks, you know? Like, it doesn't feel like it's ever out of place to do exploration in 2018, whereas in Ragnarok it feels like, more often than not, why am I doing this? It feels a bit out of place and unnecessary, and almost like the exploration exists not to facilitate story and to enhance the story, but because you explore in God of War now. That's just a thing you do now in God of War, because it was in 2018, so it's in Ragnarok too. Whereas in 2018 it worked to enhance and contextualize the story. Here it feels like it takes away from that aspect, and I think it works to make it a bit of an issue. And in doing so, I think we end up with an odd pacing to the game. A pacing that I feel confuses the core themes of the game. In terms of its pacing, I mean, let's talk about my issues, because my issues are not with the moments themselves, right? Like, I think, if at any point in this video I talk about the writing being bad, I'm not talking about the actual substance of the scenes when you get a cutscene, because I think 95% of those are terrific. They are wonderfully executed, they're wonderfully directed, they are written very nicely, wonderful performances, they're really, really great, and I think that the direction of the narrative and the story beats themselves is exactly where they should have gone to. It makes perfect sense. There is nothing in terms of the beat-to-beat story that is wrong. Like, you talk about Kratos wanting to prepare Atreus, it makes perfect sense. Atreus wanting to be independent and go off on his own, he's curious about what it means to be Loki and what that means for him, it makes perfect sense. Him having there's this wedge driven between him and his father, that makes perfect sense. Them eventually coming together again, that makes perfect sense. The ending of the game and how it all ends off, you know, Atreus going off on his own and Kratos feeling this sense of, you know, now he's finally come to terms with who he is, and yes, it was wrong to kill Heimdall because he always has a choice. Like, it makes sense. And all of those scenes are really, really good. There's so many terrific scenes in this game that just had me in tears, and it was brilliant, and I loved that about it. But what I feel is that the space in between those main story beats don't seem to entirely flow properly. Now, one of the major reasons for this, I feel, is the game's pacing moves at a breakneck speed. It feels like the game is just jumping from thing to thing to thing to thing, because there's so much in this game that it feels they needed to cram in. In a way, this game does start to feel like two games in one game. It feels like they definitely could have got a trilogy, I think, out of this Norse period, because the game will, at points, feel like it's just absolutely racing along, and the leaps they make in some of the character arcs feel like leaps. They feel very, like, large, like they could have spent a lot more time fleshing them out, developing them, taking quite a while over the course of a game to develop a character arc to then lead into the third game of the trilogy.
I just want to say, I think everything I just said is what he's about to say.
Whereas this game has to cram everything in at once, so it's like, well, we need this arc completed, so let's just speed it on up. And the way they speed it up is sometimes by having characters just talk out of character and spout exposition to one another, so they can change their mind and go on an arc and then be completed and move on to the next major story beat that is big and grand and bombastic. And it starts to get a bit strange. You get the things like the companion speeding you through puzzles, because it's like the game doesn't want you to linger. It's like, no, we gotta get to the next thing, now we gotta get to the next thing.
Am I the only freaking person who played this game who didn't know you can make sigils bigger by shooting them? Like, two videos back to back, the game must tell you, and I must have just glossed over it. Like, there is no way that two videos back to back, both these reviewers figured this out through experimentation, and I didn't. Unless I really am that stupid, and that is 100% possible, but I'm thinking the game must tell you, and I must just not have read it.
We're gonna get to the next thing. And it happens in gameplay, and it happens in the story itself. It feels like anytime there's not a cutscene playing out, the game goes, right, time to race to the next cutscene. And then when you get to the cutscene, it slows down, you get a nice scene, and then let's race to the next cutscene. And that's very strange, because in God of War 2018, you'd come out of a poignant cutscene and be like, let's meander for an hour. Let's just wander around. You know, maybe you don't even come across any enemies. You have a conversation with Atreus and Kratos, like halfway up the mountain, you come across a little lantern, and Atreus just lights it, he lets it go, there's this nice little moment, and then you move on walking through the cave, and it's nice. In God of War Ragnarok, it feels like you get this wonderful character moment, and then it's like, right, what's the plan? What do we do next? Where are we going? We're gonna go to Alfheim? Right, let's go to fucking Alfheim. Now what are we gonna do? Oh, Atreus is running away. Oh, fuck, now we're in fucking Asgard, and now we've got to become friends with fucking Odin. Oh, now we're looking for pieces of a mask, and oh, now we're back, and he's back, and we're friends again, but oh, we gotta go stop Garm because he's tearing holes in things, and now we're back again, and oh, Tyr is actually Odin. What's going on? Like, it just keeps going and going and going and going. The story itself, unless you purposefully take time to just linger and go off and do some side content, which feels a little bit out of place, you're not going to get these moments of levity where you're just chilling out. And I think you do get those moments. Don't get me wrong, they are in the game. More so at the beginning of the game than at the back end of the game, but they're very sparing, and it feels like the game just doesn't want to linger for too long. However, sometimes the game does want to linger for too long, and it feels like they're padding the game out. Somehow the game feels bloated, yet also rushed at the same time. You'll get, like I described, all of these moments, one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other, but also, you spend 3 hours riding a yak sometimes, and it's like, Jesus Christ, what is going on? Like, it feels like the game is constantly, it's this push and pull between, it feels like different writers. It feels like there was a lot of writers on this game, and I believe there was. I believe this game had something like 6, 7 writers, something like that, maybe more, whereas God of War 2018 had 3 writers, and it felt like there was much more of a core vision. And I think that this game is struggling to balance the slow, methodical, meandering story that they want to tell with cramming the events of what could have been 2 games into 1 game. And it ends up with this really odd pacing that sometimes feels like arcs are being rushed, sometimes it feels like arcs are being drawn out. And you end up very lost in this story at times where you just don't really know what they're doing. What's the purpose? What's the point? And where are we going with this?
I can't even disagree with any of this, because he's not wrong. I think I have picked out more context for these situations across my repeat playthroughs, but no, I think he is 100% correct here. Like, everything he is saying here is right. I don't agree with the fact that and I can't even say that I disagree with it, because it's like when I played the first game, during my first playthrough is what I'm trying to say. I felt that way too. Like, maybe I'm the one who was coping by saying that Ragnarok has a grander story, and so the simpler focus is meant to evoke this feeling of nostalgia in you. Maybe that's just cope that I've come up with. And I'm starting to reconsider that now that he is kind of explaining it this way, because he's putting it in a perspective that I didn't think about. So, good thing I didn't skip this video.
And then the game's over, and you're like, it's over, it happened. But what, like, I never felt like it landed on a purpose or on a direction. It felt like it was always flitting from thing to thing. And I think a lot of that is probably brought out by the fact you're switching quite continuously between Atreus and Kratos. A lot of Atreus' story feels like the main story. I mean, I think, I don't think I would be wrong in saying that a majority of this game is the character arc of Atreus, more so than the character arc of Kratos, although it is very important. The character arc of Kratos is important, and it is a major part of the game, but I do think that Kratos' arc is more of an extension of where we left him in 2018, whereas Atreus is new. It's something new, a new journey for him to go on. And in doing that, I feel that Atreus and his story needs more time to play out to get to the ending where we are. Kratos' though needs less time. And so what ends up happening with them sharing the spotlight, and obviously they want you to play as Kratos more because they don't want to make a God of War game where you play as Kratos for 30%, it would be bad. But the way the story is written, it feels like Atreus needs more time. We need to spend more time with Atreus than we spend in this game, because the times we do spend with Atreus, for the most part other than Ironwood, are moving at breakneck speed. Whereas you when you're playing as Kratos, it feels like these are things that we don't need to spend as much time on all of the time. And it feels like those things are being, it feels things that could be a lot quicker are being drawn out, other than the section in Vanaheim. So it's kind of like, for the most part, that's how I view it. Although there are moments where it feels reversed, where Ironwood should have been shorter, Vanaheim's arc that we see with Freya and Kratos should have been more. That should have been more of the game. Not necessarily in Vanaheim, but Freya's arc should have taken longer to progress because it feels a little bit rushed. And I do just think that's a bit, it harms the game. One of the things that I couldn't figure out when I first finished it was what the core theme of the game is. So like when you play God of War 2018, the core themes are family and not letting your past be in control of you anymore. And those themes are very clear, and every single part of the narrative plays into those themes. But when I finished God of War Ragnarok, I couldn't point out a core theme of the game. I couldn't figure out what the game was trying to say to me, what message it was leaving. And I think, after lots of discussion on Discord, with mainly Flash, the core theme of this game is the theme of choice, and what choice can mean and the impacts that it can have on people, relationships, and the outcome of events. I don't know whether it's the strongest theme I've ever seen in a game, if that is indeed the core theme.
Yeah, I felt the exact same way, and I still kind of do when I beat the game. I don't even think that this is the core theme. I don't think the game has a core theme. Or if it does, I think it has so many disparate themes that it ties together in admittedly creative ways. The reason I focus on the prophecy stuff is because it seems to be a large focus of the story. So I think, like he said, the theme is about, in the way he said, because he hasn't finished his point yet, the theme of choice, and that you change your fate by changing your decisions and changing who you are as a person. That's probably the strongest thing I can think of. Because, yeah, maybe I do need to replay God of War 2018 just so I can do a one-to-one comparison of how it handles its themes in Ragnarok. This is really interesting. Like, this is legitimately interesting for me to listen to, because he's saying a lot of things that I thought about, but I haven't thought about since replaying the game. And he's kind of putting into words a very specific feeling that I had, and it's interesting to hear his thoughts on it. So that's naturally why I'm not talking as much.
Because I mean, there's only so much you can explore on the topic of choice, whereas the topic of your past and your mistakes and your regrets and your guilt and anxieties and how that plays into your family, relationships with your son, like that's a lot more depth to it. In terms of this theme of choice, I feel that the game does consistently bring it up all the time. There's this theme that Kratos stole the choice from Freya, and that by giving her the choice back to make the choice to not kill him, she chooses to not kill him. You've got Odin's choice to continue pursuing this inevitable downfall that he has that's going to rip his whole life apart in terms of this mask, where he's like choosing to consistently go after it. You've got giving Atreus this choice between Atreus and Loki, and between his mother and his father's like heritage basically, and him having to try and choose, and that's characterized by the choice between Asgard or Kratos sort of thing at the midpoint of the game. And obviously these constant reoccurring themes of prophecy, which I'll talk about a little bit later as well. And I do think that those are done really well, and it's obviously, you get to...
I would go ahead and expand this by saying that the idea of whether or not, and this ties into prophecy as well, I think he is definitely onto something here. I've noticed that they play with the idea of determinism a lot, whether prophecy is all-encompassing and our lives are deterministic, or if we truly have free will and the ability to change our fate. But the Norns kind of undercut that by straight up saying, like, yeah, change your decision making, change your fate type thing. I'm wondering if they should have played with that. But even then, it leaves the question open of how. So how? Okay, now we know how to change our fates, but how do we change ourselves? What does that mean? Does that mean you just have to change the choices you make? Well, Kratos tries that with Heimdall. It doesn't work. Okay. So how do you change yourself type of thing? And I don't think, I mean, it really plays with that idea of like, whether or not again, like, everything is deterministic and prophecy is where you're going to end up, which the Giants believed it was, or if it is about true free will and the fact that there is no prophecy and no destiny whatsoever, which Kratos seems to believe. But the truth in universe seems to be a strike between the middle. The prophecy would not exist if the Norns were not able to predict your actions and their logical outcome. So, defying prophecy is by no means an easy thing. And, I've talked a lot about this over the stream just because it's like there's that much to really discuss about it. Prophecy ties into your choices as opposed to your choices tying into prophecy. And it is by Atreus knowing these prophecies, and he's seeing it the other way around. It is that, like, by these choices, these actions will come to pass, but Atreus is watching him fulfill prophecy and is seeing it in reverse. And it's really during that trip to Vanaheim when most of this really starts to come into play, and him and Kratos are talking about it. And Atreus is like, but like, how can we say we're not fulfilling prophecy when we are doing every single thing that it said we would? And Kratos says, well, basically says, get over it, is more or less. I don't think I've gotten to that point in the... I've gotten past that point in the script. I don't remember much of Kratos' dialogue. I just remember him saying, like, this, like, we have to do this regardless of whether or not it's prophesied. So, interesting choice for what he thinks the main theme of the game is. I'm really interested to see where he goes with the prophecy stuff. This is by far, in my opinion, by far the best video because it's giving me something to think about, which none of the other ones did, other than game mechanics.
This end point, it shows that Kratos did not need to kill Heimdall. He had the choice not to, but he did it anyway because he felt that he had no choice but to regress into the person he used to be. And by the end of the game, he realizes, actually, no matter how bad you are, no matter how wrong you've done, you can always do better. You can always do better. He doesn't just have to teach his son to be better. He can be better, and everyone can see him as better too, and he will redeem himself until he makes that choice. And there's that parallel with Thor. Like, Thor finally gets the choice. Obviously, he dies for it. I'm not sure what that means or why that happens. I mean, probably just get him out of the picture so Odin's, like, evil, and then you kill him. I guess, I don't know. You obviously got, like, Sindri choosing not to tell Brock the truth, and then Sindri choosing to stay mad at Atreus in the end, and how that rips apart their bond because of a choice made that didn't need to be made. And it does feel like that is really what the game is trying to get at here. And the side quests even play into it too. You've got things like, in Svartalfheim, you've got Mimir wanting to, even though he did this thing a long time ago and he could just move on from it and just move away, he chooses to shut down the machines in Svartalfheim, he chooses to free the creature, and he chooses to be better in a moment where he didn't have to do that. He'd already, he's with a bunch of people that don't really care about his past. You can move on from your past and you can just do, whatever you want, but you have to choose to make it right. You can't just choose to forget about something. You have to then choose to make it right as well, and I think that works.
And I think this absolutely, I think he's hit the nail on the head here. This absolutely must be what they're going for, because the first thing one of the first things that Odin tells Atreus, I don't remember exactly when because I played through it recently, but I didn't have the dialogue turned on. I was listening to YouTube in the background. I'm not ashamed to say that. It was a long walking sequence. One of the first things that Odin tells Atreus is, you always have a choice. I don't remember what the context of him saying that was, but I do remember in that clip I showed where Atreus finally whispers Odin's soul away. He repeats that to him when, man, I think he's figured this out. I think he's onto it. I hadn't considered any of this, but it makes so much sense thinking about it now. How whenever Atreus is talking to him and he's like, and Odin's saying like, you destroyed my family, you destroyed my kingdom, and Atreus is like, no, you did all that, you killed your son, and he said I didn't have a choice. And that's whenever Atreus says there's always a choice. So interesting. Why can't all these videos give me something to think about like that? No, like 100%. 100%. If there's any takeaway, it's that this dude is right. Everything makes so much more sense with this context. How does this apply to Kratos' actions in the Greek series? How has he changed? All he did was leave Greece behind, not correct what he had done. Yeah, I don't think the writers really care. If I'm being completely honest. I don't think they're trying to directly reference the previous series. I think they trusted 2018 to wrap that up. It arguably didn't. A lot of details were left kind of unexplained. How Kratos exactly got to the Norse realms. I think there's a comic series about that, but I'm not going to count that. Because even if it's official, like Santa Monica content, it's like, it's kind of lame to just delegate story details to external sources. But I don't think that the intent here is to tie Kratos back to God of War 3, even though there's a lot of references. So there's a strong argument to be made that they have to, because of all the references they're bringing back. But I don't think this is meant to. The only thing I can see that this would be, at least at the moment, I'd have to think about it. This could tie back to how Kratos refused to just let go of what happened to his family. And he refused to, even in just God of War 3, he refused to work with Gaia after she let him slip, even though she had valid reasons for doing so. She didn't have to go off and tell him that he was a pawn. That was just rude. And I feel like things would have been better if she didn't do that. But he chose to turn against the Titans, and he chose to try and save Pandora. Obviously, that's not the theme of God of War 3, so I'm just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. He chose to go through with killing Zeus, but again, God of War 3 gives context for why those things not needed to happen, but still happened. I feel like God of War 3 is a really bad time for him to stop what he's doing. If he was going to stop his revenge, it would have needed to happen either in God of War 2 or before. But which is weird to say, because he doesn't start his conquest until God of War 2. But it really would have had to have started in the beginning of God of War 2. So I don't think they're trying to. I think the biggest thing they're trying to do with how Kratos' character has changed is that he got a second chance with Faye and Atreus, and Atreus being basically his own person is helping shape Kratos' perspective on the world. And I think a big part of his character is that he understands that there is absolutely nothing he can do to make what he did right, which of course ties into Thor himself, and how in this very scene that's on screen that I keep referencing, wherever Thor is saying don't you know what I've done, and Kratos says yes I do. I think as opposed to try to justify how this applies to the previous games. I think they're just toying with the idea that Kratos knows he did something terrible and that he's just living with it.
It is a main theme of the game. I just don't know how well it's conveyed and explored over the length of the game, because it does feel like there's also so much going on in the background that it almost gets drowned out by all of the bombastic and grandiose things that are happening in the story, that you almost feel like the game is not trying to get across this theme, although it is consistently there as well, I think, is probably how I feel about that aspect. I don't know. Now, in terms of the writing itself, I have issues with the writing quality. I don't feel that it's always bad, by no means, and I think on the whole, like, most of it is good. But God of War 2018 is a game that tells its story with the most subtle of dialogue and writing. It conveys all of its core themes, its messages, and its character arcs in a way that doesn't need to be pointed out to you. However, along the same lines of the characters pointing out the puzzles to you, the story often likes to point out the story to you. It doesn't seem to treat you like you have a brain. It seems to treat you like you're probably an idiot that doesn't get it, and so it's got to, like, point it out. Like I said before, the mission with the creature in Svartalfheim with Mimir is good for the core theme.
I feel like the Greece series is a weight dragging down the Norse series. Too much baggage with Kratos can make the themes confused. I think thematically confused is a very good way of putting Ragnarok. This video, I mean, this video is giving me a lot to think about, and I'm gonna have to really consider this. I think I'm going to be going back and, excuse me if you hear a bird in the background, he refuses to die. He's like 26 years old. That sounds cruel. You don't have to live with this thing. We didn't want him. It was inherited. I think I'm going to have to really think about this and then reconsider my stance on, because the consensus is that the story is good, but I don't try to make a point that it ties everything together smoothly. So I think I'm going to have to reconsider that. I kind of, if I'm being honest, I had thought about it a lot, but I have been so consumed with trying to understand the gameplay, I didn't give it a second thought. And so this is really making me think about, like you said, how thematically confused the whole game is, and how they can't seem to figure out what they want it to represent. This video is interesting. Who's the maker again? It's LazerzZ. So LAZERZ, capital Z. I can pull up his channel real quick. And yeah, you're right. This video is very interesting. I wouldn't expect... I take back what I said about this not being, like, worth watching. I never said it wasn't worth watching, but what I said about this, like, not being a structured video, because he's really hammering home my own personal feelings about the story. It's just I have been so laser focused, ironically, I've been so laser focused on the tiniest details. I think I'm personally missing the bigger picture. But yeah, here's his channel if anyone's interested. I've seen his videos get recommended to me. I've never actually watched them, but I'm interested in seeing his takes on some other games. So yeah, very, very interesting. Let me see what he says next.
But the way that it's handled in terms of its actual writing, I don't think is great, because you have this moment where they're walking around this creature talking about it. It's like, oh, this, like, it's implied that, oh, this is a parallel to Mimir being chained up, and he understands that, so he wants to right his wrongs, because after being locked up by Odin, can feel what this creature feels, and so it's meaningful for him to release it. But then he just says it out loud, and it's like...
And I didn't know what it was like to be chained in one place for years at a time, with nothing to occupy your mind but pain.
Yeah, dude, I knew that. I got it. I could infer that. It was heavily implied. You don't just have to say it out loud like I'm an idiot. And I feel like this type of writing is littered throughout this game. One of the major things that I think is probably the worst part of the game, and the least well handled, is Freya's arc. I believe that it's very odd that she's, like, it was very compelling where you leave her in 2018. It's like, okay, so how is this going to play into God of War Ragnarok? Because this is very interesting. And Cory Barlog even said in an interview, you're not even going to guess where Freya's story's going. So it's like, okay, that's interesting. How are they going to handle this? But it turns out what they do is she wants to kill Kratos until she sees him be nice to his son once, and then she goes... maybe not. And yeah, it's not as simple as that. It's not as cut and dry, but...
That's not really what I took away from, That's not really what I took away from this scene. But that is how it appears. And what I took away is that the thing that makes her hesitate was the visceral reaction Atreus had to almost watching Kratos die, and Kratos stepping in to stop him and telling him, like, you don't want to hurt her, she was our friend. And I think I took it as, like, not like Kratos being nice to Atreus. It was the fact that it's like Atreus felt he got so over emotional at the prospect of Kratos dying, which she does not know that Kratos is destined to die, and Kratos doesn't know that Atreus knows about that. As far as the context goes, Kratos and Mimir are in his head the only two people who know what he saw. So I think it's more like she couldn't. It's not that she couldn't bring herself to kill Kratos. I just think she couldn't bring herself to do it in front of him, type thing. And the fact that Kratos was willing to stop Atreus from mauling her, basically, is what pushed her to say, okay, maybe he would be willing to help me break the curse. And then she kind of agrees, okay, like, she even says, like, I think you're more useful to me and now, like, alive for the moment. But so, but like, I mean, he's already left a disclaimer. The moment-to-moment writing is okay. I think he's just getting at, like, the broader part of how she changes her mind and how that was executed.
It is basically that, because from that moment I knew, there was no doubt in my mind, oh, we're going to be mates again. We're obviously going to be mates again at the end of this, because she becomes a companion, you go to Vanaheim, they're just bantering between each other, just having conversations, like, you get straight to Vanaheim, she's immediately telling you the history of the marketplace there. It's like, do you not want to kill me? Why are you telling me the history and lore of your people? Like, it seems completely out of place. Sometimes if you die in Vanaheim, Freya will just, like, scream out, Kratos, no! It's like, I thought you wanted to kill me. You haven't completed your arc yet. What is that?
Yeah, but she does need him. I might go to bed soon. By the way, this video you're EFAPing right now is the best one I've seen in general critiquing God of War. Yeah, it's so weird, because these are literally his first impressions, and these are like the biggest insights we're getting into the story. So it is so weird. But yeah, I'm interested to see what his actual like, I've completely glossed over this guy's channel. I'm interested to see what his actual structured analysis is, because he seems to be approaching it with, like, the correct mindset. But yeah, definitely have a good night, dude. The VOD's gonna be here anytime, so you're all good. And I'm probably about to end stream after this video specifically, because I'm getting to that point where it's hard to talk, and I definitely don't want to waste my entire, not waste, but spend my entire day off streaming. I don't know that we're gonna get through all these videos. I mean, not with, like, once a week segments. And again, we're 6 videos into it. Maybe if I just make an effort not to stop every little, like, everything they say. That's something I can work on. There's my homework.
Seems so odd and out of place. The major thing that changes Freya's mind is Kratos telling her about his daughter and his family that he killed back in Greece. And I just think that's very out of character for Kratos. I don't understand why he would, unprompted, tell Freya, who wanted to kill him, his entire life story about...
See, and yeah, that goes back to what I said before, how I didn't feel it was out of character for him, specifically because this version of Kratos is a lot more open and a lot more willing to share his thoughts. That's set up as far back as when he's talking to Mimir. And he doesn't immediately just start, like, lore dumping. So she accuses him of not knowing how it feels to, like, lose a child, and he says, yes, I do. And then she starts asking him about it, and he shies away from the topic and says like, oh, it was a long time ago. And then she was like, okay, you know what, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. It's after that point where he makes the decision to say, you know what, I'm gonna tell you. So I didn't feel it was that out of character, especially since it's not like he's never told anybody before. Not in God of War 2018, but I feel like in the original games he has brought it up. Or maybe I'm misremembering, but I feel like he has. Not obviously in, like, a friendly conversation, but, like, he has brought it up before, I feel like.
about Deimos, about his daughter, and about his wife, about his deal with Ares, about all of these things that he keeps so tightly guarded, it feels very out of place. And you might say, well, you know, after the end of 2018, he's a lot more open now, but he is not. He's not. That's not where we.
It's funny because it's like exactly what I said. No, it's at the start of this game. I feel like he's more open.
Left him at the end of 2018, and it's not how they characterize him at the start of Ragnarok either. Especially at this point. By the end of
dude, stop responding to what I'm saying. No, it is in the beginning of Ragnarok whenever he has the nightmare about Faye, and Mimir asks him about it, and he actually talks about it. That's when it's setting up that he's more open.
Ragnarok, yes, he's probably in a position where he might do that, especially for someone that he feels close to, but they also play up the relationship that Freya and Kratos had in 2018. Kratos is like, we were friends. It's like, you weren't really. You weren't friends. You shrugged her off at every opportunity. You didn't trust her. You only really went to her because your son trusted her. You weren't friends at all. Like, not even close to friends. Like, that's not the case. So I find that very odd. It just doesn't feel to...
Well, then again, you have to remember that, like, Freya saved Atreus' life. So that's another interesting thing. Or not interesting, but another thing to note is, like, had she not actually saved Atreus' life, then he wouldn't care. But it is specifically because she did that he elevated her to, like, a level of friendship.
I mean, like something Kratos would do. I just do not buy it. I don't believe it, and I think it's uncharacteristically explored, because I think he is just at that point spouting exposition so that they could get Freya to go, I guess you are the victim. I guess I was wrong the whole time. I guess we're mates again, right? And it's like, all right, that's not very. I don't find that very compelling. I really don't. I would say that is probably the weakest part, and the one that without a doubt I can say is the worst part of the game.
I feel like call this cope. I feel like he's going to change his mind about this point if he does revisit it for a more structured video. I think whenever he actually sits down and revisits it and sees the structure of the conversation and starts taking all the context into account, I think this is one of those things he'll probably change his mind about. Because the way that the conversation is structured, and the way that the things that she says after, and how she's not taking blame off of Kratos. She's shifting the blame from Kratos to Odin and obsessively going after him. That makes it pretty apparent that she's not. It wasn't an immediate thing. They still continue to fight up until this point, and she just accepts that. Like I said, she's just shifting the blame.
Genuinely think it's handled quite poorly, and I'm not a huge fan of that. That being said, Vanaheim is...
But I think the fact that it does happen in a single quest does feed into... It does support his argument that everything feels too rushed. Because, like he said, the individual scenes are fine. The acting is fine. The writing, it makes sense, but... If his argument seems to be that everything happens too fast when it needs more time to simmer, basically, and that's something I can agree with, is that it does happen quickly. I just didn't really question it, I guess. So I guess the argument comes down to, just because something has proper in-universe context, does that necessarily make it good? My answer to that is yes. Well, okay, depending on the situation. In this case, my answer to that is yes. As long as it's properly explained why things happen, I'm willing to accept it. In somebody else's case, they may not accept that. Also, he is using the not objectively, but the objectively best early game relic, where you can inflict Bifrost damage to people. I just want to point that out. One more reason for me to agree with him.
Really good in terms of its side content. I will say that. Both sections that you can explore in Vanaheim, both the crater and the the river valley area, are both really, really good. And Freya's side quest there is wonderful. It's probably one of the best parts of the game, which is really funny, because in contrast with her arc in the main story and her arc in the side content, it's like so good. You've got this wonderfully implied parallel to Kratos' story. It's brilliant. They never point it out. It's just there for you to see. Like, that sword is clearly her Blades of Chaos. She's trying to push her past away and hide it, and hide her links to Asgard, when really by the end she learns, no, I need to lay into this. It's who I am. It's a part of me, and I can take that, and I can take back my own destiny with it. And then it again plays into that theme of choice, which I think is just really, really good. And I wish that her arc was all like that in the main story. And with that, I think it brings us to the topic of prophecy, which is a major part of this game. Now, this is something that has really left me confused, because I've just felt that the prophecy is not clearly outlined in a way that allows it to be the driving force of the game. because it is the driving force of the game. The murals at the end of 2018 set up this idea that Faye knew the whole journey thus far. Now, she destroyed the final mural. Why is that? Well, we don't actually learn that she did it until the end of this game. So someone destroyed it. It was destroyed. It was lost. What? How? Why? Who knows? Will Kratos die? I don't know. Now being able to enter the murals, or the lore panels, whatever you call them, that are around the world, it allows you to go in and see the true history, or the true prediction, or the true prophecies from the giants, which is, again, a driving force of this game. It sets up things like Ragnarok, like Tyr. It sets up the champion of the Jotnar, which we will get back to, because that's a whole other thing. This whole game is propelled by prophecy. Atreus' arc is propelled by the mural that he finds in Ironwood, which is the finished mural that was in Jotunheim that we see destroyed. So he gets to see, he becomes friends with Odin, his father dies, Thor is there. You've got the what we find out is actually a soul transfer, but it looked like a snake, and I don't know, it's a bit weird. It feels like they changed things mid-development, I don't really know. But there's this idea of fighting back against your own destiny, because that's what Atreus really desperately wants to do. His father is saying, you don't need to worry about any of that, we do what we do because we have to, not because it is written. It's a thing they say over and over and over again. Angrboda reinforces that it is inevitable. She genuinely believes in the prophecy, which is just another reason for Atreus or Loki to fight against it, and really try his best, because he is just so scared for his father dying. The Norns also confirm this, and their method of prophecy is said to be based on predictability, but they also, in that scene, say what the main characters are saying as they're saying it, and so I don't really know if it is based on just, like, pure predictability, and all that you have to do is do something uncharacteristic of yourself for them not to know that you're going to do it. I don't know if that makes sense. That just doesn't feel like it makes sense to me, that all of their prophecy is just based on, well, we know you really well, so we know what you're going to say, and you will die, because that's just who you are, and Kratos decides at the last moment, what if I just, like, act like not myself? What about that? And then the Nords are like, shit, I couldn't have seen that coming. It's like, so what's the point of prophecy then? I don't really understand, especially when it is the driving force of the game. Prophecy is something...
I think, and again, this is hard to miss on a first playthrough, it's heavily implied that Faye basically used divine intervention to change things. That first nightmare he has whenever Kratos tells Mimir, it seems like Faye's trying to tell me something, and Mimir said, "Are you talking to ghosts again?" referring to the thing with Athena, and he said no. He said, "But this is definitely more than memory." So it's really implied that, like, she is the one who is, again, she's like planting these seeds for him to be able to change himself. I guess you could spin that and say, oh, so you're saying that Kratos can't prevent his death on his own. But I think a big part of it is, like, his connection to his family and his love for his family, which he's always had in all of the games. He has had a very, very strong loyalty to his family. Kind of a shame that he ended up killing most of them, but that loyalty has always been there. So it really comes down to, I feel like that's what they were trying to imply, is that Faye herself was the one who was trying to step in and save him, which is also confirmed whenever it's revealed that she's the one who destroyed the final mural in Atreus' prophecy, and she was outcast from Jotunheim for it. Like, she was straight up exiled because she went against their beliefs so strongly. And I guess that's the equivalent of being excommunicated from a church. So I feel like that's one of those, like, deeper details that it really took a lot of, like, focus on those scenes, because whenever I first played them, I was like, what is the point of these scenes? They have some surface level meaning, but, like, why are they here? And as opposed to looking at it through the Synthetic Man lens and saying, oh, well, they're here because they're pointless, I started to think, what are the writers trying to make me see, and why would they put this here? So I'm really approaching the game from a perspective, maybe that's why I so easily glossed over everything he said in the first half of the video about the pacing of the story, is I'm looking through the game from the perspective of, like, every detail is placed intentionally, so what is the purpose of everything? And that's not something that I usually approach games like, it's not a perspective I usually use, but I'm using it in this case. So that's kind of how I came up with that. I'm not going to say I quote-unquote figured it out, because I could be wrong. It could be something else entirely. But that is how I came up with that theory.
something that is reinforced again and again, that it's something that's important throughout this game. Kratos, like I said, simply chooses not to die, which is a fucking brilliant moment, by the way. I absolutely love that section where he's like, I'm wrong, like, no, open your heart. So good. It was so good. And what that tells us, I believe, is that prophecy is not concrete, as everyone else believes it to. So the murals actually mean nothing in the end. What really matters is the choices you have. If you fall back into who you always are, yes, it's going to be predictable and people are going to be able to write these prophecies about you. But if you choose to be better and you really choose to change, then you can do that and you can break free of the prophecy. I believe that's what it's trying to say. But the thing is, Faye also destroyed the mural in 2018 specifically so they'd break free from fate. So the murals actually are still important and could still happen. What is prophecy based on and where does it come from? If it's always true except for this one time.
I think the understanding I have is that she destroyed the mural so that the prophecy was not looming over them, essentially. Because again, it became so easy for Atreus to fall into the mindset of our actions are fulfilling prophecy instead of prophecy is dictated by our actions. And he really has that conflict during the Skull and Haughty section where you're rescuing the moon. So it's to my understanding that she despised the prophecy so much that she said, like, they're not even going to know that this is a possibility in their life, type of thing. Because, and see, I understand his point. And I'm trying to organize my own thoughts after my throat is on fire right now, but I really do understand it as, like, by removing don't put that in their head type of thing. Don't even make it apparent to them that they could die because of this, because that is going to make it even harder to try and escape the prophecy when it is looming over you. And so that happens in the Skull and Haughty scene whenever I know I keep going back to that and repeating myself, but I promise I'm trying to make a point with it, is that whenever they're going through it and Atreus is talking to them and he's saying, like, everything we're doing is exactly what we saw in the mural, and Kratos says, but we have to do it, so don't worry about it, you know? And then whenever they get to the eclipse, after you like, he releases the moon and there's like a solar eclipse, and Atreus, the prophecy showed there would be a total eclipse, and then one of the wolves would chase an arrow across the sky, and Atreus knocks an arrow and starts to draw, and then he says, he starts to hesitate. He says, if I do this, and Kratos stops him. He says do what is necessary, not because it is written. I've taken that to mean that Atreus is seeing the immediate kind of the immediate cause of his actions as, like, he saw the prophecy first type of thing. So he saw the prophecy first, so what he is doing in his head feels like he is doing what the prophecy said, whereas it's supposed to be in reverse. It's supposed to be that the sum of your actions dictates prophecy. Again, I can't disagree with his criticism that it's loose. It's not really well explained. But I do feel like that's by design. I don't feel like it is a writing flaw as much as it is that they wanted to what do you call it? They wanted you to think about it. And I'm okay with that personally, but I can understand that not everybody is. Of course, that does beg some questions I didn't think about that I am now. Like, if the prophecy was made years and years and years before you're born, what does that say? You know, if you haven't made any decisions yet. But it's interesting to think about. I'm not saying it's perfect, and it's not concrete. It's not seamless. I just do think it's really interesting to think about.
What altered this one? I don't understand why this specifically changed, unless you're genuinely not seeing the future. But Atreus sees the future, because he sees Thor show up. That's actually the future. It's not based on predicting like someone's core character traits. Like because Atreus knows what Thor is like, he could see that he would come to their house. I guess like exactly as it happens in a dream. But like I don't know. It feels like prophecy, like the future. Like they're seeing the future, right? I don't really know. And in that case, what was the thing that was able to change it? Was it really just choosing to change? Was it really just choosing to change it? That seems crazy, especially when there's a core thread throughout this game, and Kratos talks about it, that sometimes when someone tries to defy prophecy, they actually make it happen. So what about those people that choose to defy prophecy, and it still happens? I guess there isn't a choice? I don't really know. And where does the choice come from without outside intervention? I suppose it's supposed to be the dreams that he keeps having of Faye.
Okay, so he does acknowledge it. Cool.
But then that begs the next question of, where did they come from? Kratos says after the first one that it's more than memory. That's what he says to Mimir. But then that's never touched upon again. And it only feels like more than memory in the very first one. The rest just feel like dreams, like memories. Like he's just remembering something happening, and those are poignant, and so they affect his character as he moves forward at the right point. So it's like, the first time he's not quite ready, and he's trying to shut it out, and then during the middle of the game, he falls back on who he used to be, and he doesn't listen to the memories, and then right at the very end, he gets another memory, and he's like, this time, I'm going to listen. I'm going to play into what Faye wanted of me, and I'm going to change, and he does. But I don't understand how are they just memories, or is Faye doing this to him? Because he says it's more than memory. So is it or is it not? It's never explored. And I just find that to be very strange. It feels like it was just left, never to be touched on again. And talking about things that were dropped in the story, there are a few of these things that were dropped in the story. Things like who blew the horn when we were taking Atreus to Freya's to heal him when he was sick. Who blew the serpent's horn? We don't know. A lot of people have said that it's just Galahorn. But no, how could it be that? People have been like, well, it transcends time, which, okay, first of all, that's never stated. Second of all, if it did transcend time, why did it specifically only blow at that one moment in God of War 2018 3 years ago? Why? That doesn't make any sense. Because if it transcended time and just it echoed through all of time, you'd hear it always. So that doesn't make sense. How did it choose just to blow the horn at that one time in 2018 3 years ago? But also, why? Because nobody comes through from 2018. I know a lot of people have misunderstood the Jormungandr thing. It's the Jormungandr that shows up during the Ragnarok is the Jormungandr that Atreus puts the giant soul into during Ironwood. Thor then sends it back in time to eventually be the Jormungandr we meet in 2018. So the Jormungandr, the modern Jormungandr that we meet in 2018 that lives through and is in Ragnarok, he doesn't join us during the events of Ragnarok. He just hangs out, I guess, in Midgard. I don't really know. There's the Champion of the Jotnar, which I said earlier is set up when you go into one of the murals, and that never comes up again. It's suggested by both, Tyr keeps calling, well, not really, but Tyr keeps calling Atreus the Guardian of the Jotnar, Angrboda says it, Odin says it, so like those characters are reinforcing that Atreus is the Guardian, is the Champion of the Jotnar, right? But then you've got Freya and Mimir both seem to think that it's Kratos when you're in the Kratos section, so it's this mystery of like, which one is it? It could apply to both, it could apply to neither, it could apply to either, I wonder, but then it just never comes up again. And it's not my problem that it's left up to interpretation, I think that's fine, but the game never reinforces that you should be interpreting it, because it just drops it, it just never comes up again, they just don't mention it again or ever say it again, and so it's like, okay, what was the point then? Because the game is not even suggesting that I should be thinking about it, it's just dropped it and just stopped mentioning it out of nowhere. So why did you bring it up in the first place? Because it doesn't seem to really mean anything. I think it's odd that Tyr just sort of...
I cannot disagree with that. Specifically because I was thinking, I was like, well, Mimir has a line in that scene where he tells Atreus, like, it's best not to think into these prophecies too literally because they could mean anything. And I was like, okay, that would be a cool explanation. But then, like he said, Angrboda and Gryla call Atreus the Champion of the Jotnar, and Freya does talk about it potentially being Kratos. So I can't disagree with him. It was my interpretation that it was always Atreus, specifically because Kratos tells Atreus at the end of the game, like, we're alive today because of your actions and your decisions, and it was to my understanding that like Atreus's decision to try and, I guess, recruit Thrud to their side and make friends with Skildir and all that. I just interpreted it as like it was always him, and that Freya thought it was Kratos because of basically logical reasons, like Kratos has already gone to war with gods and won. That's one of the details that she makes. She really it has some negative connotations for Faye and Kratos' marriage, because she even says like, well, Faye was a giant and Thor killed all the giants, so who's to say that she didn't set you up to this to get revenge? And both Kratos and Mimir like completely reject that, because Kratos because he doesn't want to think that his wife never loved him and is using him, and Mimir because Mimir is just Team Kratos because he's such a bro. But I do have to say that I think personally that Atreus is supposed to be the champion. and that he just isn't it's not as much of a grandiose role. But even then, it is Atreus's decision to, as opposed to outright killing Odin, to whisper his soul into the marble, and Sindri ends up taking it and killing Odin. So he still does have a large role to play. So, but again, to LazerzZ point, that's not explained. It's not outright stated. And I don't think it needs to be 100% spelled out, but I cannot deny, like, I'm not going to deny valid criticisms when I hear them. I cannot deny that it really does just kind of disappear. No one else says it. I think there just needed to be one line at the end of the game where they acknowledge that Atreus was the champion or something for that to work. But like he said, maybe it's supposed to be up to interpretation, and that's why it's so vague. But it is the fact that it really isn't acknowledged at the end of the game. I really should be taking notes. He's got so many good points in this video.
It exists to be not real, and it's like he's there throughout the whole game being useless, and he was the instigator for the whole thing, and then it's like, well, he was actually Odin the whole time, and it's like he exists just to be a plot twist. He doesn't offer anything of value for the whole game until it's like, oh, he's a plot twist, and it's like, oh, okay, there you go, all right, and you know, it's here just.
I don't agree, but it's just funny the way he says it. Odin's intention was to basically sow discord in the group and really try to not get them actively working against each other, but just cast doubts on their plans. And he really does feed into Atreus's fantasies, so to speak, about him being the champion and stuff like that. And he tries to pit Kratos and Atreus against each other a few times. But other than that, yeah, he does come off as mostly useless. I just don't think it's entirely out of character for Odin, I guess. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't do anything too big, like really go against them, and that's why he does not even support Atreus going to Asgard until it comes to him finishing the mask. Like the first time, he doesn't even support him because it would be so obviously like, whoa, what's wrong with you? But after Atreus brings it up to talk about finishing the mask, Tyr does support him going back. So I think, I hate to say that he only exists to be a twist, because it really feels like they put a lot of thought into his role in the story. But I can definitely understand why he feels that way.
Show up again in a side quest in Niflheim, and I don't know if I like that too much, because he also then has no depth to him either. He's just like alive to be alive, and it's like, yeah, alright, he's alive, cool. But he doesn't do anything or say anything important. It's just, there's not a lot of depth there, you know what I mean? It just feels a bit surface level, a bit shallow. The World Serpent as well.
Yeah, that was a big disappointment for me, is that there's really nothing interesting with Tyr once you find him.
Is totally sidelined. Like I said, like, you know, what happened to the one in Midgard, I don't really know. Like, he just shows up once to tell Atreus Ironwood.
I think that there is, if he's referring to the ending, he just said Ironwood, so I guess not. I think there is a line with Kratos and Freya in the postgame where they say, wait, we saw the serpent get knocked back in time, but he's still here. And then I think Mimir says something about, like, Atreus' actions in Jotunheim did something. Take that with a grain of salt, because I legitimately do not remember, but I think he said something like that. So I know it's at least acknowledged.
And that's it. and alright, cool. That's it. I thought there would be more to him, because they do set up this, oh, he recognizes the kid, like he recognizes Atreus. It's like, okay, there's gonna be more depth to this. But it just turns out, like, it's just like a random giant soul that he prints, like a random dead snake, and then like saw for 5 seconds before it slithered away. And it's like, okay, so they have no connection at all. There's absolutely nothing there about them at all. There's nothing. Like, come on. I'm not being too harsh, am I? This is so weird. I will say the other...
No, I don't think he's being too harsh. I think that's fair.
The one thing that is dropped that I think works is the mask. It's dropped because it should be dropped, because it plays into those core themes that it doesn't matter. Like, the mask, the truth of the mask doesn't matter. What's behind the realm's head doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it means to be, you know, Loki. Atreus figures it out himself. He decides who Loki is. It's not something that's written, and it's a choice to make, right? So it plays into those core themes again, and I think it's done really well. I would like to know what was behind the realm's head. I will say, like, I did feel a bit disappointed, because I did think it was a very interesting mystery, and so I'm struggling, because, like, yeah, finding out what was behind the realm's head would not have played into the core themes, and so I get it. They couldn't have done it. Like, it makes actually way more sense now narratively for it to be locked away and like you're never gonna find out. Yes, I get that because it, you know, it's part of like Odin's story. Like yes, it makes sense. I get it, but I also found it really interesting, and it was a bit of a shame. But I think that it's for the best that they did that. So
I think it's gonna tie into a future game. Personally, I think the easiest thing to equate it to is Athena and whatever higher plane of existence she's chilling in right now. I think that realm tear is a tear to that plane. A guy in Discord who may or may not be watching right now pointed out to me that whenever Thor dies, his body kind of disappears. So it's possible that he didn't have a heroic sacrifice like Athena did for Zeus, but it's possible that by just the sheer act of him putting aside his hatred to stop fighting and standing up to Odin, even just a little bit, whenever he was killed, he did also ascend to wherever they go. So, I think it's coming back. I don't think we've seen the end of this plot point.
I'm cool with that. Show him restraint. You're doing well. That's good. But, Jesus, I don't think there's anything else I want to talk about. I think those are the main things I wanted to bring up. I didn't mean for this video to be as negative as it maybe has come across. I think it's that if I didn't mention something, I probably thought it was good. You gotta think, these are the things that I thought were issues, and they're the things that have been playing on my mind. Whereas, everything that I didn't mention, I probably thought it was really good. So just keep that in mind. Like, you know, there's so many scenes I didn't talk about in this video. I thought they were good. Also, I didn't think Ironwood was that bad. I will say, I don't think it was that bad. I think the pacing was a bit weird in comparison to the rest of the game, but I think that's because so much of the game runs so quick. It was so nice to just have 3 hours of just meandering, which is what I feel the game should have been. You know, it's a lot more similar to 20.
Did it really take him 3 hours to get through Ironwood? The fastest I got through it was an hour and a half, and the longest it took me with several deaths was 2 hours. So, interesting. I agree with that, though. That's like an inverse argument of what I made. Ironwood is not too long. Ironwood is just as long as any other Atreus section, but every other Atreus section has you going through 2 or 3 places. So, I'm legitimately reconsidering my opinion about the pacing of this game. Because I'm starting to think it's an issue that I just haven't paid much attention to since I played it, and it wasn't as bad on a repeat playthrough, but he clearly thought about this a lot more than I did.
Maintaining that way, so there's that. But I mean, there is a lot that I loved about this game. Like, I love just playing it. I love just exploring. I love the little conversations between characters. I think the combat system's really strong. I love the side quests. I love the side stories. I love the world design. The soundtrack is amazing. There's so many brilliant scenes. The performances are fantastic. There's so much good stuff here. There really, really is. And it's the one thing I will say that I'm relieved is good is the conclusion of this story. I think it's perfect. I think, other than, like, if I'd have written the story, maybe I would have had Kratos die, and I would have had Kratos die in a way that mirrors the story of Atreus of Sparta, and then, because of his death, though, his son is better, becomes a better person. Maybe that's something I would have done, but I actually quite like what they did here, in that Kratos doesn't just decide we need to be better, he decides I can choose to be better now. Like, I'm not just gonna rely on my son to be the better person. I am gonna be better. Like, I'm not gonna kill Thor right now. I'm not gonna kill these innocent people. We are gonna save them, we're gonna do the right thing, and it's like, actually, this moment where, like, actually, this is heroic. Like, that's a really good that's a really morally good thing for him to do. And I really, really liked that, and I thought that worked really, really well. And Atreus.
Funny he says that. There's something, not regarding Kratos, but regarding Atreus I thought about, is that, Atreus very much is if this were a new IP and we didn't have, Kratos or anything, Atreus would feel like a heroic archetype. It really is interesting, because, Atreus always wants to help people. He wants to save everybody. He's a spectacular fighter and things like that. So it's interesting, and I was thinking about this not too long ago, is that, like, a story with Atreus, like, Kratos is a tragic character. Atreus is just a very inherently heroic character. So, a game in the future where it's only Atreus, because we know it's God of War prints way too much money for them to just let the series die. We know it's coming. It would be really interesting to see how they lean into that, and it will probably make the tone of the game just a lot more scrappy, so to speak, and a lot more, how do I phrase that? It won't be as tragic, because it won't have the baggage of Kratos behind him. His character does not have that much baggage, And I think it's really interesting that Kratos' biggest fear was his son turning out like him, and Atreus has turned out the polar opposite. He is just like, it's really it's an achievement for Kratos' character to raise his son to be as good as he is what I was thinking about. Obviously it's just an observation, it's not like an intentional part of the story they want to drive home, but it absolutely could have been that Kratos talking about the fact that like he absolutely succeeded as a father by raising Atreus to be as good as he is. So it's just interesting.
It's going off and doing his own thing. Like it was really nice. It was just like the game's ending was really nice, and I'm just like thankful that the core beats of the story are really good. I think I'm just a little bit disappointed that the game isn't on the level of 2018 where it's like near perfect. I think that's just how I feel, because I feel that Ragnarok is as good as Ghost of Tsushima. Better than I think it's better than Ghost of Tsushima. I think it's probably as good as Horizon Forbidden West. In a lot of ways. It's just I feel that God of War 2018 was in another league to most video games. That it feels odd that Ragnarok is not in that league. You know what I mean? Like if we're saying Ghost of Tsushima, Spider-Man PS4, Horizon, whatever, S tier games. This is an S tier game. It's just God of War 2018, Red Dead Redemption 2, Persona 5 Royal. They're S plus tier games. You know what I mean? Just a tier above S tier. I feel like, and so that's why I'm a little bit. You know, it feels a bit disappointing. It's a bit of a shame that this wasn't better than 2018, or at least as good as it.
I'm gonna go to bed now. Got kickboxing tomorrow. I'm surprised you're still here, dude. I thought you went to bed like an hour ago. Or however long ago you sent that message. I've got a terrible concept of time, but yeah, we're almost done anyways, so have a good night, dude.
And so I just feel a little bit disappointed in that sense, which is why I guess I'm focusing on the negatives, because everything else that was done well, and I'm like, you know, that stuff was good, and when I make a video on it, I can talk about those things in detail. But the things that are standing out to me are the things that weren't done well, because I didn't feel like this about 2018. So I think that's probably why I feel the way that I do. What I want is I want your thoughts. I really do. I'll be reading the comments. I know there's gonna be a lot of mean comments. People are gonna be like angry with me for feeling this way. I'm sorry. I hope that I like articulated how I feel as well as I can. But I do want your input. If you think I've misinterpreted something or that I've missed out on something important, let me know. I really want to hear your feedback and like try to make convince me of like something that I didn't like that actually maybe I should like. But don't just say like, because like I feel like a lot of people try to convince based on like their own inference, like but it's not like actually implied by the game. A lot of people just make things up so that it makes sense in their head. They're like, well, it could have been this. It's like, but
it's funny because I've done enough of that myself.
The game doesn't say that, so that's not it, right? Like, I don't know, my brain works fucking weird. But I just want to know what you guys think. Let me know your thoughts, let me know your analysis, let me know your critiques, let me just know where you're at mentally with this game, because I would like to do it. I do want to do a spoiler-focused discussion like this over on Twitch in the coming, like, week or so. Once more people have finished the game, I'd love to just sit down on stream, just talk it out with everybody. So give me a follow on Twitch, the link is in the description, and hopefully we'll do that soon. We can just sit down, talk about God of War Ragnarok, get it all out, have, like, actual conversations, so, like, people in chat can address me there and then, and we can, like, discuss it, which is a lot easier than comment sections. But I wanted to make this, to be able to get it all out there in, like, a condensed way, so that I've said it, and, like, I've collected my thoughts. It's just like therapy. It's just like therapy. And hopefully, in the new year, after the advent calendar, which, by the way, the form is out for now. I'll link that in the description, too, if you want to...
Alright, well, I think that's just about the end of the video. He's definitely onto something there. Like, 100% onto something. So, interesting. That gives me a lot to think about. It is getting increasingly harder to talk, so I think now is a good time for me to end stream. Sorry for the ending to be so abrupt, but like I said, it's getting increasingly harder for me to talk. My computer didn't crash. I'm really happy about that. So, I definitely appreciate you guys for stopping by. Again, we'll be back next week, and I have to go reconsider my opinion on the game, so to speak, as far as the story pacing. So, really good video and no crashes. Yeah, exactly. So, thanks again, dudes. I will catch you next week.